Welcome back, guys, to Sidemen Reacts. Now, today, Vic, for some reason, has pulled this video up, guys. I don't know what it is.
Don't even.
His top 10 most brutal torture methods. Vic, I don't know what kind of stuff you watch in your spare time, but...
Viewer discretion is advised. I did not pick this video.
If you are faint-hearted, do not watch this. But
yeah,
make sure you still click the video.
Just mute it and let it run in the background. Give us that audience retention. Thank you.
I don't think it'd be that bad. Alright, let's get it started.
Oh, I'm already scared, man.
Oh my god.
I hate scary stuff, you know.
I only watch scary films, so this should be alright.
Okay, the music side got me going a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like I should have my lights on for this.
Necklacing is a horrific torture that involves forcing a rubber tire filled with gasoline around a victim's chest and arms, and then setting it on fire. The victim may take up to 20 minutes to die, suffering severe burns in the process. In South Africa, Nigeria, and India, necklacing was a common sentence carried out by angry mobs to punish suspected thieves and rapists in the 1970s and 80s.
Well, this is lovely.
This is a lot heavier hitting than I thought.
Oh, I think this is gonna get a lot worse than this. I don't think this is actually that bad as far as like where it's gonna go.
What? We're getting a tyre set on fire and put around you ain't that bad. This is awful.
Yeah, but I think this is 10 out of the top 10. So strap in.
You know your stuff, mate. You know your stuff. We'll keep watching.
Lords are also known to have necklaced their enemies, most notoriously the journalist Tim Lopez in 2002. After he was kidnapped by local drug dealers, his hands, arms, and legs were severed with a sword while still alive. They then stuffed his body in gasoline-filled tires
2002.
and
This is
set
recent.
it on fire.
That's like not even like an old-fashioned thing. That's like a
Jeez.
The bone-snapping, ligament-tearing torture device known as the rack was one of medieval Europe's favorite interrogation platforms. Essentially, it is a table that has two rollers on either side.
You're saying this one's worse than the last one, Vic?
I think potentially because it goes on for so long.
What is this? What is this one? What happens in it?
They literally stretch you slowly, like they can put you on a rack and kill you over the case of like days. So you're just in pain for...
I'd take the tyre, I think.
That's the... yeah.
Ankles are fastened to one roller and the wrists are chained to the other. A handle and ratchet mechanism attached to one of the rollers is used to gradually increase the tension on the chains, inducing excruciating pain. Over time, the sufferer's joints are dislocated and eventually separated. One horrifying aspect of this torture...
I don't think you actually grope. I don't think you'd leave this and go, oh, I'm now 7 foot.
No, I think I remember reading somewhere that like, people are like a foot taller once they're done. They're dead. But they're like, that's how much they get stretched.
Okay, anyway, moving on.
You could die 6 foot.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
And the loud popping noises made by snapping cartilage, ligaments, or bones. Muscles are stretched to the point that they lose the ability to contract, rendering them useless.
Oh, I know this one.
This
is grim. This is grim.
Rats will do anything to escape an uncomfortable situation, and torturers use this knowledge to their advantage in their sick experiments. A pottery bowl filled with rats are placed open side down on the naked body of a prisoner. Red-hot charcoals are then piled on top of the bowl, effectively heating up the pot and making it unbearable for the rats. The rats' only way out is to gnaw into the very bowels of the victim in an attempt to escape the use. In one documented occasion, during the Dutch revolt in the 16th century, a prisoner of war endured this torture. After the rats ate through his flesh and scratched at his intestines, the hot coals were then inserted into his stomach.
Why? Vic, what?
Vic, what have you made us watch?
I think that's the worst one I've seen yet. I think that's awful. Yeah, that's awful.
The head crusher is a device that clamps down on the victim's head, smashing it between a metal plate and a rounded iron cap. As the executioner gradually twists the handle, the victim's skull is slowly crushed. Bone fragments from the skull can puncture the brain, causing spontaneous muscle spasms and, of course, brain hemorrhaging. If the person inflicting the pain wants to torment the prisoner even further, he could strike the metal cap with an iron rod, sending echoing pain throughout the person's body. In most cases, the victim is killed, but not before the jaw had been crushed and their eyes had popped from their sockets.
Jesus!
What are we watching?
Jesus!
The Tucker telephone was an electroshock apparatus used in Arkansas Tucker State Prison in the 1960s and 1970s. Inmate doctors would use this torture device on unruly prisoners. The device worked by placing a ground wire around the big toe of a prisoner while clamping the hot wire to the person's genitals. The wires were then hooked up to a telephone.
What?
No! Carry on.
We're in too deep now, boys.
We
I'm sorry.
are.
Hooked up
I
to
don't
a
like
telephone that had been modified to send electric shocks. As the phone was being cranked, piercing electrical currents were sent throughout the prisoner's body. In prison slang, a long-distance call was a series of electric shocks in a row. Any inmate that passed out from the experience would be splashed with cold water and shocked again, intensifying the agony.
Oh my god.
Similar to the
German
rack,
chair.
the German chair is a form of torture often used by the Syrian government against
That's
the
not how you
rebels.
sit on a chair.
That's a stinky chair, mate. What do you mean?
They're meant to be efficient.
I think it hurts efficiently enough.
Well, at least we're living now. Imagine back in the day when this was like a genuine concern that this could happen to you. Like you steal
The
something,
first
you
one
could be
was
German chaired.
2002. Someone could be 18 by that from 2002. Not that
That
long
could be a
ago.
Sidemen video, you know.
No, I'm busy that
Oh my
week.
god.
Busy that
oh
year.
My god.
Who could last to leave the torture chamber?
Oh
wins
my
10,000
god.
pounds.
No, thank you.
When a detainee is captured, they are placed in a metal chair. Their legs and arms are secured to the seat, while the
person's quite
back of
hairy,
the chair
aren't
is
they?
pulled back and down toward the ground. This causes severe stress on the spine, neck, and other limbs, often causing permanent damage. One man who managed to escape the Syrian torture cell claimed that they stripped him naked and hung him upside down in the chair for 8 to 12 hours a day for 4 days. He says the pain was so excruciating that he begged his captors to kill him. He still has uncontrollable twitching as a result of the torture.
My
He
god,
escaped?
he escaped.
I think I've heard of flaying.
Also known as skinning, is an old torture that
Ugh.
dates back to 883 BC. It involves different methods to remove the skin from the victim's entire
they were
body. The
wild
most
back in the
common
day, you
form
know,
of
they were
flaying is
wild.
to use a knife, inserting the sharp blade just below the chin. The cuts start at the face and
you
work
serious?
all the way down to the toes. In some cases, the skin would be taken off in small sections and be performed slowly until completely done. What's left is a still living person with exposed muscles, ligaments, and bones, but the
my
face
God.
skin still intact. A person could live a few hours up to a day after the skin removal process. Another method involved being severely sunburned and then having the skin peeled off. Lastly, captives would be placed in large cauldrons with only their heads sticking out. Then hot scalding water or oil would be poured inside, boiling their skin away.
That's number one. That's number one, 100%. That's the worst one.
Yeah.
Wait, the rat. Oh no, but the rat
No,
one.
rat.
I don't even know.
The rats could be worse, I don't know.
The rat. Oh no, mate. Oh, I don't. Now you know what? They say like the crime rate in London. If they started bringing back these methods, I have a feeling they will reduce crime in London. Imagine you get falsely accused
No,
fucking
no,
200
no.
BC, and you got to deal with this stuff, and you didn't even do it.
Oh my god.
Nah, that's stress.
How is there more?
Impalement.
I feel lightheaded, you know.
Was and is one of the most gruesome ways of dying imaginable. The arms and legs are strapped to the ground by pegs, rendering the person immobile. A large oiled wooden stake is gradually forced into the body, usually into the anus. They made sure that the stake wasn't too sharp, or the victim might die too rapidly from shock. There were many instances where victims were impaled through other bodily orifices, or through the abdomen or chest. Infants were sometimes impaled on the stake, forced through their mother's chests. When the pole was then raised upright, the victim was left to slide
wait,
down
wait.
with her.
I think that might be the worst one. That might be the worst one I've seen now.
It could take the victim up to 3 days to slowly die.
What?
This method of torture dates back to 1772
Yeah, that might be
BC,
the- yeah.
but was made famous by 15th century Romanian Vlad the Impaler. Bram Stoker's
Romanians are
1897
wild, mate.
novel Dracula was inspired by Vlad's name and reputation. Recorded instances of impalement are as recent as 1919, during the Armenian genocide.
Nah, that's a mess, man. No one should ever. People did
brazen
this.
bull.
People do
The
this.
brazen bull was an ancient
I can't-
Greek torture device that
This seems
also
fun, this seems
doubled as a
fun.
demented musical instrument. Naked victims were placed inside of a large hollow brass bull statue. In most cases, the prisoner's tongue is cut out with sharp metal shears before being shoved into the empty bovine statue. The
cut the
torturers
tongue
would
off?
then light
can't
fires
scream.
underneath the bull
Oh
and
my
burn the
God.
person inside alive, raising the heat gradually. The screams of the bull's occupant couldn't be heard because the thick metal casting acted as a sound barrier. The only opening was through the bull's mouth that let out smoke from the person cooking inside. A
Why is it
series
a bull?
of brass tubes were located toward the front of the bowl that would resonate the sound of the muffled screams of the tongueless victim. Depending on the intensity of the heat applied under the statue, the prisoner could survive anywhere from 10 minutes to several hours.
Okay, I'd take this one, you know. I'd take that. over some of them.
The Judas Cradle was a pyramid-shaped seat that a prisoner would be forced to sit on. The victim would be raised over top of the structure with the aid of ropes and a harness. As the person is lowered down, the top of the pyramid would be lined up to enter the anus or the vagina and cause unimaginable pain and discomfort. The feet would be bound together so that if one leg moved, the other one would too, enacting more pain. The subject is tortured by intense pressure and stretching of the orifice, eventually succumbing to tears in muscle tissue. Torturers would prolong the interrogations by raising the victim off of the seat overnight and then continuing the torture the next morning. If the victim didn't die from shock, exhaustion, or impalement, they could have died from infection, as the Judas Cradle was rarely clean between tortures. Thanks for watching, and we hope you enjoyed.
Don't lighthearted this. Don't make this lighthearted now.
I appreciate my life more a bit now, I'd say. I'm happy that I am where I am.
I reckon this guy's like a real life Saw. The fact he just, like, the way he just said all these torture methods, and then he's like, thanks for watching. So happy. He enjoys this.
Well, I don't enjoy it, I'm not gonna lie. I feel a bit, I don't know, funny inside.
Yeah.
My arse feels weird.
Oh.
I know you didn't need to know that, but...
Hopefully your curiosity is satisfied. The next videos won't be anything like this, so make sure you subscribe. And maybe go and watch something a little more lighthearted. Go watch some fails on the React channel or something. Change the mood. We'll see you over there. Peace out, guys.
What? You joking?
That's why I reckon so.
I think that's where it's probably going on the most, mate. What is America doing, fam? What?
Illuminati. Welcome back to Sidemnreacts. Today we are looking at 10 conspiracy theories that turned out to be true.
We're hoping they're really good.
Well, what conspiracy theories do you think exist?
Oh,
that are true?
well, if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
I feel like the Illuminati is true.
Do you know what? I don't think there is bait, but I think you're on the right lines, yeah.
I feel like they're not called the Illuminati.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
there's some sort of,
Higher power.
Yeah, who knows?
We
We never know. I'm fucking Bazinga, bro. I'm never going to know about the Illuminati.
What about, what you call that?
Right. Well, to be fair though.
Okay, so
I think bro, he spoke on the Illuminati, bro.
oh my god, they got him already.
No, wait, no, I was gonna think, I had something.
Wait, what happened?
Bro, you went for like a minute. What happened?
No, like, there was something in my head and it just went.
Bro,
And that was
Everything went from your head by the looks of it, bro. You didn't say.
No, that was one conspiracy. Oh my god.
Bro, we're not
aliens.
Bro,
Aliens.
No, they taking him, bro. They taking
No, I know it.
Bro,
Yo.
this ain't KSI, bro.
No, stop.
No, what the fuck?
No, yo, don't do this. Don't do
It
this.
took you that long to think of aliens, bro.
Oh, no.
Bro, you're capping, bro.
Hey, yo, let's play, man. Let's
Alright. Ooh, music, dramatic.
Oh, wow. Oh, see Hitler?
He is there.
Yeah, he could be a conspiracy, who knows?
The idea that the CIA ran secret mind control experiments was treated as an insane conspiracy theory of paranoiacs up until 1995. That year, President Clinton issued a formal apology on behalf of the US government, revealing that the speculations weren't just morbid fantasies of unstable individuals. In fact, the experiments even had an official name, Project MK Ultra. In reality, the CIA was experimenting on US citizens from 1950 until 1973, using drugs, electronics, hypnosis, verbal and sexual abuse, as well as torture.
What?
Bro.
It's fucked. That's one that I'll back, actually. Yeah, I reckon. Do you reckon they're still doing it? I reckon they're still doing stuff like this.
Probably, mate.
But it's 2020 nowadays.
I imagine I'm not in like a Western world country.
What? You joking?
I reckon so.
I think that's where it's probably going on the most, mate.
No, I'd say it's going on the most in like, I don't know, like the Philippines or countries like that.
It'll be happening in China and stuff, I reckon.
Yeah.
Or North Korea, bro.
Mate,
like,
conspiracy.
No one knows what's going on in North Korea.
Coronavirus was made in a lab. Conspiracy. Oh.
Do you think that's what it is?
I don't know.
I reckon that, mate, the US government's a dodgy government. I wouldn't be
They
surprised.
They are. US government is cap, bro. They cap. They just cap, bro.
A lot of the information about this horrific project was brought to the surface with the Freedom of Information Act in 1977. The fact that no one has yet been punished for the committed crimes shows just how entangled the power play connected to this conspiracy actually is.
Nothing's happened, bro. Nothing.
They all just got away with it.
They just said, do you know what? Good experiments, lads.
There were many actual and many rumored attempts of assassinating Hitler during World War II, but a particular one made July 20th, 1944, a historical date. The conspiracy is remembered in history as Operation Valkyrie. The goal of the operation was to kill Hitler and his two right-hand men.
I will say, they've all got very cool names, don't they? Like conspiracies.
Oh, what? Like
Operation Valkyrie, MK Ultra.
They
sound cool.
Illuminati.
I'm not a fan of Hitler's fit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of the baggy trousers. Because look, they go in at the bottom. They look funny.
You know,
he does look
bro.
like a bit of an idiot.
The plot was to use the continuity of government proceedings during an assassination on Hitler's life to take over full control of the government in Germany and subsequently blame the coup on the Nazi SS. Plans were set into motion with the recruitment of Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, who successfully infiltrated the highest ranks, getting promoted to attending military strategy meetings with Hitler himself.
Yo.
What?
You guys alright?
Bro, what?
Man was a Nazi.
No, he was the one that tried to yak him, though.
Yeah, but he's still a Nazi.
Yeah, but he tried stopping him.
Yeah, I feel you can change. Like, if you're a Nazi, you can be a good Nazi. Oh, I probably can't. No, probably can't. But if he had overthrown Hitler, we would be rating him. No,
well, he failed.
No,
he failed.
He tried.
He tried and failed. So he fucked up. A good Nazi. That doesn't exist.
You know what I meant.
I know what you meant, but you said it so badly.
No, I know exactly what you meant.
God's sake.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, man.
July 20th, he finally took his chance and exploded the bomb inside Hitler's conference room using a remote detonator. Unfortunately, Hitler survived with only minor injuries.
He survived that?
Hitler survived that?
There's rumors that he fled to Cuba or something, isn't it? Like, that's one conspiracy I've heard.
Oh, what? That he didn't actually kill himself.
Yeah. That he didn't, and he's probably dead now, just due to old age or whatever, but apparently, dude dipped out the ends and just lived a different life.
I'm sorry, how you dodging an explosion like that, though?
I think that's just a stock picture. I don't know if that's actually.
Don't ruin the facade of the video. Come on.
Let's
Hitler was sat inside there smiling. He's inside that cloud.
Just like, what is this? This is nothing.
It's no secret that politics are a dirty game, but elaborate conspiracies, when they are true, are usually very well hidden. It's a rare occasion that a government plot is revealed to the public. One such conspiracy existed in the 60s, and its goal was to provoke a war with Cuba. America's top military leaders joined forces in coming up with a plan, which would support a war against Cuba, but involve fake acts of terrorism on US soil, which would take a devastating number of innocent lives. There are existing and available documents which show that chiefs of staff of the US military had an elaborate plan of shooting civilians in the streets of Washington, D.C. and Miami, to name a few places. Bombings would be initiated and innocent people would be framed and found guilty of these acts of terrorism. An elaborate plan was created on how to stage a devastating incident in which it would seem as if a Cuban aircraft shot down a plane full of college students.
Yo,
bro.
Mate, the US is a madness.
As much as we slew Boz, Bozza, I think we've struck lucky with governments, you know.
I don't know. You know what? You don't know, man. I don't know.
They could be doing it as well, mate. They could be doing it as well.
True.
Yeah, I mean, and they've just done a better job at not letting people know or find out.
Mate, I don't know. No, Boris ain't got that in his locker. Not a chance. Not a chance.
Well, you just take one look at it when you go.
Bro, Boris ain't got the facilities to keep this sort of shit a secret.
Wait, he can't even sort his hair.
Bro, he's a mess.
Like, have you seen his brother as well? His brother, like, looks like way better than him, like, in every way. And I'm just there like, bro, just sort your hair. Just one thing. Why is his hair always a mess?
Do you think he'd be in Parliament if he didn't have that trim? I reckon his trim makes him famous.
Unfortunately, sometimes it happens that conspiracy theories about medication spreading disease aren't just plots of Hollywood movies or TV shows. A turn of events revealed a horrid truth in the United States. Close to 100 million Americans fell victim to vaccines containing cancer-causing viruses.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've heard this. Medicine industry, bro. It runs the fucking world, bro.
Yo.
Think about it. It's the biggest industry on planet Earth to ever exist, right? They need people to be sick.
Oh my god.
You think
that's
about that.
Mad.
You think about that.
That's a bit mad.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to make people ill, but like.
No, they're not trying, but they need people to.
Well,
you think about that.
People are always going to be ill. People are always going to be ill.
Yeah,
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Okay, but all right, yeah.
I'd like to think everyone's really nice and they just crack on.
Well, I mean, viruses and bacteria, you know, they're like organisms themselves, so they're gonna
put bats and fucking mules in cages, bro, and then fucking eat them in a soup, bro.
Yo,
Ethan's hurt, you know, by the
Ethan's pissed. Man got COVID, that's pissed.
Bro, these lot were keeping fucking cow, fucking goats, bats, all of this shit cunts in the same cage, bro. Pissing and shitting on each other.
The simian virus 40 was available on the CDC website for a short period of time before it was suddenly removed. The simian virus 40 is a virus found in some species of monkey. It's a polyoma virus, which can be found in humans as well, where it is considered a potential cause of tumors, although it remains a latent infection in most cases. The discovery of this virus led to a big reveal. It turned out that around 90% of children and 60% of adults in the USA were treated with SV40 contaminated polio vaccines, and thus put at risk of developing tumors.
90% of them. This thing, mad.
Bro.
Yeah, that's wild.
Fucking hell.
Wow. That's why I there was a whole thing with vaccines when I got mine. That's why I didn't get mine for a few years.
My mum didn't let me have any vaccines.
Have you had them now?
No, don't think so.
Well,
I don't think I've had them.
That's why you're getting COVID and stuff, mate. So...
Between COVID and stuff, bro, I haven't been ill in years. I don't get ill.
The 1919 World Series are known in history as the scene of the Black Sox scandal. The Chicago White Sox created the biggest scandal in baseball history when they intentionally lost against the Cincinnati Reds. 8 White Sox players lost the game on purpose, working with gamblers for profit. The club owner Charles Korniski was known for underpaying his players and forbidding them from switching teams via strict contracts. This is what allegedly drove the players to look for a different way to earn money. 8 players were accused of plotting together with gamblers.
I rate that, you know? It was like, we're gonna lose the final.
It's quite smart.
Imagine Premier League players, bro. They're just like, listen, I'm not getting enough a week, bro. I'm gonna try to get my money up.
I don't know how they made it look like they lost. It's always obvious you're throwing the game. I don't know how they.
But yeah, that's why it's on this video.
Oh, well, okay, there we go. God damn it.
Players were accused of plotting together with gamblers, although it remains uncertain to which extent each of the players was involved. The White Sox threw the game on purpose, but the conspiracy was soon brought to light, and the players faced trial. Although the 8 accused players weren't punished by law, they were all banned from playing professional baseball. Over the years, many have been very suspicious of the government, and the CIA is often a subject of conspiracy theories. Every once in a while, it is revealed that one of the alleged conspiracies is actually true. A prime example of this is the so-called Operation Mockingbird. This top-secret project was launched by the CIA with the goal of buying influence and control over major media outlets. It was with the Cold War underway that the CIA decided that control of the media would be a great weapon. Journalists were to be put on CIA payroll, and although it is yet to be proven, many insist that this is still going on today.
Probably.
I reckon so. I reckon there's a couple little ties somewhere. Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of hard not to have any ties.
Like, there's half the newspapers are like Labour and half of them are Conservative. So like, there's papers that just, like are really biased towards either one. So it probably is. Well, definitely still happen.
And that's why you always just follow the truth.
But what is the truth?
What is the truth, KSI?
Oh, it's very true.
That is true. What is the truth is the only truth.
Pulitzer Prize Award winner Gary Webb is a journalist who gained prominence by exposing the CIA's involvement with cocaine trafficking. He was working with LAPD narcotics officer turned whistleblower Michael Rupert and the CIA contractor pilot Terry Reid. Webb's controversial piece entitled Dark Alliance was the most talked about piece of journalism in 1996 and the most infamous article of the decade. Webb revealed to the nation and to the world that the Reagan administration and the CIA were involved in cocaine trafficking in Central America. According to Webb, the government had been crafting in the trade of drugs. The money earned was used to fund the Contra rebels during the war in Nicaragua. The Contras were rebel groups active in the 80s and 90s. In the early stages of the war, the Contras were openly funded by the US government. After the involvement of the US was banned by Congress, the government eventually had to find an alternative way of funding the cause.
So they sold coke.
So they started peddling coke, bro.
Yo, America's different, fam. America's different.
Bro. They're putting people on like 10, 20-year jail sentences for selling it and then just selling it themselves as well to people on the wall. That's crazy.
Bro.
The CIA had yet another controversial project in the 60s and 70s. Secretly, the agency was developing the heart attack gun. Taxpayer money was secretly used to develop this unbelievable weapon. Its existence was revealed in 1975 during a hearing committee led by Frank Church. At the hearing, Church actually presented the CIA's top secret weapon. The gun is electrically powered by a battery and fires a bullet of frozen water mixed with shellfish toxin. Once the bullet enters the target, it melts without a trace, except for a small red mark on the victim at the point of entry to the body. The bullet affects the body in such a way that the official cause of death of the victim is always ruled as a heart attack. The weapon was developed in order to allow CIA to commit assassinations that could never be traced back to them. This enabled the CIA to murder a number of people, with the deaths seemingly being innocent. Many believe that the weapon is still being used today.
That's
my
said
God.
Heart attack gun.
Oh my God.
Yo, that's fucked.
Yo, if the next one's CIA again, I'm never going to America again.
A heart attack gun, fam. You get shot and you're like, oh, what was that? Wouldn't people like catch on eventually? Like all these
people just keep dying of heart attacks.
Yeah.
What's the common denominator here?
But no, it's so common a heart attack. Like it's like a really believable that someone can have.
Some people can have heart attacks and not even know they've had a heart attack. Like you can live through heart attacks.
I wouldn't want to try.
In 1994, the Wright Laboratory, part of the US Air Force, produced a 3-page proposal for a project with the draft name Gay Bomb.
Oh no.
What? What is America doing, fam? What? I think we've been trolled.
Yeah, no, I don't know this video.
Alright, run it. I'm ready to hear it. Run it.
Oh my God.
What?
In 1994, the Wright Laboratory, part of the US Air Force, produced a 3-page proposal for a project with the draft name Gay Bomb. Wright Lab requested a 6-year, $7.5 million grant to produce a wide range of non-lethal weapons. These scientists developed an idea which would allegedly turn all enemy soldiers into homosexuals. They wanted to create a bomb that contained chemicals which would make the soldiers affected by them irresistibly attracted to one another. The theory was that this would be a huge distraction for the soldiers and render them incapable of proper combat. This outlandish idea was just one in the line of many other questionable ideas, such as the bad breath bomb, and bombs designed to attract swarms of stinging insects. The Pentagon stated that they were interested in the development of non-lethal weapons, but the project in question was never approved.
Bro, how much peas did they put into that? What a waste of money. Wow.
A gay bomb, fam.
Bro.
Oh.
It just proves like how like uneducated people higher up actually are about things as well, or used to be. Like, holy shit, bro. They legit thought during a war, do you know what we need to do? We need to make them fancy each other, bro. That's legit what they thought. They thought that was going to win them the war.
Hey, yo, if our opponents are just lips in each other,
Bro.
we got this.
Like, they're just in the trench and they just can't stop looking at his back.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, like, damn.
Bro, the way he reloaded that strap, bro. Fuck, bro.
Hey, yo, cut that gun real quick.
Bro, I need to
Oh,
beat.
dang it.
I need to beat right now, bro.
Jesus.
I'm dead.
Fucking government, bro.
Notorious Order of the Illuminati is not fictional, as many today think. It was a secret society founded in 1776 in Ingolstadt by Adam Weishaupt. Weishaupt was the first lay professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt. The Illuminati movement consisted of free thinkers, secularists, liberals, Republicans, and pro-feminists. The members were recruited in the Masonic lodges of Germany with the goal of opposing superstition, religious influence, and state power. In 1785, the order was infiltrated by government agents and allegedly broken down. Action was taken against the secret society for fear of them succeeding in overthrowing the monarchy and state religion. In the 18th century, it was suspected that the Illuminati was still operational, and they were blamed for the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror. The Illuminati were accused of being revolutionists who were attempting to secretly orchestrate a world revolution in order to spread the ideals of the Enlightenment. Amongst those ideals are anti-monarchism and an anti-patriarchy. Since then, a number of influential people have claimed that the government never fully succeeded in breaking down the Illuminati, and that they are still operating.
Do you know what? If it goes back 1776, bro. Do you know what? I reckon they're knocking about.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they probably are, but it's just a bit dead. You know what I mean? Like,
It's a bit dead. Bro, if you was in the Illuminati, I bet you'd be putting in your fucking lyrics, bro. You'd be talking, bro. You'd be gassed.
yeah, bro. Every lyric.
Bro, you'd be gassed, bro. You'd be gassed.
Hey, yo, I got chosen.
They came right. We'll give you this amount of money, but JJ, we want you to put these like subliminal messages in your second channel videos. We want you to put these lyrics in your song. 10 mil.
I just can't be asked.
Alright.
It's just a lot of effort.
But you think you can beat Mike Tyson up?
Oh, here we go.
Hell, bro.
Should we just end the video here?
You would take 10 mil for Illuminati, but you want to fight Mike Tyson, bro.
Bro, I can beat Mike Tyson.
Idiot, bro.
I don't know why.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Bro, look, I had to survive 3-4 rounds,
Thank you,
and then
thanks.
Thank you for watching.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Unreal.
See you in the next one. Howdy folks of the Sidemen Reacts channel, I'm here with Mini Minter and KSI. We are watching crazy laws that still exist around the world. Getting banged up, free my guys, free my hitters, free up any injustice.
Just start the video. Just start the video.
Thinking about taking a bath with a donkey? Fancy getting drunk in a British pub? Think again, as these potentially harmless activities and many more could well land you in trouble with the long arm of the law. Laws of the land that may have made sense when first brought about have a habit of sticking around, even if they have no real place in today's society. Add to those antiquated laws a few newer bizarre rules of the land that have found their way into the law books, and we have a truly bizarre set of world legislation. So what are some of the strangest laws that still remain on the books around the world? That's what we'll find out.
We're gonna learn something today. We're gonna learn something.
Laws that still exist. Great Britain has some of the strangest laws in the world, some of which are broken every day. It is illegal, for example, to be drunk in a pub in the UK.
Wait.
Well, me and Harry are fucked.
well, I think everyone.
Everyone's fucked. Yeah, everyone's fucked.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
like,
What?
I'm
Bro,
ready to hear this though.
we
fuck?
literally have a video of us being drunk in pubs.
Yeah, but it's legal, bro, apparently.
How many thousands of Brits break that law every single day? It is also illegal to carry a plank of wood along the pavement, especially, one would imagine, after getting drunk in the pub. Not quite so bizarre
You
is
can't-
the stipulation.
You
Carry a
can't.
plank of wood down the street. It's illegal.
Are we sure that this isn't some American Donny that's just heard, you know?
Do you reckon
like,
he just googled shit? Like,
Yeah.
just
So then,
googled
so
shit.
then every time I've walked across a pavement, it's been illegal.
Have you got a plank of wood on you at all times?
Yeah, have you held a plank of wood all the
Oh,
time?
I'm talking about my penis.
It's a plank. Your penis is a
Your
plank.
penis is a plank, bro. I feel
bro,
so sorry
I
for your
did it for
missus.
the. I did it
feel
for the
so-
joke.
Yeah,
You
it
guys
did land, bro. It
literally-
stunk.
It fucking
stunk, bro.
Died.
Hey, listen,
halfway.
old KSI will never be topped, bro.
Oh,
I'm saying.
fuck you, man.
This one's dry, bro. He's got plank cock.
Getting drunk in the pub. Not quite so bizarre is the stipulation that members of Parliament in jolly old England are not allowed to wear a suit of armor in Parliament. But surely this law should have been updated by the lawmakers themselves
What?
while in Parliament. No, it is also highly illegal to handle a salmon in suspicious circumstances in England and Wales.
What's
And
this-
it's
What's
really-
this, mate?
What
What's
the fuck
this-
does that
Wait,
even mean?
finish this.
Oh my god, suspicious.
There is an unsuspicious way to handle freshwater fish out of water. We'd love to see it.
How do you
Who decides if it's suspicious or not? Is there like a committee watching every salmon? What the fuck?
It's also an offense to beat or shake a carpet or rug, except if it's a doormat, before 8 a.m. in the UK. And if you're an Englander, forget
Lads.
about dining on exotic waterfowl. Unless you happen to be the Queen of England, it is illegal
I knew
to
that
eat
one.
a swan. Should you
I
be
didn't know
pregnant-
that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't
no,
know that.
I think you actually can't do that.
Should you be pregnant in Britain, it is perfectly legal to spend a penny in a policeman's hat, or in fact, anywhere else should it be an emergency. And on a similar note, and on the
What?
subject of toilets, up in Scotland, if somebody knocks on your door asking to use the bog, you must, by law, let them inside and offer your bathroom. Also,
Listen to did you hear the way he said bog? If someone comes and knocks on your door and asks us to use your bag,
If that's real, bro, I'd be going around knocking on everyone's door.
Oh my
100,
God,
bro.
yeah. But, bro,
there's been so many times when I nearly pissed myself, bro.
Oh no, I'd do it just so my toilet's clean.
Fair.
Just do it.
Where you going, Simon? Just nipping out for a shit.
Wait, so if you knew where someone famous lived, you could go knock on their door and they have to legally let you
Bro,
in.
the Simon house would be a wreck. Oh, the
Can I
Simon
use
house.
your? Don't say it. Don't say it.
yeah, no, bro, we just wouldn't live in Scotland.
also in Scotland, that bizarrely colorful land of haggis and bagpipes, there may be more to that folktale about Scotsmen and their kilts. Ever wondered what exactly is beneath the famous tartan kilt?
Cock.
Okay, Ethan. All right.
What it is? I'm not wrong.
A plank of wood.
Plank of wood, bro. Actually, yeah, plank of wood, bro.
Well, according to ancient legend, nothing. No underwear can be worn under the kilt,
cock!
and according to an old law, or perhaps to be fair, urban legend, if a Scotsman is found to be wearing underwear beneath his kilt, then he is routinely charged 2 beers by whoever discovered his non-commando
Oh, that's
status.
that's
So
quite
you
cool.
don't even get fined money; you get fined beers.
I might go.
So
to
if I
Scotland,
go
boys.
round just lifting up people's kilts,
yeah,
and I'm like, oh, okay, that's a cock, that's a cock,
Yeah.
that's a cock. Oh, there's some pants. You owe me some beers.
That's probably a sick drinking game right there.
That's sexual assault.
Well, so you break a law to break another law.
Yeah, I'm literally like manhandling 3 cocks just to get 2 beers.
Do what
Right.
you gotta do, man.
this is going.
Do what
just,
you gotta do.
It's just going south now, isn't it?
Although we can't confirm the exact legal standing of this law, it is too difficult to resist sharing. The USA also has its fair share
Here we
of
go.
quirky laws. In Arizona,
bath.
allowing your pet donkey to sleep in the bathtub is against the law. Placing
real?
salt on a railway track is an offense punishable by the death penalty in Birmingham.
What?
Death penalty.
For putting salt on the fucking train track?
Imagine.
Do you know what? I like how we've gone to America and 2 laws in, we're into the death penalty. Just 2. It took 2 laws, bro. Our ones are like, you get fined 2 pints. Oh, if you put salt on the train, you're dead, lad.
You're dead. You die.
Yeah, that's it.
At first glance, this seems a tad harsh, but the reason is that the train could either derail or attract cattle onto the track, which
Okay,
could
that's
also
fair.
result in a major derailment.
Should've
or at
led
least
with
a
that.
delay.
Yeah,
so don't go
that
putting
should have been. Yeah, it should have been said earlier, lad.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also against the law to play a game of frisbee without first acquiring the permission of a lifeguard in Los Angeles. Although responsible frisbee throwing is, we are told, permitted. Who can blame the city with all those lawsuits flying around? And what happened to the chicken who crossed the road in Georgia? Its owner got arrested. It is against the law to let your chickens roam around unattended in this state. In Hawaii,
Wow.
it is illegal to work at the same company as your twin brother or sister. We guess
What?
this law is in place to avoid workplace confusion as to who is doing what and who has taken the day off. And dog lovers, beware. Unless you have 4 legs and a tail that wags, it's illegal to live in a dog kennel in Idaho, bringing a whole new meaning to sleeping in the doghouse. Perhaps stranger than all these laws, though, is the law in Vermont, whereby women who want false teeth are required by law to first obtain permission from their husband. Quite why this law
What?
still
Oh
exists
my
is
God.
totally baffling to us here at the Infographic Show. Perhaps someone can explain this one.
Hey, it's
Finished,
Josh.
bro. It's Josh. Fuck's sake. It's Josh.
That is
It's
mad, you know.
Imagine
That's mental.
Freya's there, just 80 years old, having to beg Josh. for dental.
Please, let me get fake teeth.
Well, it should be like, oh, babe, I'm going back too.
Fuck's sake.
Why this law still exists is totally baffling to us here at the Infographic Show. Perhaps someone can explain this one to us. And then there's the strange legal world of mainland Europe. In Greece, it is
Here we
illegal
go.
to go sightseeing around the ancient ruins wearing high heels, and in France, it is
What?
illegal to name your pet pig Napoleon. In Rome,
Oh,
Italy,
God.
keeping a lone goldfish in a fishbowl is considered animal cruelty and is against the law, but if you have more than one in the bowl, that is considered acceptable because we all know fish are sociable creatures.
Well, you put like 200 in a very small bowl.
I mean, well, yeah, that's again is
No, that's
probably,
fine.
Yeah,
That's fine legally.
it's.
Yeah,
I mean, it's. There's probably. They'll die.
Oh, Donnies.
Kids in parts of Poland are not allowed to travel outside the house with any Winnie the Pooh memorabilia, including t-shirts,
What?
backpacks, or lunchboxes.
Oh
The
my
cartoon
God.
character is considered a non-gender specific inappropriate hermaphrodite without having the decency to wear a pair of pants, and the Poles, for some reason, find Winnie's lack of genitalia offensive.
I don't know how to react to this one. I reckon Lewandowski could leave the house in it.
Yeah, mate.
They're not gonna get rid of him.
He's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
best
yeah.
thing to come out of Poland.
This one isn't exactly an ancient law, but was simply too brilliant to leave out of our study of quirky laws. In the Cambodian capital of Phnom Penh, the sale and importation of water pistols is prohibited during New Year festivities. The reason being that a popular way to enjoy the New Year in this part of the world is to take part in a huge water fight, and that, Governor Che Sofara reckons, may lead to social unrest. In Thailand,
Right.
it is illegal to step on money, and it is also illegal to leave
Wait,
Someone's just dropped like a little fucking tenner.
by accident, they just step on it, bro. Sentenced to death.
In parts of India, if a man is in debt, he can legally offer his wife as a down payment until
Oh
the
my
debt
God.
is settled.
Oh.
In Japan,
My.
Chris, you literally don't pay your debt off on purpose. Oh, I owe you 5. There you go.
A fiver.
Fuck's sake.
it is illegal to be fat, with the government setting a maximum waistline of 33.5 inches for men
Oh my
Oh,
God.
me and
Wait.
JJ are
5
fucked.
inches for women.
Hold on.
It's
Me and
finished.
JJ are fucked.
Yo, shut up. No, man.
Do you know what, lads? Actually, I found this out the other day. I've got 28-inch waist now.
I think I'm a 34-inch waist.
Oh, mate, you're done.
Well, I'm 36.
Yeah, but do you know what it is,
so-
though, bro? You're like,
Well, I guess that makes sense. You hardly ever see any fat people in Japan. Imagine if that law was in England.
bro, there won't be people about. People ain't about no more, bro.
In China, Buddhist monks are banned from reincarnating unless they have specific government permission. Yes,
Sorry,
Asia is
sorry.
the wagon.
Sorry, wait.
I just said it's banned from reincarnating without the government's permission. I'm finished. Do you know what? Maybe I should laugh because this is like certain people's like
No,
like
you're
beliefs
just-
or whatever.
Oh, but if you
but-
believe in
but-
reincarnation, that's fair.
man.
But to ask the government for permission,
But,
and
why
they just
did
go
it-
like, "Aye, you can come back as a frog."
Bro, do you know what? You didn't do much for us, so you can be a fucking toad, bro. You can be a fucking toad.
Imagine the government's just like, nah.
Exactly.
Bro, Don's been a Buddhist his whole life. He's whatever they are, monks. I don't even know what the fuck they are. I've had it.
Oh, man.
In Samoa, it is
Oh.
illegal to forget your wife's birthday. In
Oh my
Australia, it is against the law to disrupt a wedding, an act that is punishable by a fine of $10,000.
Oi.
All in all, across the world,
Does Australia not say like, does anyone have any objections?
I guess not.
Like once the ceremony starts,
Does
you're fucked.
disrupting a wedding mean
That's it.
like? So say if I don't realise that venue's actually got a wedding that day and I stroll in,
That's disrupting, bro.
I disrupted it. Yeah.
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 There's.
What if you sneeze?
I mean, wedding crashes just wouldn't happen in Australia. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't even have that movie over there.
I was gonna say it'd be a different film.
Yeah, humans fucked this planet, bro. Beforehand, it was just, what, a couple cows, a couple horses, mooing, all of that. Now, look, you got to ask me if you can have teeth. It's a wreck. It's a wreck.
You got asked to be reincarnated.
Imagine asking Boris if you could be reincarnated, bro. Boris. Reckon I can come back, bro? I want my gulag. Can I come back, King?
Oh, I'm done. Hey, yo. Thank you for watching. Be sure to subscribe. Peace.
My heart rate's gone up, you lot.
In a world. If I went into a black hole, then every single blowjob on Earth would be in that black hole, so...
Hey ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a SIDEMNreacts video. Today we have Zerka, KSI and Vicstar and myself reacting to 13 scariest theories that'll make your blood run cold. Oh. Hey DJ, spin that shit.
Jeez.
Oh.
One side to start, mate. Oh.
I wasn't ready for this lesson. I was just woken up. It's gonna ruin my day, innit? It's gonna fucking ruin my day.
Go back to bed after this.
Now consider this. Does the Ohio State University Marching Band have their field maneuvers directed by aliens hovering overhead high above the stadium? A scary theory to say the least. If you like that one, check this out.
That's not a theory.
No, that's a little troll to like just bring you in. Like, oh, hang on.
You know this Don? Every now and then, I like listening to him, but sometimes just fuck off.
You notice how all these Dons who do the voiceovers always have the same voice, but like at the end of each sentence, they're like, in a world when the blood run cold.
Yeah.
Well,
The Ohio State.
Run cold.
There's always like pauses as well.
Man.
It just pauses.
I always hold it every time.
Do we have another Sidemen channel in the making?
13 scariest Sidemen moments.
Where did we come from? Where are we headed? Is there intelligent life on Earth?
No, definitely not. This one.
On Earth. It's on Earth.
On Earth.
I don't know these days, I can't lie.
I mean, yeah, it is very true.
I think it's getting worse and
On
worse.
Earth. Sorry.
People can come up with theories that are downright terrifying. In this video, you'll learn about
Get to the
13
point.
of the scariest theories that'll make you question everything you thought you knew about your reality.
It's gonna fucking ruin my
But
day.
before we dive down this thought-provoking rabbit hole, become a bona fide bright side.
Make sure you subscribe to Sidemnreacts. We'll give you 5 seconds.
Do you know what's hilarious? Is we are just watching someone else's video telling them to fuck off. Self-entitled little rats. Look at them.
Oh, God.
Fuck. There we
Number
go.
13, the Great Filter. When you really
Oh,
consider
this
the
actually
size
scares
of
me.
the universe,
Oh, no.
it's only reasonable to assume that it's
Fermi
filled with
paradox.
countless life forms. Yet, we haven't stumbled across any of them so far. So why is that? According to this theory, somewhere out there exists a great filter. The main purpose of this filter is to stop those civilizations that advance to the level of star colonization. If we suppose that this idea is true,
My heart rate's gone up, you lot. Like, I can feel it.
there are 3 possible scenarios for humanity. A, we're unique because we've passed the Great Filter. Other civilizations haven't managed to do this. B, we're among the first potential colonizers. Before, the conditions in space were too harsh for life forms to leave their home planets. In this case,
What did he just do?
I think your laugh will make my blood run cold, bro. That was grim.
Can we
leave
run
their
back, we
home
reload that
planets.
laugh?
In this case, the space were too harsh for life forms to leave their home planets. In this case, chances are that we'll soon encounter aliens. See? We haven't reached the level of technological development that's advanced enough to pass through the filter. Consequently, the trial is still ahead of us.
You know, there's another one to that. The other one to that is
I didn't
that,
ask
like,
for 14 Vic. I don't want 14.
we're gonna nuke.
I'm interested. I'm actually interested.
Yeah, that's part of the process. The part of C though, is it not?
Yeah.
Realistically,
Yeah.
we haven't hit the point yet.
But we never will. We can't. Like we're
That's fixed. That's fixed theory that he loves. So AK hates at the same time.
There's a banger video.
Wait, what do you mean that we will never hit it?
Like humans are destined to never like leave our solar system because we're gonna either destroy ourselves or our planet or our solar system first.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically suggesting like either like we can't. It's actually impossible for us to do it, or if it is possible, we haven't got that yet.
Fuck it.
And if or we could just fuck ourselves by trying to do it.
Jeez.
And that's the theory. That's why no other ones exist, or we're the first.
Do you know what's I think honestly the scariest one is we're the only one. Like we're the only chance that life has ever had, and we're shit at it. Like,
You've just made me look.
You've
just
as
made
a
me look out the
collective,
window,
we
bro.
suck.
You made me look out the window, bro.
It's all relative, lad. It's all relative.
I looked out the window and I thought, wow. What a bunch of fucking morons we've got over here.
like we've been gifted with, and what do? We just we fuck around. We don't achieve shit as a collective.
We do mukbangs.
Stop it. You ruined my day.
Higher dimensional beings. Let's imagine something pretty bizarre now. 2D people. Obviously, if you stared at them from a certain angle, like from the top, they wouldn't ever spot you. They'd live peacefully in their two-dimensional lives without any suspicion that someone's watching them from
Get up on
above.
strings, bro.
And now, imagine something even scarier. What if a 4D being was looking at you from their 4-dimensional world? Just like a 2D person, you wouldn't be able to notice this creature in your 3D world. You could potentially interact with a 2D person if you found the right angle. In the same manner, a 4D life form could talk to you.
This film is so good.
Unfortunately, even if these higher dimensional beings exist, they seem reluctant to make contact with the human race. Number 11. False vacuum. This scientific theory says that our universe exists in a false phase state, which means that it's just a temporary thing. What's more, it's only a small part of a larger universe.
Ruining Josh's day, this is.
Yeah, fuck. Don't listen to me.
This is ruining Josh's day. I know it is.
Let's say this bigger universe is a pot of boiling water. According to the false vacuum theory, the universe we live in would be just a tiny bubble on the surface of the water. But this can't go on forever. One day, perhaps in billions of years, this false vacuum will eventually burst.
Or tomorrow.
Don't say that. Don't say that, Vic.
Yo, Vic,
fuck off, bro.
What's
To
wrong
be fair,
with
Yellowstone could go off right now, to be fair, couldn't it?
It's just as likely that the simulation we're in ends tomorrow.
I hope we're in a simulation, you know. I hope I'm a computer.
But why does he say that? He's sugarcoating it. He's like, oh, our universe might end in a few million years, or it might end tomorrow. Equally,
I hope I'm a sim character and I'm just being controlled by someone.
Are we not far enough away from Yellowstone for it to not fuck up my day?
Nah, super
I'm not even
volcanoes,
talking
bro.
Yellowstone. I'm talking like we're the Sims. Like,
The difference is Yellowstone's due to go off.
Yeah, we're not the Sims. We're not the Sims, bro.
We could be. How
Wait, so wait, if Yellowstone...
Do you think the Sims know that they're the Sims, Ethan?
Yes.
That's a deep thought. That's a deep
That's
thought.
very deep thought.
Mate, you're there putting
No,
that
because
sim
now
in the
you
pool.
made me think that there's these little
You're
fucking...
putting that sim in the pool, mate, with no ladder, and he's thinking, like, why is this happening?
See Captain Price, like your Captain Price that you control.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he's real. He has feelings. He has a family and you keep fucking him out, making him do weird parkour and shit.
No, I don't.
Wait,
That's what AI is going to get to, bro.
Going back to Yellowstone, if that erupts, do we all die?
Well, no, I can set off every volcano on the planet pretty much at the same time.
Also-
and we're an island, so we're just going to get hit with waves.
No, it's the smoke cloud. It's a cloud of ash.
That
that's
also,
gonna
yeah.
be
Like-
it will
like-
go into the atmosphere and block out the sun.
What was the one that happened before? Remember the dust cloud that we could stop
Oh,
planes?
shit, yeah.
Iceland.
It stopped planes, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine that everywhere.
Mad. Fuck. But then wouldn't we have technology that just blows it all away?
Yeah, no. We've just got these really big fans, bro. JJ, you got a fan in your office. If you just
That's
whack
what
that
wind
outside...
turbines are for, mate.
Do you know what? I'll
Wind
whack my
turbines are
fan
there to cool down
outside.
the earth, aren't they?
Hey,
I'll whack my
if
fan
we
outside
all
and you
turn
got
our
yours up.
fans on at the same time... and
Maybe
aim
all
it
blow
at
into the sky at the same time as well. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, if we all blow
exactly.
upwards. You're right, bro.
Number 10. We're living in a black hole. Now, you're probably aware that a black hole sucks in everything around them. But what happens to the stuff it engulfs? What if a black hole already swallowed us up long ago? Surprisingly, some physicists deem this theory pretty plausible. According to Dr. Nikodem Pawlowski, a theoretical physicist at the University of New Haven, everything that a black hole sucks in may turn into a new universe inside the hole or on the other side of it.
Wait, so could you say,
I've definitely left new universes inside
all
holes.
things, black holes give the best blowjobs?
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, because I guess if Earth went into a black hole, then every single blowjob on Earth would be in that black hole, so...
Tundo! Hey, yo,
bro, it's like the human centipede of blowjob.
That's an accumulative blowjob.
That's the level we're working at.
It's a never-ending blowjob. Hey, black hole, where you at? Hey,
yo, I need a black hole real quick.
Hey, black hole. Hey.
Bro, that'll fuck your shit up.
Nah, bro. Hey.
This is when set 1 and set 8 are in the same class together.
Maybe that's how our universe was born and where it's currently located. Ooh.
Oh, that was... Fam, allow his noises, bro. Ooh.
Oh.
It's a white hole.
This could be Harry in 10 years. I could see Harry doing one of
white
these
hole.
channels.
Oh, running the channel.
Making the noises.
Doing one of these, mate.
Yeah, true. He's the bottom lip there. Ooh.
Puts his hands up. Ooh.
Number 9. White holes. Now, the theory of white holes is closely connected with the previous idea. While black holes engulf all matter so that even light can't escape, white holes are quite the opposite. These formations are believed to spit out everything that black holes suck in. In other words, a white hole is a hypothetical area of space-time.
So we could be the black hole spit, which she hasn't swallowed. She hasn't swallowed, bro.
Okay, so we're putting it into this kind of context, are we now?
Oh, man.
So we came in a black hole and the white hole spat us out. Yep, got
Came in a black hole, left it from a white one.
Man, the J House bars, come on. Man said came in a
black hole, left in a white one. Hey, that's hard.
Okay.
Number 8.
Oh no.
The multiverse theory.
Oh, no.
You may have
This
heard
is
of
the
the
shit I watched
existence
at
of a
like 3 a.m., by the
parallel
way.
universe. In that place, everything seems the same, but is in fact quite different. The multiverse theory takes it all one step further and claims that there might be countless other realities beside our own.
Shout out.
Now, according to this theory, we live in a bubble that's just one of many other bubbles. They constantly pop up and vanish, not unlike soap bubbles. And who knows? Maybe in one of these universes, dinosaurs still roam this planet.
I love
Number 7. Brain in a vat. This idea has provided the groundwork for a number of thought experiments. Just consider the following statements. The origin of consciousness is the brain. The brain needs electrical impulses to
I got a heart
operate.
attack, yeah.
My legs
Why?
Panic attack. Can we
My legs are
keep
shaking,
moving?
man.
The brain needs electrical impulses to operate. However, it can also be influenced by external stimuli. Thus, if such stimuli are simulated to a high degree, the brain won't be able to distinguish these artificial stimuli from natural ones. Basically, what this means is that you very well could be just a brain in a jar. Something is feeding you false impulses, and you're hallucinating your whole life in reality.
That's gas.
Wait,
What do you mean that's gas, Josh?
Oh,
I'm always going to be in a jar. That's fine. That's calm.
Bro, you're in a jar of some Don's little fucking shitty underground fucking house, bro. That's what you'll be, bro.
This
One
Don's
little
got a
weird
lot of bloody jars, bro.
No, one little weird Don.
No,
bro.
he doesn't have a lot
No,
of
no,
jars.
this is what I mean.
He
You
could
could
be
be.
the only jar.
You could be the jar.
What, and everyone else is real, and I'm just this.
Yeah.
That always fucks me up. I don't know if you.
So
lot
I could
are
be
real.
hallucinating. So you look like I'm
I don't
real.
know if you lot are real.
You're
I don't know if
Vic!
you're.
Vic!
So
I don't know if you're real. I don't know if you're real.
Bad, bro.
Am I simulating all of you guys?
Yeah. So he's
I
just
might
in
not be
the-
real. I know I'm real. I don't know that you're real, JJ.
How do you know you're
You
real?
don't know you're real.
How do
You're
you know you're real?
hallucinating what you're doing.
How do you know
No,
you're
but
real,
I
bro?
know that my I'm like
No, you
my
don't.
conscience is my
No,
own.
look at the waffle.
My
You're waffling.
conscience is my own.
Yeah, but that's
Nah,
not
bro.
real. That could be that you're in a vat. You're in a jar, bro.
Bro, you're a jar.
Yeah, but I'm making decisions right now. But I don't know that you're making decisions. You could just be.
You are making my decisions. You're simulating me.
What do you mean?
I'm in your head.
I don't know the Vic.
You're in my head.
Vic,
but
I'm moving my hands right now, bro. This is me making a decision.
Mate, you could be an imposter. You could be an imposter.
What I'm doing right now, Vic? You know what I'm doing because you're doing it for me.
Bro, my brain's just telling me I'm hearing some audio cues from this thing, but do I know that thing's actually?
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. You could be a figment of my imagination.
Run the video. I know.
All of you could be made up.
I'm too elite to be a fucking figment of imagination.
Number 6. Roko's basilisk. Roko's basilisk is a hypothesis that some future super-powerful artificial intellect can retroactively punish people who've struggled against it in the past, which is our present, or even those who did nothing to help bring it about. This theory mostly explores the possible consequences of developing AI to such an advanced level that it can backfire on us.
When it outlearns you and says,
Who
you know
comes
what,
up
fuck
with
this
this
pagan.
Yeah.
Ready for more? Number 5. The transcension hypothesis. How about a less scary, more positive theory for a change?
I've got goosebumps.
The transcension hypothesis states that a civilization eventually gets to a certain intellectual level. Having reached this point, it manages to achieve microscopic technological singularity, okay, stay with me now, and create a black hole which will allow this civilization to leave its visible universe. This way, it'll take its complexity, intelligence, and growth to new levels. At the rate our scientific development is going, this becomes a real optimistic probability for the human race. Number 4. The terror management theory. According to this idea, everything we do comes from the fear of death. Our wishes and motivation are based on just one thing, and it's the idea that one day we will stop existing. When you consider modern medicine, or even just anti-aging procedures and products, it becomes obvious that we really are desperately trying to avoid death. Science works day and night to ensure that humanity will survive, and the human lifespan will become longer and longer. Number 3. The 6th mass extinction.
Fucking hell, man.
That was good.
No.
What?
I picked this video. Why the fuck did I pick this video?
This is your
Josh,
fault.
you know that last one as well. That last one was
Is this
right
me?
up your
Yeah.
street.
Sounds aimed right at you.
Number 3. The 6th mass extinction. This theory is probably the most horrifying, yet unfortunately, it's the most probable scenario.
Brilliant.
Some biologists believe that
Please
humanity
stop.
is headed for or already passing through the 6th mass extinction. It has to do with how overpopulated our planet is. In
Stop
the 18th
fucking
century,
everyone.
there were about
Stop
1
beating.
billion people on Earth. But nowadays, just a couple hundred years later, the number of people on this planet has exceeded a whopping 7 billion. If nothing changes, the outcome will be unavoidable.
We're part of the problem, you lot. We shouldn't have
Yeah,
been
that's what I'm
born.
saying. Humans are the virus, bro. Agent Smith was right.
We're part of the problem.
Humans are the virus on the planet.
Hey, everyone, we use condoms, please.
And
Stop
recycle. And recycle.
Yeah, and recycle, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, if you constantly use condoms, we should have an ocean full of condoms.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I watched a guy's video where he's like surviving on an island for like 4 days or whatever. It's a really good video. He does it quite often. But when he was walking along the beach, bro, it's just fucking like sandals and bottles and shit. It actually made me sad.
I think we'll sort that out at some point. That where we're going, right?
Do you
I
think?
don't know.
They'll just come up with there'll be new materials. Like, we're working on everything, surely.
There's a lot of people on this planet that don't believe
don't do
global
it,
warming's
yeah.
a thing.
Yeah.
They
But
don't
then
believe
loads of
global warming's a
corporations
thing.
don't do it. Like loads of corporations produce those products.
Look, I don't think it's. I'm not optimistic.
I think a lot of the dons that are on this planet are fucking idiots, so.
The majority. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry if you're included in that circle.
Yeah, I'm probably one of those too. I'm not putting myself above you. I'm saying I'm with you.
I bounce, there back and forth, let's say.
What you,
That's how
Sometimes I have
I know.
smart
That's how
moves.
I know you're on my side, kid.
I bounce there back and forth.
No, but
That's how I
sometimes, bro, I'm just slow today. But
No, it's okay.
Sometimes,
It's okay, bro.
I have my smart moments, and then sometimes I have my dumb
Do you?
moments.
To be actually, you've been
shut
quiet for a while. You just fried.
Yeah,
by this
yeah,
video.
okay.
This video fried your brain.
Bro, I'm just fully locked in. Fam.
I can just imagine his mouth just open, bro.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be,
Legit,
innit?
bro, there's probably bare moments. Oh man.
Basically, humankind is due for a tragic demise.
Fuck off.
Hey,
Number
okay.
2, the Fermi paradox.
This
This
one's
idea
lethal, by the way.
explains why we probably wouldn't recognize an advanced alien civilization. even if it came up and bit us on the butt. This civilization could be so advanced that humans would never understand their ways. As a result of our dumb simplicity, this technologically developed race would never try to come in contact with us. After all, you don't pay attention to ants, do you? It's kind of like how ants don't realize that a highway you build near their anthill is what it is.
I remember getting told this when I was younger, right? So
I think it might have been me. I told you this.
Like, Vic. I'm talking.
Or long ago.
No, Vic. You don't even know what I'm about to say, bro. So hold that.
He does. He's already simulated it.
He's in your brain.
Bro, when I was younger, bro, I remember someone said, so you see how ants can like lift the shit, they can move it, whatever. If you cross DNA with an ant with a human, you'd be able to lift it something like 45 times your own body weight. How fucked is that?
Yeah,
so
it's like the strongest animals.
Yeah, so you think, like it's the strongest like weight to whatever comparison. So JJ, imagine you're deadlifting like what 200 something, bro. You'd be deadlifting like fucking 45 times it, bro. If you had DNA of an ant, like strength DNA of an ant, you'd be fucking lethal.
Jesus, I think that'd be terrifying.
We could lift up like a whole boat.
But you'd literally be a superhero, bro. We'd all
to be fair though, the difference from one human to another is mad. From me to Eddie Hall can lift like fucking 20 times more than me.
You just mean there's bodybuilder ants?
Wow.
Probably.
Like an ant that's like just designated to get the biggest leaves.
These dons are on the screen right now. They've been sent out to get.
Oh, yeah, they're soldier ants, isn't it?
They're colonies, bro. They got workers. They got kings. They got queens, bro. They got all of them.
Big up Ants Canada.
We got ants.
That's a banging channel.
Next Sidemen Reacts, we're just gonna be watching ants.
Sidemen react to ants for 9 minutes straight.
Get subscribed. It's coming.
Oh no.
Number 1, the simulation theory. Now, according to the simulation theory, we all live in an incredibly complex computer game. Yep, nothing less than that. It's likely that either humanity in the distant future or any other technologically advanced alien civilization has created or will create numerous computer simulations. And while the number of these simulations was, is, and will be almost infinite, chances are that we're living in one of them right now.
What if he turns the
Sorry, that was my mind blowing.
Oh my god!
I ruined the whole video. Look at
what if they turn their little simulation off one day? Just go.
Yeah, literally. Like,
or they get a blue screen of death.
Yeah.
Then we all die.
You could be the Truman Show. You could be
but
like
actually,
your own
deep
Truman
it,
Show.
you lot. The amount of computer power they would have to be running this shit. It don't exist. Shut up.
No, but here's the thing. Okay, Ethan. So, right, like, go back 200 years ago. You show someone an iPhone, the amount of computing power that's in an iPhone,
you an alien.
and they would literally be like, "That's wizardry. That's impossible. You can't do that with a fucking block of stuff."
Yeah, I get that.
So you extrapolate that.
Ago,
you extrapolate that, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, 20 years ago, you have a Nokia brick, and someone shows you an iPhone, and you're like, "That's wizardry. You can't have that much computing power in such a small space." Extrapolate that 10,000 years. They can simulate whatever the fuck they want. They can simulate us and everything they've got.
They don't have that much.
We accelerate in death for R2 technology, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like they've smashed it with the loading times in this simulation.
Right. Thanks for watching Sidemen Reacts.
They're a building. There's no loading time. It's great, bro. Instantly, just loads up the next place.
Thanks.
Loading time. JJ, what planes are for, bro? That's a loading screen.
That's when you're loading a different city.
You have to load a whole new country. It takes ages. Like, America's a big place. That's why it takes so long to load it.
That's probably why we have to sleep. It's just loading.
Loading the next day. Loading the next day.
Refreshing the system.
No, it ain't, bro. Because listen, my loading times have been so varied at the minute.
Maybe you're getting old, bro. Your PC's getting old. You need to load all the time.
How do I get a new one then?
You got
how do I get a new one? Because someone else owns it. Someone else owns the PC, bro. So how do I get a new one?
Bro.
Fucking reset
You're a corrupt file.
Yeah, reset me, bro. Recover me. I'm a piece of shit.
Whoa! Do you know what day it is, guys?
Friday.
It is indeed Friday, and that means we're going to be recording some Sidemnreacts with Toby and Zerka.
Why am I still Zerka, bro?
Why did you get that name?
I don't know.
Why
I
am
don't
I always
actually know.
Zerka?
Anyway, what video have you picked for us today, Toby?
Today we are reacting to 10 unexpected things that will happen by 2050.
Just throwing it out there, I'll be 57. 58.
Ah! Don't say that! Don't say that! Don't say that!
You say 58?
Toby, you're 57, 58, no, 57 is the year, on that year.
It's the matter thing is, it's less than 30 years until 2050. Like, 2050 sounds...
That sounds futuristic.
Like the future.
Yeah. Whoa,
even Harry will be older then. Sorry.
Oh, how old will I be? Wait, I'll be
54.
Mate, if I'm still kicking at 2050, I'll be asked. We'll have a toast to it. We'll sit down for a beer with 2050. Be like, look, boys, we actually made it this far.
If that's a concern for you, you need to make some.
Yeah, you should lifestyle changes, bro.
Alright, anyway, let's get it started. Let's get it started.
We all carry tiny computers around in our pockets that give us access to all the world's knowledge. Speak to intelligent devices in our homes when we want to know what the weather's like outside or need to order a pizza. And some of us even have cars that can take over driving duties for us in most conditions. It may seem like the peak, but it's not even close. Prognosticators like famed futurist Ray Kurzweil, who is currently Google's director of engineering, have been peering into the future for decades with a remarkable level of accuracy. And if they're right, which they usually are, the next 30 years or so are going to absolutely blow your mind. Here are 10 things we can expect to take place before the year 2050.
Exciting.
Better not let me down.
Self-driving car technology has come a very long way in just the past 5 years or so.
You need this, Toby. You need this.
Harry, I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Think of all the times I've driven you home safely from Sidemen shoots, and this is what you want to do.
I'd feel a lot safer if the car was self-driving.
Ask me for a lift again. Ask me for a lift again, buddy.
I asked you for a lift the other day. You said no. You said no.
I was going home. You want to come home with me?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What we've seen from the tech so far is just the tip of the iceberg. A recent study by microprocessor giant Intel predicts that we'll see this technology ramp up very quickly, becoming an $800 billion industry by 2035 and exploding into a $7 trillion revenue stream by 2050. Intel refers to this revenue stream as the passenger economy, which takes into account goods and services that will benefit from the rise of fully autonomous vehicles.
They're everywhere.
In Dubai, they're literally every building.
Yeah. He said it's in Dubai. They literally own everything, bro.
The package delivery and transportation industries will undergo a seismic shift, and transportation fatalities will practically cease to exist.
I can't see drones going and delivering parcels still.
Do they not already have them?
I just can't see it happening. Like, surely it's just to get nabbed.
Yeah.
If you drop a drone and ends, that drone's gone, bro.
That PS5 you ordered, gone.
I'd rather someone deliver it.
General Motors recently announced that as soon as next year, they'll be introducing a next-generation Chevy Bolt that will be fully autonomous and won't even come equipped with a steering wheel and pedals.
Mad.
What? No.
The smartphone revolution is only a little more than a decade old, but already it seems like the device that none of us can live without is hitting a technological wall. Their power, battery life, and ease of use simply can't be significantly improved upon, which has many in the tech industry thinking about what comes next. While the answer isn't clear, they certainly have a few ideas, and they all point to the inevitability that within the next decade, the smartphone as we know it will become a thing of the past. What we do know is that many of the signs of this forthcoming obsolescence can already be seen in today's phones. Apple and Samsung, by far the two largest smartphone manufacturers, have recently been focusing heavily on upgrades to their voice-based, artificially intelligent virtual assistants, a trend we can expect to continue. Also, augmented reality features, which overlay the real world with digital objects and interfaces.
That freaks me out, you know. I don't like the. I know it's not actually built into your wrist.
It's a projector on that wristband, right?
Yeah.
It'd actually be dead still. Like, if you're out in the sun, glare, mate. I can't see.
Personal computing devices may look more like small, unobtrusive AR headsets, but even further into the future, your device may actually become a part of your
Imagine
brain.
the boys just chilling all like that.
That's the formation of a new company called Neuralink, the sole goal of which is to...
This freaks me out. I don't like the things in your head.
I'm out.
A brain-computer interface which will finally close the gap between our minds and our machine.
Josh would get it, 100% Josh would get it.
Why would I get it?
I feel like you like that stuff now.
I've already got it. Yeah, I think it's quite cool. Like, if they actually manage to implement the things of like, oh, you can just install a language, that'd be sick.
Nah, I'm not doing it. I can't. Imagine you get hacked.
Too many comments.
That's one thing that I'd be like, oh yeah, imagine they hack Neuralink. Your brain's fucked.
My Twitter got hacked. My Twitter got hacked. My Neuralink can get hacked as well.
But Bath time
Harry's
boys in your
thoughts
head.
get exposed to the timeline. Oh no.
Speaking of Elon Musk, he's also been in the news early and often lately, as his private aerospace company SpaceX has been ramping up activity. The company is the first entity, public or private, to launch a recycled rocket into space, and the standardization of their techniques could make rocket launches up to 30% cheaper, which is a good starting point. But all Musk has ever really wanted is to make space travel accessible and affordable to the public, and they may very well be closing in on that mission.
So would you do this, Harry? Would you go to space?
Yes. I would go space.
Even if you was like one of the first ones to do it?
No, I wouldn't be the first to do it. No,
I think I'd do it as well. But I would die happy if I could go to space.
It's too expensive as well. Like for the first like few years.
You're in the Sidemen though.
Even so, mate. Oh, actually, you raise a good point, my friend. You raise a very good point.
Sidemen Sunday, Simon go to space.
What a prank that'd be! Wait, do you reckon you could prank someone just like wait till they're asleep and just like put them on a rocket and they wake up in space?
I don't think so. No. I don't think you could.
We'll bang, probably. We'll bang.
While space tourism remains far out of reach for the general public, some, including NASA astronaut Don Thomas, are predicting that this won't be the case in as little as 10 years.
10 years?
What?
That's not long.
Be 37.
Stop it.
Recent advances in artificial intelligence, or AI, are as thrilling as they are scary. Facebook's experiments with AI chatbots resulted in 2 bots promptly creating a new language that only they could understand before the plug was pulled. And that's only one recent example. Some of the world's smartest people, such as astrophysicist Stephen Hawking, are of the opinion that AI poses a greater threat to mankind than any other technology. It may be mind-blowing to you that you can ask Siri to cue up your favorite song and make her learn how to pronounce your friends' names correctly. But those working on the technology have far loftier goals in mind. Ray Kurzweil is an authority on this subject, which is why Google has tasked him with figuring out ways to improve and even revolutionize its search engine technology. He thinks that on its current course, research into artificial intelligence will produce an AI that will pass the Turing test, meaning that in conversation it will be indistinguishable from a human being.
That's scary. I'm not trying to hear that.
But when they get too smart, it's fucked.
We're gonna die to robots.
It might happen, you know. That might be us.
Genuinely.
That might be us done.
Oh well.
We could clone the Sidemen.
Oi!
We'll get him to do Sidemnreacts for us. Whack a video there.
Videos though.
Can we get AI to do a whole Simon Sunday? Like a Simon Sunday, but they're robots. We just get 7 robots and get them to learn who we are. Just watch them interact with each other.
Not a terrible idea, you know.
It's like 3 years off, 4 years off. We could do something like that, surely.
Let's be frank. Once we have robots that are indistinguishable from humans, it will take about 10 seconds before people from all walks of life are lining up around the proverbial block to have sex with those robots. There is no short supply of ethical issues involved with human-on-robot sex, but knowing what we know about human nature, it is definitely going to happen. And many forward-looking minds are already trying to work out how we will integrate human-robot relationships into society. Far from simply sex toys, many experts are predicting that a great deal of humans will choose to forego romantic relationships with other humans in favor of robots. Famed futurist Dr. Ian Person predicts that virtual sex in some form or another will be commonplace by 2030, with robots capable of sexual relations appearing in wealthy households as soon as 2035. Dr. Person also agrees with London University professor David Levy, author of a book on the subject of human-robot relations, that actual marriage between human and machine will be legal by 2050.
Nah, boys, that's a bit... I don't want to offend any robots watching. But I do think marriage should be between a human and a human. That's all I would say. Actually, no, because some people marry animals, don't they? I'm going to stop them. I want to say something offensive.
A cure for cancer has long been the holy grail of medicine, and it's eluded us in large part because cancer is not just one disease. A wide range of malignancies that attack the body in completely different ways fall into the range of cancer, meaning that there cannot truly be a one-size-fits-all cure, unless perhaps there can be. Recent developments have seen a completely new approach to treating cancer in all of its forms, and they're promising enough that some experts are claiming that an end to cancer is in sight. In 2016, researchers announced a new treatment that acts as a universal cancer vaccine.
Don't it?
That's why I don't buy it. Literally, that
it's only peas in industry.
So much bread. Pharmaceuticals in itself is just ridiculous.
$1 trillion industries over there.
They're collecting the bag. Fair play to them. Fair play to them.
You collect bags sometimes.
Such
different kind of pharmaceuticals.
Such a fucking the low hanging fruit, Josh. That's what you've done.
A recent analysis from 2 universities in the UK has suggested that by 2050, cancer mortality in patients under the age of 80 will dwindle to 0.
It's nuts.
The slow march of time has been the
We'll be
enemy
under the
of
age of
mankind for our entire history. But many scientists believe that this doesn't have to be the case forever, or even for very much longer. Increasingly, aging is coming to be seen by the scientific community not as some inevitable mystical process, but as a destructive biochemical one, and one that with the right technology can be prevented or even reversed. Ray Kurzweil, for his part, believes that biotech upgrades will add 1 year of life expectancy to our own current lifespans every year, beginning in 2020. These encapsulate myriad technologies, from computerized 3D printed implants to stem cell therapies to genetic engineering, a technology which is already a reality thanks to CRISPR, the gene editing technique that is currently undergoing rigorous testing in China, where lax regulations compared to the US allow for a wider variety of techniques to be examined. A stunning array of universities and institutions are pursuing these technologies, and they're making some bold predictions. Cadell Last of the amazingly named Global Brain Institute thinks that humans will reach their 120th birthdays by 2050, and David Kekich of the Maximum Life Institute has gone even further, saying that he believes we will have the tools to reverse aging by 2029.
Why?
Like, to think though, right? All this stuff probably will happen, but we're gonna be screwed. There's gonna be so many people on the planet.
That's what I'm saying. We're fucked as it is.
Always gonna come up one of those films, isn't it, where like we're gonna like the tier system of people based on like their their salaries will be a huge issue.
What do you mean?
Because like the highest earners will have all this like reverse aging process stuff, and it's gonna create this huge divide between the two.
Survival of the richest.
It'd be like, you know what's the film In Time? But have you seen it, Harry?
I don't watch. You know, I don't watch films
at all.
No, I've seen about 5 films in my life.
You can watch documentaries, but you can't watch films.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, well, in this film, like your life is time on your arm. So it would say like 40 seconds left, or it would say 20 years, and the rich people have like 400 years left on their arm.
Well, they can just add time to it. They can like buy
and
time.
everything you do is paid by time. So like, you say you want to buy a car, you'd pay for it in time. You might say like pay 5 days, and you lose 5 days of your life by paying for it.
Okay.
But in the film, they're all sectored off into different areas. So like the rich people live only with rich people, and and you can't get into the rich area unless you have X amount of time on your arm.
How do you get rich?
That's kind of cool.
That means it just separates everyone completely. I feel like all that stuff's going to end up happening if we're not careful.
Well, we can only hope, boys. We can only hope.
An artificial brain that performs just like a human one will be within reach by 2050, if you believe the scientists that have made the development of this tech their life's work. A Massachusetts company called Neurologics has created an artificially intelligent platform based on the design of the human brain, and that's just the beginning. Futurists such as Kurzweil, Persson, and others are in near unanimous agreement that within the next few decades, the technology will exist to digitally decode a human being's consciousness and upload it into an artificial unit no larger than our actual brains. Of course, if this is true, it means that the human race will have achieved immortality. We'll be able to conquer death completely. Our minds will exist solely in the digital realm, housed in artificial bodies that can simply be replaced if injured or destroyed.
That's it. But also very scary. Like, say we clone your brain, Harry.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 of your brains, right?
Yeah.
Do you think in both brains? Or is someone think like you and it is you, but it's not you?
But it can't be me because I'm thinking in the other brain. You'd have to. I don't know.
I think you're just
He's probably uploaded his brain to the cloud as well.
It's actually you.
Yeah, but it's not. It can't be me because I'm still there.
Right, the robot will think it's actually you, and you will think that you're it.
You can sync it across the cloud. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah. And Harry's
like
his hands
Apple
again.
devices. You know when your iPad's linked to your iPhone and all that.
What if the servers go down? What?
The servers go down.
Oh, no. I'm in trouble.
You got some data stored in your cache. You're fine.
Watch out, guys! Got 12 hours maintenance on the servers.
I'm dropping frames, lads. I'm dropping frames.
It's shot down for 12 hours. I guess when you sleep, you could have a little update, software update.
You know the TikTok he did with the cereal. The lag in real life.
Yeah.
Walking around dropping frames.
It should be noted that Kurzweil has been making predictions about the future of technology for over 30 years, with an astonishing rate of accuracy. Fully 86% of his predictions have come to pass, and he has long insisted that at our rate of technological advancement, we will experience what he calls a technological singularity. He describes this as the point at which we will multiply our effective intelligence a billion-fold by merging with the intelligence we have created. And if you think that sounds crazy, consider the humble smartphone. Obsolete though it may soon be, we use these devices as extensions of ourselves ourselves already. There's no need to rack your brain trying to remember a detail of some movie to win an argument when you can quickly look it up online, or to stand in the rain trying to hail a cab when you can just tell Siri to get you an Uber. We do these things without even thinking of the time when they simply weren't possible. And as new technological advances keep coming fast and furious, we will integrate them into our lives just as eagerly as we did the first iPhone. Many futurists agree that the singularity, the point at which human beings and our technology become one and the same, will take place by 2050, but not Kurzweil. He thinks it'll happen by 2045, and he's not often wrong.
Oh,
my God!
Did they say 86% of his predictions have come to pass?
Yeah.
This Donny knows his business.
I mean, this stuff's got to happen. Well, not got to happen, but it seems like it's set to happen, right? Because they've been trying to do it for years. Ever since we were at school, they were saying we were going to do this. And it's never changed. And to be fair, think about it, like, 20 years ago, the Nokia 3210 came out.
20 years ago! 20 years
Bro, look at what that phone was. Everyone was gassed. It could play Snake, bro.
Oh, mate, I don't know. I feel like a tingly thing. I don't know.
2003 comes. Snake 2, boys. There's Snake
goosebumps.
2. It's like the first one, but it's different. Meanwhile, we're now using phones for everything.
Remember the days of monophonic ringtones and that?
What's it, Jamster? Paper Crazy Frog.
You lot are really old.
We're in boomers. Bro, you're like 4 years younger than us. Shush. You can try and play the young card as much as you want. But deep down, you know you're getting old. I can hear the panic in your voice.
It's my birthday in 4 days. I'm done.
Do you remember what a PDA is, Harry?
A PDA? That's what Josh and Fred do in public, no?
No. A personal digital assistant.
Oh no,
I never used one of those, to be fair, Toby.
Well, I never used one of those. I wasn't old enough. I was just seeing if you remembered it.
It was just like
Anyway, boys, we're waffling. Thanks for watching Sidemnreacts, boys. I'll see you lot in the cloud.
Goodbye. In the cloud.
You're not going to be able to leave your house in 2021. The year's going to be shit.
Bro, who would have thought a pandemic would do this?
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Yo, what's up? It's your boy KSI, and I'm here with Simon, Josh, and Toby. And today we are reacting to why 2021 will be a horrible year. Okay.
Optimistic on that.
Well then,
when you come to the Sidemnreacts channel to make your day better, people say. I was about to ruin your day. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks KSI for the great suggestion once again.
Well, I mean, it was no. It wasn't my suggestion.
Someone your suggestion.
Someone from the people. One of the people suggested it, and I saw it. And then I was like, yo, let's see what this is about.
To be fair, we should put that format in the description of every single video.
Yeah, we should.
And we get more and better suggestions. So if you have a suggestion, down below in the description.
Down below
it's there.
in the description. It will be there. It will be there. It will be there.
I specifically remember KSI saying this video will be fun to watch.
No. I'm just intrigued to see. Like,
hey, maybe it will be. Let's just press play.
No, he said something about laughing at paupers. I don't know. It was something like that.
Wait, shut up. Stop. What are you?
Yeah, the snake.
Snake? What do you mean?
Yeah, KSI, you're the snake.
No.
that was guilty conscience, you know.
He's not sneaking anyone, bro. No, anyway, let's just move on.
2020 wasn't exactly a barrel of laughs for most people. We won't even go into biblical fires, floods, famine, and swarms of hungry locusts. COVID-19 was a good enough reason to get most people to admit that 2020 wasn't their favorite year to date. You don't have to get the virus to hate the damn thing. Maybe it robbed you of work. Maybe it drove you half crazy trying to fully understand it. Maybe it made you anxious and depressed as it did for millions of others. Maybe after lockdown you looked at your protruding belly and almost thought you were pregnant.
JJ?
Let's face it. We can all make something.
I'm actually in shape, you know. Like, man's 91 kg.
Yeah, but what shape?
In shape.
All I can picture right now is you hanging out of that window at Beta Squad House.
I love my friends.
We love you too, bro.
Watching JJ run at Leyton Orient.
The question is, can things get any worse? Could 2021 be a kind of horror sequel to 2020?
Beg the
Do you
answer.
remember
No.
that tagline from the movie Jaws? just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water. Let's imagine the movies. 2020, the year of the pandemic, and the sequel, 2021, the beginning of the end. Maybe you're now thinking, no way, no damn way will next year be worse than this. Things couldn't get any worse. Well, we're sorry to inform you, but things could always get worse. Now you need to hear how things could really go down in 2021. It goes without saying that if no COVID-19 vaccine was released and available to the public at large next year, then deaths could continue to spiral and lockdowns could carry on, destroying economies and wrecking families. As we write this, there's news about a vaccine, and it is positive news. Preliminary trials suggest it works, but it's early days. And also, as we write this, there has been a huge spike in COVID daily deaths. What if the virus mutates into something worse? Is that even possible?
Brilliant.
According to Nature magazine, one of the better science resources out there, the virus has been mutating. We tell
This
you
video
exactly
is
what a well-known virologist
just
said
going,
about that,
it's
but
just going
for
downhill.
99% of you, it would sound like scientific
That's what COVID
gobbledygook.
looks like.
In simple terms,
I didn't
yes.
open 3 pistols. What?
Wait, so it's already been mutating?
We already knew that, didn't we?
I believe so, yes. And some strands get stronger, apparently, or like more hard-hitting.
Brilliant.
The good news is scientists came out and said the media exaggerated that. You can go online and see the numerous news stories with headlines saying things like mutation more contagious and mutation more deadly.
Wrong.
That might not be true at the moment, but the fact is this virus could get worse next year. It's unlikely, but it definitely could happen. In November, a group of scientists was asked to predict what the state of the pandemic would be in 21.
What's going on
you guessed it,
What are
they
these
had no
animations?
idea. One scientist at Yale
It's
said the Pfizer vaccine
infographic.
looks promising,
That's
but he
how they
also
always
said
are.
even if the vaccine passes more
It's
trials
outdated
with
now,
flying
'cause
colors,
Pfizer vaccine
it'll
has been
take
used.
many months to get people
Is
vaccinated.
that not what they're giving people right now?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like as we speak.
If you have allergic reactions, you can't have it.
Oh, wow.
Because that too bad, like really bad side effects or something.
Do they know what the allergy is?
No, it just said
No, they
allergic
just said if you have
reactions.
allergic reactions in general.
What?
Well, if you have any allergic reaction, you can't have it. So
Why
like,
have hay fever?
I've
That's not a
got-
reaction, no?
I have peanuts.
I have peanuts.
I have peanuts.
I have a peanut allergy, so
I have peanuts.
fuck's sake.
Josh, you have mushroom.
True. And hay fever. I've got a mushroom tip.
Whoa,
No one
what?
said that.
No one
said that.
That's the only part of the mushroom I'm allergic to.
The tip.
The tip. Oh god.
Just the tip.
So you can take the shaft of a mushroom.
Okay, guys, what's going on, guys?
I can
What's
take
going
it,
on?
but I'm not allergic to it.
Oh god, I played the video.
Not magically disappear. Well,
Nice.
it likely won't. Viruses have been known to peter out in the past, but we might have another year on our hands. Another scientist said it won't be enough just vaccinating certain groups of people, i.e. those most vulnerable. In other words, we aren't going to solve the COVID problem just because we most likely have a vaccine that will stop COVID in its tracks for 80% of those that are given it. More virus
Does you hate
casualties
Toby?
are only a possibility, but what's almost certain is the chaos that will happen next year because of global lockdowns. The fallout from lockdowns is very real. Some astute investors, COVID-19 contractors, tech folks, and vaccine makers might be getting incredibly rich as the sun shines down on empty streets. But the vast majority of folks have been hit hard by the pandemic. It might be bad now, but what about next year? It's hard to say just how many people have lost their jobs due to lockdowns. As we write this, The Guardian says 670,000 jobs have been lost in the UK since the start of the year. Spain, a country that is very reliant on tourism for its economy, is said to be the hardest hit country in Europe. In Thailand, it's reported that 1 million people working in the tourism industry lost their job this year. And they had no help or hardly any help from the government.
I mean, this is already depressing as it is.
This is really.
You chose this video. This might be worse than the cricket funnies.
No.
At least the cricket funnies was funny.
Well,
for all the wrong reasons.
This is
this is living up to what I thought it would be, though. Like, it's just more depressing.
I mean, we could. There was no way that this could be good, realistically.
Yeah, true.
OECD statistics show a massive economic decline
That's
in
a
many
positive
countries.
graph.
The Pew Research Center said in September, 1 in 4 U.S. adults had trouble paying their bills since the
4.
outbreak. It also reported 25% of people said that someone in their house had lost their job. 50% of
This
them
video
had
is
another
just getting
job, but the
worse.
other half is still unemployed. Okay, so these statistics are going to change a lot, but one thing is for sure, there will be no more magic wands available. Millions and millions of people around the world are going to face hardship and debt next year. COVID poverty is very real. We might see how these hardships manifest next year. We already know that in the US, suicide hotlines have been busier than ever this year. Worried about the effect stress has on the body? Yep, it negatively affects the efficacy of the immune system. That might translate into more health problems next year. In the US, there's already a drug addiction problem that is frankly out of control. The question is, with all this job loss, stress, and depression, do you think 2021 will see positive results regarding addiction? Listen to this excellent from a research paper that
trying to get some positive spin on the video.
According to a recent study from the Wellbeing Trust, the high levels of stress, isolation, and unemployment.
Hey, can we stop this and just watch Calix's video? Well, I mean, that one at least has some, positivity to it. It at least gives you
he
some...
He spins negatives into positives.
Yeah, he gives you some insight and stuff. This
maybe
one is just...
But this might, at the end, it might go...
This is bad.
It might go, but hey guys, we're all still alive, and we're all still kicking. No, it's not.
This one is basically telling us that everyone's going to die in 2021.
And we're not all still alive.
No, people watching it would, you'd be like, okay, if you watch this video, look, you're still here, you're still alive, it will get better. That's what it's going to say.
Yeah.
I believe in a video, it's going to happen.
As for suicides, we're not going to bother citing all the news media and studies. Look for yourself. Thoughts of suicide and actual suicide have increased in many countries. So, if you were the kind of person to gamble, how much money would you put on 2021 being a bumper year for addiction, suicide, ill health, and mental illness?
Yeah, I don't.
I think it'd be a good year.
No, you know what? Let's still be positive.
I put a grand on it being.
I think it'd be a good year. I think people will spin it. I think people will have a positive outlook on it.
The issue is, people do think that as soon as it hits midnight on New Year's,
everything's going to be good.
It will actually change.
COVID goes, you know what, actually? I'm giving you a rough year. I'm a piece.
Have fun. Enjoy this year. I'll be back 2022.
But I don't think lockdowns that ever get worse now.
I don't think we'll have another lockdown.
What about crime rates? We already know this year the murder rate went through the roof in some big cities in the US. But do you think this will be a trend in 2021? What about domestic violence? What happens when you upset the flow of drugs and gangs and they struggle to get their cut? It's too early to say just how crime rates will be affected by lockdowns, but so far, the outlook isn't good. COVID has created a perfect storm, and we don't think anyone will disagree. The question is, how bad will the storm be? Maybe it'll fade away and not be half as bad as some people think, or maybe it'll be far worse. A real home wrecker. 2021 could be the year that crime goes through the roof. Maybe some people already know this in the US because gun purchases drastically increased this year. Okay, so far we have mass job loss. As a result of this, we have stress. We also have depression and debt. We might see some more drug and alcohol use, and we might see surges in crime. Is that it? The end of the show?
But
no.
I love, bro. We're not even halfway through the video. Oh my god.
Things could get a lot worse. Imagine this scene. It's July 2021 and you just gone out to Walmart to pick up that gift for your aunt's birthday. You walk through the doors and before you can get that far, a robot that looks like a mini version of those Doctor Who Daleks approaches you. It doesn't say exterminate, but it says do not enter. Go straight back home. You are currently in violation of Clause 6.0606 of the Enhanced Freedom to Not Do Much Law. Do not ignore this demand. Oh, and you have an outstanding parking fine. And we also know about that sketchy website you visited at 2:38 p.m. last week. We're just kidding, of course, but privacy advocates around the world are right now very concerned
see where that was
about
pointing
new
at?
surveillance
Yes,
technology.
at his dick. I'm trying to listen, fam.
Bro, it's the same thing. It's you're not going to be able to leave your house in 2021. The year's going to be shit.
No.
They're about privacy now. They're saying that the surveillance on us is going to be stronger.
What? No. It's shout out to Bill Gates and his vaccine, isn't it?
Was it Bill Gates?
I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about
he's talking about the vaccine tracking all of us.
I don't think he is about to say that. I think he's talking about, let's pray and find out what he's talking about though.
He's talking about surveillance, like track and trace type shit.
Yo, no, Bill Gates is tracking that 90-year-old woman in commentary.
For God's sake.
Shut up.
Press play.
I don't know what he's on.
We already have facial recognition cameras that can tell if you have a high temperature. We already have drones and robots that move around public spaces and tell you what to do. These things might help in time of crisis, but is there a chance that this technology will create a kind of dystopia that we've been seeing in sci-fi movies for a while now? Some of the biggest human rights organizations this year came out and said they were worried governments might use the pandemic as an excuse to curtail our freedom. When governments enforce restrictions on our freedom, they usually stay. and 2020 is just a warm-up for 2021. If the virus doesn't go away, perhaps in 21 we'll be tracked and traced to the extent that we start to feel our freedoms have diminished. Will next year usher in police states around the world? We've already seen how governments spy on us without telling us, but could things get a lot worse? As the American Civil Liberties Union wrote, maybe after they've watched you outside and in your home and on the web.
Do you mind getting...
Yeah,
no, I actually couldn't care less.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I don't think it's a big deal.
Like in London, they always say like you're is it one of the most like surveilled? What's the word?
Heavily surveilled.
Well, yeah, most like watch people in the world by cameras and stuff. But that kind of makes you feel safe at the same time.
Yeah, because
like no matter where I go in London, there's a camera that can see me.
Yeah, so you know, like if there's a crime or anything, you know the person who has done the crime will probably get caught. Like,
I feel like as long as you're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
then you shouldn't really
there's
worry
no
about
problem.
being watched. The government don't care. Oh, KSI's on Pornhub again. What's he doing?
That's what I mean.
Wait, he's cum shots, yeah? None of that.
He's gone for lesbian today. All right. Well.
No, but it's more about stuff like the concerns around governments like selling your data to private companies and stuff. That's where people have the issues, no?
But are they going to sell my data so they can advertise me their new product?
I've never got adverts about dwarf porn. Like what? No, but like I've never had an advert like that. And so like,
what just happened?
I think JJ just admitted to watching dwarf porn.
What just happened?
I think he just admitted to watching dwarf porn.
Bro, it's just being able to like pick them up and just.
Okay, I don't like this.
We are concerned that some solutions to the crisis may, via mission creep, result in systems which would allow unprecedented surveillance of society at large. China is already a surveillance state that's criticized in the West, but don't be surprised if in 2021 Western countries adopt the China monitoring model. Welcome to the new normal, aka 1984, a true story by George Orwell. And for our viewers in China, well, we know you can only watch our show via proxy since YouTube is banned there, but just know that you're in our thoughts. And what about that necessity we call food? During the height of the pandemic, the New York Times reported that food banks across the U.S. couldn't meet the demand of the hungry. Demand for food assistance is rising at an extraordinary rate, said the newspaper.
Hey yo, what's Jeff Bezos doing?
How's that come about?
No, bro. My man's
okay,
like,
peas.
No, bro. Surely he's watching this video like, I could do bits. Like, I could actually like make everyone's 2021.
Does he actually have? Like, the thing to say is like, he doesn't.
He doesn't actually have the money. Yeah. He's like,
he doesn't have in his bank account like 100 billion sitting there. Amazon is worth that much money, so he has to sell Amazon and then he can do stuff.
Yeah, and know who the fuck's gonna buy Amazon? Who the fuck can buy?
No one can afford Amazon.
The Sidemen.
This
will buy Amazon.
Jesus
At a heavily discounted rate.
No.
Well, I don't think we can buy 1% of Amazon.
We couldn't.
Oh, I guess we're gonna have to stick to SidemenClothing.com.
Hey!
Everyone should check out and subscribe, please.
Wait, subscribe. We've got a newsletter too, so you can subscribe to that.
God, don't worry, guys. 4 more minutes and we're done with this.
Pausing it then.
I'm losing my mind, bro. This is really sad.
You can go online and read about food queues stretching for miles, and that's not only in the US. The Guardian reported in November that there was an emerging group of people in the UK, what it called the newly hungry. These were mostly desperate middle-income families, not only poor families.
Yeah, he skipped leg
So
day.
think about it. Economies probably won't go into hyperdrive in 21. Jobs won't all just come back since so many businesses have gone for good. Get ready for a new normal of food banks popping up all over the place next year. Experts also think homeless rates will rise next year. In the US, the Coalition for the Homeless said there will be a tsunami of evictions if people don't get help from the government to assist them to pay their rent. This help will have to be ongoing if it's to work. Right now in the US, there's an eviction moratorium to protect people, but that's only in place until December 31st. One expert predicts mass evictions at the beginning of the new year. What an awful come down that would be after
They
the
put
celebration.
fireworks for that.
Let's also remember that while a lot of our viewers come from the US, millions of people who watch our shows come from countries that have very threadbare safety nets for people in place who've hit a financial rock bottom. What if people don't get the help they need? If you walk down some streets in LA or city centers in UK cities, you'd think these two countries countries belong to the developing world or worse, post-apocalyptic nations. The homeless problem is insane and it could get much worse next year. The Washington Post wrote in September that hundreds of millions of people were on the brink of starvation because of the pandemic. Oxfam wrote that the world should be prepared for a hunger pandemic. Other organizations are warning off mass starvation in poorer nations that are already suffering from endless conflicts and agricultural chaos. The World Bank estimated in 2020 that by 2021 there will be 150 million more people living in extreme poverty.
150 million.
Can we stop watching?
Can you put some positive spins on this video? Can you
Well,
at least
I
say
mean,
like,
where's the bomb?
all these like companies are out of business, but the world's changed, so that means there's no, like, brand new emerging markets, which creates more jobs. Like, why can't they just have like some kind of positive spin?
Bro, who would have thought a pandemic would do this?
Everyone.
Probably everyone.
If you do think this, then oof.
But what if millions of people do start to face starvation? What can be the upshot of that
Well, this is the
besides
world's
dying or
smallest
ill
pitchforks.
health? Well, one thing that might happen is people start looking for a populist despot to get them out of the fix. More conflicts could break out, more war, more desperation. If history has taught us anything, it's that
More Among
that's
Us.
always a recipe for disaster. If wealthier nations start seeing more people without enough to eat, what might be the consequence of that? More desperate voters rallying behind the banner of a despot. More honest people turn to a life of crime. People will do anything to survive. Not enough food in 2020 could mean devastation in 2021. America's infamous prison industrial complex is probably getting ready for a big expansion. Could it get any worse than that? Yes, of course.
Oh my god.
There's no
Seriously?
positive thing coming. There's no
Country
positive
in terms
spin.
of politics. Conservatives are constantly arguing with liberals, and it seems no
Put
side
back the
will
girl
back
with
down.
Bunda on
The
again.
haves don't seem to care much about the have-nots.
I watch cricket
The
funnies
latter is
again.
asking, who's got my back? The former cares less about poverty than it does about who said what on Twitter. Just look online and check out Protests 2020. It's been a big year for disagreements. This could, of course, lead to progressive change, and we all might live happily ever after, maybe in the long run.
That sounds
anyway.
good.
But what if all this division leads to larger protests that turn to violence that manifests as a civil war? Something has got to give.
That
There
doesn't
has to
sound
be a
good.
middle ground, or 2021 could be a very ugly year. Let's not forget that people genuinely fight for causes. But when you throw in mass unemployment and hunger, sometimes anger comes ahead of reason. Maybe
Why is their
you'll be
world
lucky
sideways?
enough to have cash
I
in
think now.
2021,
Let's try to head
but
to
that
side.
doesn't mean you won't
Yeah.
suffer. Travel research showed that during lockdowns in 2020, people were gunning to get out of their country and travel. But what if that can't happen next year? What if borders don't open? What if the travel you have to navigate so much red tape, it's just not worth the trouble? That'll mean another year in the same place, watching the same disaster
Americans feel
news,
cancelled
wondering when
differently
you'll
to us.
ever be able to escape.
Oh, they did a whole
So
loop.
this is
It's
all
back to
very
this.
grim, but remember, it's a worst-case scenario show. Don't worry, soon we'll turn all this on its back and give you a best-case senorio
Yeah.
show. We hope we
Please,
haven't
I
depressed
need
you.
that.
Remember, things could always be worse. And
Surely the best
if you need
scenario
little
is like a
silver
30-second video.
We just go back to normal.
Yeah. COVID goes, everyone's happy. Done. I'm not gonna lie, I woke up thinking I'm gonna take on the world today. It's gonna be a good day.
He's going back
Blame
to bed.
KSI.
I'm
Blame
going
KSI.
straight back to bed.
Blame Jid.
This is awful.
Flame ski.
Woo! Yeah, 2021. Let's
You're a very
go.
blessed individual. I don't think you'll be starving next year.
Give more money to charity.
No.
Fair enough.
Thanks for watching. Yo, subscribe to us, please.
Look at that. Look at the size of that. That's just its head.
Bro, I'm just saying they haven't put it in perspective of how big this thing actually is.
Bro, it looks like a fucking Boeing 747. It's fucking massive. Howdy, everybody, on the Sidemnreacts channel. Today, we're reacting to top 10 biggest animals in the world.
Yeah.
Coming in at number 10, it's Ethan's mom.
Right, yeah. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for
sorry.
that.
I had to make it.
That's
I-
peak,
I-
bro.
I
That's
was
a
waiting for
double. That's a double roast.
She sent me a birthday message on Twitter, you know, it literally melted my heart.
And this is how. This is how.
I know,
This
I
is
know,
what-
I know,
this is
I
what
know,
you
I
do.
know. It could have been anyone's mom. I didn't.
But I can't wait to fucking port your sister.
Well, there's no need for that. There's no need for that.
Yo, wait.
I'm
taking a turn.
Yo, what?
The video. It's getting mental. It's getting mental. Let's watch. Let's look at some big animals.
What? Mine's outrageous.
Yeah.
Bro, you deserve clapping.
No, yours was more outrageous.
Oh, fuck you, man.
There's a line, Ethan, and I know you've crossed that line, my friend. You've crossed that line.
In today's video, I'll be introducing you to the world's 10 biggest animals of all time. Maybe you've already watched the video about the 10 biggest animals in the world, and if you haven't, you should check it out. But today's video is going to focus on the 10 biggest animals
Hey, Vic! Hey, Vic, don't come with that bullshit, bro. Dinosaurs are sick.
That are already extinct. Or at least that's what we believe. Stay with me all the way to number 1 and find out if the biggest animal of all time is one that still exists
they died,
today,
bro.
or perhaps in a new form.
What do you reckon they are then?
What do you reckon they are? They could have evolved and then gone to a different planet.
Paraceratherium.
Oh.
I think some of you were surprised when the elephant wasn't included in the world's biggest
had loads
animals.
of these dudes in
Well, today I'm giving you
Jurassic
something
World
even
series.
bigger than the elephant, and
yeah,
it's
they
not
look
boring.
removed. I'm talking about
Boring?
the Paraceratherium, which holds the title of being the largest land mammal that has ever lived. They stood at a towering 7 meters tall, which makes them taller than modern-day
Well, that was a
giraffes.
spoiler. Now we know
they
there's no
weigh
more
between
land
33 and
mammals.
44,000 pounds. This makes them almost 3 times heavier than
How
the
did they
heaviest
film them back
elephants we
then?
have today. Just like elephants, they were not an immediate threat to other animals or humans because they were herbivores.
It's a conspiracy. They still exist,
I'm
man.
sure they were
Look
pretty
at this.
intimidating. And they kept predators at
This
a
is pretty good
distance.
CGI, to be fair.
It seems
I'll
like they
give 'em
went
that.
extinct when the landscapes in Central Asia started to transform, making it hard for the Paraceratherium to find the means to survive. I do wonder what it would have been like to see one of these in the wild, but I'm sure we would have been able to spot them from very far away regardless. Number 9.
Okay.
The whale shark.
Ooh, they're still
The
kicking.
first one that we previously saw on the biggest animals in the world, as well as a few other of our lists.
Even though they're
the
not
whale
dangerous,
shark.
I'd still cry.
So let me refresh
do you know
or
what?
introduce
Was that a
you to some
vagina?
facts about
No,
this
that's a
impressive
mouth.
animal.
Oh.
First of all, the whale shark is the largest fish in the world. That's right, although its name implies otherwise, this animal is not a whale, but it is indeed a fish.
I love
The name is simply
fish
a
Simon, it's a
reference
fish.
to its massive
movable
size.
cover.
Yeah,
If you haven't seen
it's making
one
me
yet,
feel
you
ill.
probably think it is a whale.
Big old fish.
How sick
They
is
can
that
reach a
fish
size
using
of
for
14
protection?
meters
They
long
just
and
I know, right?
weigh up to
like
41,000
deployable cover,
pounds.
portable
They're known for
cover.
having long lives, and some of them make it to 150 years.
But that ain't
Mad.
that
With their
big.
enormous size, they could easily reign
They're
in the underwater
huge,
world,
bro.
especially
Oh,
when
that's-
they move
wow.
across the major oceans.
Is that bigger than an elephant?
However, despite the
Yeah.
shark
Yes.
naming,
Yeah.
they are filter
Bro,
feeds.
the
Simon,
image
fam.
it just,
Mainly
bro, the
plankton
image it
and
just
small
showed
fish
us
that get
of an
caught in their
aquarium
big mouths.
was not bigger than an elephant.
Perspective,
That's what I'm saying.
perspective,
Bro,
bro.
do you know how big
Yeah,
an
right.
aquarium is, fam?
Did you see that person swimming next to it?
Number 8.
They were closer.
Lead sickthus.
Doesn't
Look,
look
that
very
don't
big.
look, that
Hey,
don't look
leech
big.
fish.
is the
Leech
largest
fish.
fish
Look at
in
that.
today's
That
world.
animal. That didn't look like as big as an elephant.
Simon.
Rewind that. Rewind
I
that.
want this
Look
fish
at that.
to eat you, fam.
Run it back. Run it back.
Bro, this fish could eat you by
Humans.
accident.
I want
That's
this
how
fish to
big it
eat
is.
you, bro.
Number 8.
Look. Wait, not there. Not
Lead
yet.
sickness. Well, the
Look,
whale
there.
shark is the
Right, what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
That big animal on the left does not look as big as an elephant.
It's perspective, it's in the tank, bro. It's far back.
Yeah, but look, there's a stingray top right.
Yeah, the stingray's closer.
The stingray's fucking massive as well. I was recently in Dubai and they're fucking huge.
I'm talking an elephant, bro.
Bro! You're on your Toby Werner shit right now. That's
Hold
what
up,
you're
hold up, hold up. I'll get you a
You're on your
comparison
Toby
image.
Werner shit.
I'll get you a comparison image.
That's
Well,
very
Vic's
embarrassing.
got receipts. Vic's got receipts.
Alright, let me see this. Bro, I'm just saying they haven't put it in perspective of
Alright,
how
here we
big this
go.
thing actually is.
Here's a comparison chart. I got this just on the back burner here. Look, come on
Wait,
down. It's like
Don't watch it. Don't
two
watch it.
elephants.
It's going to spoil the video.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's
I don't
literally
think-
2 elephants.
2 elephants. Alright, cool.
Bro.
Yeah.
It's fucking massive.
Bro, 2 elephants ain't even that big.
Simon, we're watching a video, top 10 biggest animals in the world, bro. Like,
Yeah, the
Don't
last
come
one
here,
just looked
don't
like
come here saying it's not
When do
big.
you-
the
Yes,
last
it's
one-
big. It's massive.
the last one just looked like a dumb elephant.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, I can say it
Wow.
doesn't exist anymore. It's
You're
fine.
gonna categorize dinosaurs
You're
like
gonna, what, you're gonna
What
stick
was
with
it? What was it called, Rick? What was it called?
Paracelium.
Nice.
Maybe.
Paracelium. It ain't a gel.
It's not a fucking headache tablet.
Oh, you guys,
You're
you're speaking ill of the dead. That's what you guys are doing. You shouldn't be doing.
Rick is disrespecting.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it moving.
Well, it is not the largest fish in history.
Mm.
There's a fish that was larger, and that's the lead sichthys.
The trouts.
It's actually not far from the size of whale sharks. Earlier estimates stated that elite sickness could be about 27 meters long.
This was like
However, later studies have shown that they might have only been around 16 meters long, which is still a bit bigger than
No,
the
long
real sharks,
16
but
meters is,
just not
Jesus
for that
Christ.
much.
That's a big old
Also,
fucking
they were
fish.
heavier, weighing about 43,000 pounds.
Oh,
And
wow.
just like the whale shark, the lead sickness was also
That
a
is
filter
ugly.
feeder,
22
eating
feet.
plankton, shrimp, jellyfish, and any small creature that got stuck in its mouth. I kind
Wow.
of wish we had the lead sickness today, but at least we still have the whale
Isn't it
shark.
sad? No
which
matter how
is
much you
lead
eat,
for
you'll never
enough.
be as big as that fish. was.
Number 7.
I know, right?
Chronos
Jesus!
That's
Yay!
terrible.
That's sick. That's sick.
right, the lion. And who's the king of underwater? Actually, that's kind of a debatable subject. Let's move on from that one. The animal I have here, though,
Wow.
once is the largest pilosaur
Isn't it
ever,
so
is
sick
the
that
lead
they've
to
got
a
like
view of
full
the
skeletons
entire
of these?
chain. The
Gotta be smart to
Chronosaurus.
put that shit together.
Named after the Greek
Yeah.
god Cronus, who ate his own
Oh, wait,
children,
what?
was a very intimidating predator. It could be about 10 meters tall and weighed something between 30 to 40,000 pounds.
Looks like a platypus
It
on
would prey on all
steroids.
sorts of creatures, including fish.
It would be
squids,
cool
and
if
even
this
other
still existed,
pilosaurs
just to
and
see it do its
ichthyosaurs.
thing.
With
I mean,
such
you
a
see, like,
intimidating reputation
white
and
sharks.
name, I'm sure the Chronosaurus
Lad,
doesn't have to worry about other
so
animals
big.
out there.
That's massive.
Number
Wait,
6.
that's why they just said it's 10
Titanoboa.
meters.
10
You
meters
might remember
tall?
the anaconda and the python as the largest
Wait,
snakes
so-
in the world today.
Bro.
These two are so small
Wait,
compared to
pause
their
it,
very
wait.
large.
Yeah, I'm going back, but like, look, you see this? Look at that. Look at the size of that. That's just its head.
So 10
You might
meters tall
remember
from
the
its like
anaconda
belly to
saurus. 10 meters
top.
tall and weighed something
Not
between
length.
30 to 40,000 pounds. It would prey on all sorts of.
That.
Yeah, but they just said 10 meters tall. It's weird that they've gone from length to... Because the last one they said it was 16 meters long, and now they've gone to height.
Look, they're big, basically.
Yeah, but Harry, you have to understand that's not
Bro,
real.
It says
Yeah,
big.
but-
Size says big.
Let me. I'm pretending it's real. I'm pretending it's real.
Size
Let
says
me
big.
have my fun.
What's happened?
Don't hear what Ethan said.
Alright, move on.
Number 6. Titanoboa.
Oh,
You might remember the
yeah.
anaconda and the
Oh,
python
that's
as the largest
small,
snakes in
man.
the world today. But these two are so small compared to their very large ancestor, the Titanoboa. This big snake, which could be as long as a school bus, lived in the South American rainforest about
As big
6
as a
million
school
years ago.
bus.
With about 13 meters of length, the snake was not
takes
just
out a
long, but it was
crocodile.
also quite wide, to the point that it would have to squeeze into your door for you if it came to find you in your house today. It's estimated that this big snake weighed about 2,500 pounds, which makes it half as heavy as a giraffe. So don't think you could have just picked up this snake and take it home as a pet, or toss it away like some people do when they find snakes in the wild. This snake was pretty much like
Bye,
any
Mom.
other big animal today.
All right.
It was better to
Bye.
leave them alone.
Just call your mum a snake.
No, Megalodon.
Oh!
And here's
See,
another one
this
from our
one's cool.
previous videos,
Yeah.
the Megalodon,
Megalodon.
the largest shark ever and the protagonist of a poorly rated movie franchise. Just
Jeez.
like many other prehistoric
I'm
creatures,
sorry.
the name of this animal comes from the Greek and the meaning is big tooth. I guess that gives you an idea of how big and wide its jaws really are.
Jeez.
Not only was it the largest shark in the world, but it's also one of the largest vertebrate predators ever. How intimidating can that be?
So
Just think about
did this
this,
exist
the
or
white
not?
They all existed. They put
These
together the
don't-
skeletons and CGI'd them based
Right,
on
they
their
all
skeletons.
existed.
Donnie was cutting about in the sea. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. I wouldn't go.
It's terrifying.
Yeah. Well, okay.
which is the largest shark in the world today that's carnivorous. It can grow as long as 20 feet long and weigh as much as 7,000 pounds. However, the Megalodon was easily 3 times bigger in size and could be
Oh my
15
God.
times heavier than its modern-day relatives.
Jesus.
With such a large size and a predator instinct,
Bless
this animal was likely at the top of its food chain, and it probably
not
fed
be
from
that sick,
dolphins
though, is
and
it?
maybe
I would
even
not be doing
whales.
flips into the sea.
The animal
off a
went
boat.
extinct more than 1 million years ago, but
Jason
some people like to
Statham
think
did
that the Megalodon is still out there in the deep ocean or the Mariana
Imagine.
Trench or something
Could
like
be.
that.
Just one little knock.
I guess
knock them out.
Hollywood has really put some crazy ideas in our head.
That is true, you know. There's so much of the sea that's unexplored. They could
Yeah.
probably just be chilling down there.
Although they do tend to move around a lot, and that would need to be near the surface. So
Well, Vic, don't come with your fucking science and ruin my fun. Let me have my dreams.
They could be quite dormant though these days.
Yeah.
tired.
They
They've
might
been
be.
around a while. They're napping at the bottom, sleeping. At
I
the bottom of the
reckon
sea.
by the time Harry finishes his sausage and mash, he'll be number 1.
Oh dear. Hey, these dogs need to shut up.
Number 4. The Spinosaurus.
What a boy.
Those have made a really great job of bringing awareness of prehistoric animals. For that reason, thanks to movies like
This
Jurassic
boy
Park
was
and
fucking
Jurassic
shit up
World,
in
we
this
know
movie.
a bit more about dinosaurs and other animals that are now extinct. And while some of the portrayals are exaggerated, we at least learn the names and some interesting characteristics of these species. As the case of the Spinosaurus, a dinosaur that you probably remember from the Jurassic Park movies
Yeah,
from the
this
90s.
motherfucker fucks you up.
They were the largest carnivore dinosaurs on Earth. They could be about 18 meters, and in fact, at 1.8 meters long, their head alone was the size of a human being. And those spines on their back were about 2 meters high. Even though they were so big, they didn't feed from any large animals. Their diet consisted of fish and sharks that they could eat with their serrated teeth. Their ability to swim made it easier for them to get this kind of food.
Just chilling in New York.
Number 3. Argentinosaurus.
Oh.
At this point, you've already learned about the largest mammal and
Mate,
largest
how cool would
dinosaurs
it be
who've ever
if that
dwelled on the
knocked
land.
about still?
But there's another animal
It'd
that
be
lives
so
on the
cool.
land.
Your neighborhood.
Well, I thought that was the Diplodocus.
It's the Argentinosaurus, which is known
Oh,
as
the Brontosaurus.
Is it
That's the one.
is it a Diplodocus or a Diplodocus?
Diplodocus.
Diplodocus. Ali said it.
No, he said Diplodocus.
Diplodocus.
The Argentinosaurus was in fact not just large, but also the longest one to live on land. They could reach a height
He
above
looks tired
7
of being
meters
here,
and
though.
weigh about 224,000 pounds.
One that neck.
And their eggs were bigger than the biggest eggs
Oh.
you've seen.
Throat goat!
They were
Throat
almost
goat
as big as a
alert!
coconut and weighed
Throat
5
goat!
pounds.
Oh,
It would take these animals about 40 years to reach adulthood, which gives them plenty of
40
time to
years?
gain those 200,000 pounds needed to be a healthy grown sauropod. It's estimated that their daily diet needed
hell.
an intake of 100,000 calories, which is like eating 300 muffins in one single day. And I guess that makes sense.
We've been
for an
there,
animal
done that
this
some
big.
days.
Calorie challenge.
Now it's time for the day's
They'd win the
best
calorie
pick.
challenge.
The best pick?
The picture I have today is when a people gather
Oh,
around the head of a
Jesus.
very large animal,
Bro.
something that looks like a crocodile. And today
fuck
I
is
want to
this?
present to you the largest aquatic reptile, which is actually bigger than a crocodile and significantly larger than almost
What's
every
bigger
animal
than a
you've seen so
crocodile? Yeah.
far. Number 2. Shastasaurus.
What the
If
That's
you're
a
into
lump, isn't it?
reptiles and exotic
That is
prehistoric animals,
ugly.
you've probably heard
That's
about
just a
the
lump of
Liopleurodon.
living organism.
In fact, we've even mentioned it in our video about 10 animals that were scarier than dinosaurs. Some people have said that the Liopleurodon was the largest aquatic reptile to ever exist. But even though
Looks
it
it,
was
mate,
quite
it's
big and
huge.
intimidating, it was not really the largest one. That title belongs to the Shastasaurus, an animal that
It
was
looks
not
like a
that
manatee
scary or
on
dangerous, but was
steroids.
Yeah,
definitely
it's just,
big.
it's
Sword-
just,
it looks like
It
a
was about
swordfish.
20 meters
just
long
big,
and weighed
isn't
around
it?
80,000
It's
pounds.
an ugly
It's
creature, I
almost as
think.
big as the
it's
sperm
big for
whales
no
we have
reason. It's
today.
just, look, it's just,
No.
look.
Bro, it has to be big. Imagine if this was a small animal and still this ugly.
However, the Shastasaurus was a toothless reptile and it had a very small jaw, which suggested it probably
It looks
fed by
clueless
sucking
as
things
well.
like a
Yeah.
vacuum.
It's just roaming around the ocean like no clue what's happening.
Number 1.
What's this
Bumps
thing?
into sharks.
Blue whale.
Yeah, blue whale!
That's
Good
right.
up.
Once again, we have the blue whale at the top. It's
This
really impossible to
motherfucker's
keep
massive.
this animal out of this spot. This animal has been, still
So is
is,
this
and
the
hopefully will
big-
always
Yeah,
be
yeah.
the
I think it
largest
still
animal
exists
in
as
the
well, you know.
world.
Like,
Yeah,
this
exactly.
Is in this
I
is
mean,
in
I
order.
wouldn't like to see any
Yeah, yeah.
animal larger
No,
than this,
no,
but
no.
it
It
would
wasn't,
be quite
because the snake was
interesting.
above like 20 things.
The blue whale
Yeah.
can reach a weight of
This is-
180 tons and a size of up to 30 meters long.
Oh, there
Bro,
is
That's
one.
about the size of the
Bro, the
Leaning
blue
Tower
whale's
of
the biggest
Pisa,
thing to
which
ever
is
exist,
already
and
one
still does.
monumental work of architecture. Us humans are just really, really tiny next to this
That's
thing.
so mad.
Bro,
You think elephants
and
are
it just
big.
roams about
The tongues
still.
of the blue whales alone are as heavy as an
That ain't
elephant.
bigger than an elephant.
Also, the heart
Bro,
is as big.
Its tongue the same as an elephant. Its tongue weighs as much as an elephant.
You know, that was too easy. That was too easy.
Bro, it looks like a fucking Boeing 747. It's fucking
Yeah,
massive.
you'd think
It
with
is
such a
actually.
big
It's the
size,
biggest
they would
thing
feed
ever
from
to
big
exist. I didn't
animals,
realise
but their
that.
main
Yeah.
diet consists of tiny
That's
plankton
mad.
and small shrimp
South
called
America's
krill.
bigger.
They're decent swimmers, moving at 30 kilometers per hour, and with that impressive size, I'm surprised that they
You're
can
not wrong.
move that fast.
Bro, look at
Just in
that!
case you've forgotten, or perhaps you
I
don't
want
even
one.
know it yet, whales are
Where?
not
Where
fish.
do you want one?
They
Where
are
you
In
gonna
the
mammals.
put it?
sea! In the sea!
I
I
saw
want
it in
it!
Thames.
Bears
I
and other
saw it
hairy
in
animals
Thames.
you see around, and just like those animals, baby whales also need their milk. They can drink up to 600 liters of milk each day, gaining about 90
600
kilos
liters?
of weight on a daily basis during their first year
Gains.
of life.
Mate, that's game
Explains how
season.
they
How
reach
much
their
shit
large
you reckon
size
this
in
thing
adulthood.
accidentally eats?
The number of blue whales
Oh,
has
so
been decreasing due to the
much.
threats of whale hunters, so we hope that does change.
Someone ate a canoe the other day. Did you see
What?
the video the other day? There was someone in a kayak, and literally this whale just swallowed the kayak.
What?
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Wait,
Oh,
so
I
this
can't-
person died?
I assume they
let
got
me
out.
show you. Let me show you the video. One sec.
Wait, do you want to finish this and then
Finish
put it
this
on?
video.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
I'll
sure,
watch it
sure,
with
yeah,
bonus.
Such beautiful creatures. And honestly, I don't think we want to see another animal on this list go extinct. Even when their size is so big that it can send send chills down my spine. What do you think of these animals?
Jeez.
Would you like to see any of the extinct animals?
Okay, here we go. Here's Harry's bonus clip for today's Sidemen
So
React.
you have to watch carefully because obviously, like,
Which one am I looking at? The yellow one.
I think it's it happens on the left of the screen in a second. So
It looks like they're in a lake, but I guess they're not.
Does the person go in as well?
yeah.
Find out.
Look. Munch! Munch! What? Munch!
Bro! They've just been
munched.
Wait.
Bro, they've got to be inside the whale then.
Bro, look,
No,
they
the
fall
ti-
in.
No.
Bro,
No,
they've
no,
fallen
it
into
spits
his
it
mouth.
out. It spits it out.
No. Look, they're in his gob, look. Look, the people are in his gob.
Nah, but the title of the video was nearly.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
Okay. Well, that's no fun.
That was well done, Simon.
What do you mean that's not? I'm trying to keep this. Bro, you have just laughed at people dying otherwise.
They both survived.
And the whale.
Research shows that if anything larger than the prey that whales eat, which is plankton, it's regurgitated after less than 10 seconds of being inside the whale's mouth.
Bro, imagine that. Like, what did you do today? Oh, I just got regurgitated. By a whale.
Bro, just whale spat me out, bro.
If you could press a button,
Yeah.
and it robbed 1,000 random people on the planet of £10,000 from their bank account, and just gave it to you, what's that, mil?
10,000.
10 million. So you get 10 mil. You get 10 mil. Would you press the button?
I just want everyone to know that you won't see the wave video because Harry pressed space. That's
That's
why.
what it was. It's so when I'm clicking when my OBS is selected instead of the thing, and I smack the space bar, it just stops recording.
And I just want you to know that the wave video was unreal.
We could watch it again. Do you want to watch it
No,
again?
no.
I'll watch the wave video. Well, I want to see
No,
this.
Toby.
But his fabled wave video is going to be like the mystic video of the Sidemen Reacts.
Sidemen myth.
Just watch the heist. We're here for heists today.
Okay, let's get it.
Five greatest heists of all time. Even if we don't condone them, most people
I
are
think
generally
the one this year was
fascinated
the,
with heists.
the
Movies
Twitter
like Ocean's
Bitcoin one,
11
when they
and The
hacked Elon
Sting.
and stuff.
Oh yeah, that was
these
sick.
calculated
Because his
criminal
Bitcoin's
feats,
untraceable,
and
bro. Don
audiences
walked away
around
with
the
fucking
world
mills.
enjoy
No, he got
watching
caught.
They not
them
catch him.
Did
He
he?
was a 17-year-old, bro.
escaping with huge piles of
shit.
cash and jewelry.
Oh, someone
But
snitched on him, man.
sometimes these elaborate crimes occur outside of the world
Fuck
of
me.
fiction. Today, we're looking at the 5 greatest heists of all
Payday
time.
shit.
Yeah.
Antwerp
Oh, that was a good game.
Diamond Heist.
Ooh,
The
Antwerp.
Antwerp Diamond District is one of the most heavily secured places in the world, with billions of...
Toby, I've got a quiz question for you.
Why me?
Which country is Antwerp in?
Belgium.
I think you're wrong, but you might be right.
No, I think it is Belgium, bro.
It is Belgium. I'll take that
Yes,
one.
yeah. It's okay.
Dollars
It's
of
okay, Harry.
diamonds changing hands there every year.
Maybe
And it
wave
was
videos
there
are
in
for you, bro.
2003, one gang of thieves pulled off one of the largest diamond heists in history. Now, even though most of the gang, known as the School of Terrain,
Oh,
has since been arrested, the diamonds have never been retrieved. The robbery was led by Leonardo Notar Bartulo, a
He looks like a slick
small-time diamond
motherfucker,
dealer,
you know?
tenant of the
Yeah.
Diamond Center, and a thief responsible for many minor jewel robberies. Although police believe he was the robbery's mastermind, he claimed that he was contacted by an unidentified diamond dealer who recruited him for the crime. Notar Bartolo said he was paid to take pictures of the vault's complex security system. From those pictures, the dealer constructed a full-sized replica of the vault.
Where
Notar
did they get these pics
Bartolo
from?
states that the dealer
Teddy
set
One
him
movies.
up with a small gang of Italian jewel thieves, each with specific skills for the robbery. The
Bro, this
police
is
are
like
not
GTA.
convinced of the
Yeah.
truth of
This is
this
sick.
anonymous diamond dealer. However, no proof has been found to support this claim. The thieves
Oh.
got through the 10 layers of security, previously thought to be
I
impenetrable.
just don't get how you
They
even do
bypassed
that. Like,
cameras,
surely at
the
some
combo
point.
dial, the keyed lock, magnetic
How?
sensors,
If you've got, like,
the locked
six
steel
six
gate,
smart
light
people that are
sensors,
good at
heat and motion
their
sensors,
fields,
and
I
keypad
suppose
disarming sensors.
you can
They
do
used
it.
aluminum to trick the magnetic field and stripped plastic
What
off
the
the wires
fuck?
of the sensor circuits. Then
Bro,
they
they're out
loaded up
here.
bags of diamonds and other jewels. It took 2 hours to get it all out of the building, but thanks to one gang member, things eventually fell apart. That man was Pedro
Tavano.
Tavano, known as Speedy.
Havana, you divvy.
You've let the gang
Tavana,
down.
you fucking
ruined the whole
pillar.
thing.
Notar Bartolo's lifelong friends. Speedy couldn't handle the pressure. After unloading the loot into this car, he had to pull over because he was having a panic attack.
Oh,
Remarkably,
God.
not a single alarm went off. As security guards arrived on Monday morning, they realized that the thick steel door to the vault was open and 100 of the 189 safe deposit boxes had been raided, with some of the loot still on the floor. The world's only specialized diamond police, Patrick Pays and Agim de Breiker, phoned the vault's alarm company. What is the status of the alarm, they asked. Fully functional, came the reply.
Oh.
However, authorities eventually
So they
found
actually banged
Notar
it.
Bartolo
Yeah.
by watching security footage. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison.
Oh.
Brazilian bank
Oh,
robbery.
bro, is that it? Only one Donny got...
380 million.
2017, Brazil's
Which I do.
police arrested
Only one
16
Donny got
men
bagged.
tunneling towards
Yeah.
a vault containing 1 billion
This is
reals,
318
or
million, this one as well.
$318 million, and
What
who
the
were on
fuck?
the verge of pulling off the largest ever bank robbery in the country's history. Authorities swooped just before the alleged gang was able to use its impressively equipped tunnel to enter the safe at
That's
a
crazy.
Banco do Brasil branch in
They
the
love their
country's
tunnels in South
financial
America, you
capital.
know?
It would have been the world's biggest heist, said police chief Fabio Pinheiro Lopez on Globo TV. Police said work on the tunnel
That's
began
mental.
4 months ago, starting from a house several blocks from the bank.
Ah.
It had sophisticated supports, fans, and lights. The police believe Alcio Cio Gomez.
Yeah, they don't fuck around, mate. They have like train tracks and stuff. They get on these little motorbikes and drive through them.
Who was it we were talking about the other day? The bloke that fucking escaped behind the toilet.
El Chapo.
Yeah, El Chapo. Bro, Chapo was in tunnels, bro. Chapo was out here in
so
tunnels.
nutty.
Yeah, it's
The
mental.
ringleader of the operation. He is a 35-year-old man implicated in an attempted robbery of a security van in Paraguay. The court ruled the group be held in pre-trial detention. Though it's hard to believe, the group dug the tunnel by hand. They loaded the soil into sacks and carried it outside through an underground stormwater drain.
Nah, you're
To enter the
waffling.
tunnel, gang members descended a 2-meter ladder from one of the rooms in the rented house. The tunnel was about 1.5 meters high and was reinforced with iron beams and wood and even wired
Bro,
with
these people are
lights.
techie.
The walls were lined with plastic garbage bags to reduce the dust. The tunnel was reportedly filled with food, water, special clothing, and digging tools.
These
Police
people
were
trying to get
probing whether the
cash.
gang had the assistance of an engineer when building the tunnel, because the construction was so impressive. The tunnel renewed memories of a tunnel robbery 12 years ago when thieves
done that
made
by
off
hand,
with
surely.
about
Innit?
70 million
Make
US
couple
dollars.
spades,
For the previous
get busy.
heist, diggers worked in shifts from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m., taking a break on weekends. The 3 gang members involved in that attempt were involved in 2 separate prison escapes using tunnels equipped with ventilation and lighting.
Fucking
$500
hell,
million
man.
cyber heist.
I feel like this
Starting
is mad.
in 2009,
China, I think, or
cyber
something.
criminals from Eastern Europe infiltrated at
Oh,
at
no.
least 100 banks in 30
Maybe not,
countries, raking in
Don't
as
come for
much
me, China,
as
please.
$1
I'm sorry,
billion
China.
in capital transfers and hijacked ATM machines over a 2-year period. They
That's
did
mental.
so with a mysterious Trojan called Spy Eye. The attacker struck at Russian banks first, as well as those in Germany, China, and the United States. They got
There's
away
China.
with it initially, but soon authorities tracked them down and they were brought to justice. Alexander Androvich Panin, the inventor of Spy Eye, who went by alias Grybodenmon and Harderman Online, pleaded guilty to a count of conspiracy to commit bank and wire fraud in January 2014 after reaching a deal with prosecutors. Prosecutor Stephen Grimberg said Spy Eye, a preeminent piece of malware developed from 2010 to 2012, was used to infect more than 50 million computers,
probably working for a
causing
government or
nearly
something now.
$1
Yeah,
billion
man.
in
They do that.
damage
They
to
hire
Bro, they
individuals
do,
and
don't they?
financial
Yeah.
institutions around the world.
Microsoft
a
do it.
second man, Hamza Bendelaj, a 27-year-old
Ben
Algerian
Bags.
known online as BX1, was sentenced to 15 years. Prosecutors said he
got
sold
bags.
versions of Spy Eye
He's still in pen
online
right now.
and used the malware
Free
to
hamsters
steal
do this the other way
financial
around.
information. Spy Eye was a type of Trojan virus that secretly implanted itself on victims' computers
Spy Eye?
to steal sensitive information.
What the fuck?
It's very funny, isn't it?
What is that stock footage?
To steal sensitive information, including bank account credentials, credit card information, passwords, and PINs. But once it took over a computer, it allowed hackers to trick victims into surrendering personal information,
Jeez.
including data grabbing and fake bank account pages. The information was relayed to a command and control center to be used to access victim accounts. Panin conspired with others to advertise Spy Eye in online cybercrime forums and sold versions of the software at prices ranging from $500 to $10,000.
Jeez.
FBI Special Agent Mark Ray testified. Pannon was the architect of a pernicious malware known as SpyEye that infected computers worldwide. He commercialized the wholesale theft of financial and personal information. And now he's being held to account for his actions. U.S. Attorney Sally Yates.
If you could press a button and it robbed 1,000 random people on the planet of £10,000 from their bank account and just gave it to you, so what's that, mil?
10,000.
10 million, 10 million. So you get 10 mil, you get 10 mil. Would you press the button?
Absolutely pressing it, yes.
I'd press the button. I'd press the button.
I'd absolutely press the button.
They'd never know, it would never be traced back to you, just lose 10k.
Bro, you know what I'm doing? I'm hitting a yard on the button, bro. I'm just gonna try and press it twice. I'm gonna press it twice,
Are you saying current Toby?
Yeah, current Toby right now, bro.
Would you do it today? Desperation, I'd 100% do it, but I don't need to.
No, Toby, if a button pops up on your desk right now, bro, I'm telling you, I'm stamping on it, fam.
Bro, my conscience would kill me, bro. I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
I'm stamping on it, bro.
I want to say yes. I want to say yes, but I genuinely wouldn't be able to live with myself. Hey, listen, you do it for me. If you man do it first, I'll do it.
We'll do it first.
Don't worry, say let's go.
Dressed in a new
Me and Harry are betas.
Many police agencies don't have the skills to effectively track down and investigate cybercrime. Tracking down cybercriminals
It's true, you know, like the
requires
police
a
can't
very
keep up.
different skill
Yeah,
set
they're
from
pants.
traditional policing, which limits the ability of law enforcement to go after cybercriminals. It also takes resources and trained personnel, which are, in many cases, in very short supply, says Martin Rosler, Director of Threat Research.
They always put like
at
superhero
Trend
music in
Micro.
the back of the shit.
France's heist of the century. French gangster Jacques Cassandre was in court in 2018 for a crime committed over 40 years ago. Police noticed the fact the Marseillais Mafoso was the likely mastermind of the heist of the century after he was discovered to be the anonymous author of a book about the crime. On July 16, 1976, a group of criminals robbed a branch of Societe Generale, France's third largest bank, in the southern city of Nice. Using the tunnels underneath the city, the gang was able to partially destroy the floor beneath the bank's basement vault and gain access to the banknotes, jewelry, gold bars, and safety deposit boxes.
Bro, I'm trying to cop a gold bar in my lifetime, you know.
According to the Society General's
I want just one gold bar.
the brazen criminals
It's like 45 bags for a gold bar, isn't it?
taking their time going through the vault's contents, even taking the time and luxury to picnic using the depositor's silverware. He used a pen name, but investigators quickly concluded that the writer was Jacques Cassandre, a key mafia figure in Marseille.
I'm gonna do a video where I buy a gold bar.
Trial. He had
You still talking about the gold bar, bro?
Was too old to be
I've set my sights now for
but
2021.
Cassandre is
I'm buying a
being
gold bar.
charged with laundering the
Alright, let me
millions
have
from
that.
the
It might go down in value though,
crime
because
from
the whole.
which France has
Nah,
no
but eventually,
statute
bro,
of
you know,
Is it not
it's
down in
always
value
happening.
right now?
Manuscript on
Yeah, they're printing
Cassandra's
too much money.
computer, and his children later confessed
Bro, it's a
their
gold
father
bar, bro.
often bragged about the
Soon
right.
there's gonna be no gold bars to buy. They can't.
Get yourself a
Like,
gold bar,
what
my
if?
friend. Get yourself a gold bar.
What if they can't make gold bars anymore?
I heard you can get like mini gold bars as well. You can get mini ones.
No, I
and you
don't
can
want.
get the fat
Fuck
ones.
that, bro. I want a gold bar.
They're heavy, you know. They're heavy.
Yeah, exactly. I want a heavy gold bar. I don't want a fucking chocolate coin, bro.
What are you gonna do when you got it?
Keep it somewhere, bro. Keep it in the safe.
I will be. I warn you. If you have one, I will be hiding it if I come around to your house just to shit you up.
No. I will not be keeping it in my residence, bro. It will be in a bank, my gold bar.
That's like KSI beer exchange. Oh yeah, it's in a vault somewhere. Like, what? You need to have it in your background on like a cushion or like a velvet cushion or something.
Hey, me and my gold bar chilling.
He eventually admitted to orchestrating the intrinsically planned job that involved at least 6 people and 30 tanks of acetylene to fuel the welding torches used to cut into safes and safety deposit boxes. An inquiry found he
And
had
snitching
also
himself on the
bought
book, you
furs
know.
worth tens of thousands of
Fucking
euros.
idiot.
That's like the
and
olden
once provided
equivalent.
Oh!
a guarantee with 7
Gold
bars
bar!
of gold. He has always said it was a novel, and I don't think a court can convict someone on the basis of a novel. A
That's what they
lawyer
do
for
in drill
Cassandre,
music. They say the
Frederick
shit's all
Monterey,
fiction.
said Monday.
Yeah.
Cassandre and his family members are facing a series of questions on his business dealings, with prosecutors also alleging Social Security fraud and a real estate scam in Corsica. It's not his
what's
first
about
time in
him?
court,
What the
having been
hell?
arrested in the early 1970s when police broke
Some
up the
criminals
French
are just out
Connection
here, bro.
heroin trade centered
Really?
in Marseille.
Doing a lot of criminal.
$1 million pharmacy robbery. Back in 2016, the owner of a super value pharmacy in Fort Worth, Texas, rang in the new year with a trashed business missing $1 million worth of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah,
The general
medical
manager,
industry-
James
Pharmaceuticals
Lawler, said the
is
pharmacy
bread.
at 720
Bro, it's
North
the biggest
Industrial
industry in the
Boulevard
world,
was
bro.
broken into in the early hours of December
Oh, shit.
31st. The burglars took highly marketable drugs
Oh, is
with
this
a
actual
street
footage?
value of up to
Yeah.
$1 million,
Yeah.
she said. Surveillance footage
Hold that.
shows men clad in black crawling and trying to break into
But
a
if
safe.
she planned it or
Spilled
something,
pill
right?
bottles and cough syrup
Is that
can
what
be
they
seen
say?
in the footage,
Oh,
and
let's
what
see.
appears to be a safe with the side cut out. An employee named Richard Irby said the robber tied him and 3 employees up with zip ties. He said he didn't want to hurt anybody. Now, we sort of took him at his word, but he's still waving
Oh.
a gun. The scary part, I never looked down the barrel of a gun before. The robber filled a bag
That
with
must be the
narcotics
most
and left through the
Yeah.
back door.
thing, bro.
Irby knows through other pharmacists the robberies
shit.
are escalating. Yellow hydrocodone, Soma,
Oh,
and
no, that was a
Xanax
legit
are
robbery.
the big
No,
3
yeah.
that most of them are after, Irby said. Irby wonders how long it will be before one of those crooks decides the drugs are worth pulling the trigger. The video ended up becoming extremely popular with over 4 million views and
Shit.
counting.
Man.
Sidemen Sunday.
Wow. Hide your
Jeez.
Xanax, they're coming for it.
Fuck's sake, man.
Yo, this is gassing me up. This is gassing me up.
Did like festivals.
Oh! 2021 will be a good year. Yo, what's up, guys? I am KSI. This is Josh. And this is Vic. And today we are reacting to why 2020 will be a great year. Obviously, you saw the previous video where we...
You mean 2021, bro? 2020 wasn't
Oh,
not
shit,
a
did I
great
say
year.
20?
It was not a great year.
For us, we did alright, you know. For us, we did alright for
It
ourselves.
was okay. It was okay.
No, 2020's been dreadful.
Yeah, it's been missed. It's been missed.
I'm just trying to look at positive
Let's
spins on this, you know. We've already had the
this-
bad ones. This is the good one now.
This should be good.
We just had tier 4 announced as of recording this.
Yeah.
So, it's not looking good.
I'm looking at Australia and I'm going, there's the goal. we
goals.
could
Too late.
be that.
We could never be like that.
London can never be that, you know. London can never be that.
Yeah.
No, give
Too
me...
many dons pass through London from all around the world all the time.
And we're well, there are a lot of idiots in this country. I'm just throwing it out there. But we'll move.
Wow.
What, so everyone in Australia is smart?
So you're saying, Vic?
Well, no, they're actually not. There's just less people, so it's less of a problem when people are being dumb.
They're
There's less population
not
there.
as close together.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
anyway,
they can be
let's find
idiots in their
out.
own little circle.
Let's find out what we have to look forward to.
If you watched our show on why 2021 will be a terrible year, you might have gotten to the end of that and felt a happiness-sapping sense of hopelessness.
Yep.
But don't worry, viewers, today we're gonna make things right. You're gonna hear about a lot of silver linings around a big black cloud. Some bad things went down in 2020, but that doesn't have to mean 2021 will be another year from hell. In fact, we think things are gonna work out pretty well next year.
So he said the opposite last video.
Innit?
Yeah.
This is hypocritical. You can't say, oh yeah, we think this is going to happen. Last time he said, we think next year's going to be worse.
The YouTube game.
Here's how. That thing called COVID-19 was hung over us like a storm that just wouldn't go away. Every time you turned on the TV or fired up the computer, the news was the same. Sickness and death on repeat. We're hoping those days will soon be over, and we have every right to feel optimistic. As we write this, the news is telling us that the American biotech firm called Moderna has a vaccine for COVID-19, and the preliminary results after testing 30,000 people show it has a 94.5% efficacy rate. That was much better than anyone expected this early in the game, with the US's leading infectious disease expert Anthony Fauci calling the vaccine stunningly impressive. That's music to the ears of anyone who's currently locked down and praying for this virus to go away.
Thing is, though, there's a lot of people that aren't gonna take this vaccine.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a lot.
We're going to start the old anti-vax debate.
Well, there's a lot of people who are like, no, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Blah 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 blah.
Loads of people say that. It's quite weird.
I'm just there like, yo, if it means we can get through to next year and everything's better, then I'm gonna take it, man.
Wait till these people want to go on holiday and the airline say, "Have you been vaccinated?" So
Yeah,
like, okay, I'll go and get it. Like,
I like the Jamaican politicians' view on it, where he was just like, "Let them take it first. It works for them, and it works for us."
One local politician has courted controversy after making comments which could undermine public confidence in a COVID-19 vaccine.
We understand that there is a vaccine out, more than one vaccines around. But, you know, sometimes when something new come out, you can't just run into it because you don't know what effects it might have on you. So we want the big countries, them like America and Canada and England, go ahead and take the vaccine and let us see how it works for a little while before we rush into it. Not true? Yes. That's the safest thing to do. Yeah, so after that now, and we say, yes, it's working, everything good for those people, then we can, next year, we can say, all right, come our time now, we're ready to take it, eh?
them big countries like UK and USA, let them actually try it.
Let them actually try it. You man try it first. If you man do it, I'll do it.
It'll take time, but we believe that by the time 2021 rolls around, there will be significantly less fear and worry around the world. In fact, we're pretty sure that as spring comes, people are going to be out in the streets celebrating as if a great war has been won.
Come on!
Imagine
Come on!
Come on, you anti-COVID.
Let's go!
We should have like anti-COVID day.
Anti-COVID day.
Yeah, like a new bank holiday where we just celebrate. We have a party.
We
on the
need to
streets.
throw a COVID is over Sidemen party.
Yeah, that's it wasn't the works.
10 mil party will be our COVID is over party.
You get a vaccine on the door.
I am going to get absolutely fucked.
JJ has one
I
drink
think we
and
should
just
film
passes
that.
out.
I think it should be a Sidemen Sunday. The Sidemen COVID is over party. Just spend 100 racks on a party. Put it
Jesus
on Sidemen
Christ.
channel.
100 right? Is that it?
You're right. Oh, what? What the fuck are you gonna do?
Think how many parties we would have had.
I want a dragon to swoop down as part of the party.
Yeah, bro.
I want fireworks that spell out our names.
Every single one of us.
There are those that predicted another Great Depression happening, which doesn't bode well for 2021, but there are also a lot of analysts talking about V-shaped recoveries in many countries. This has become much more of a reality since those vaccines became the news of the day. As for the economy, some people predict that people will spend big once lockdown and social distancing restrictions
we've
have been
agreed to
lifted.
that.
But there are cautious voices too, who predict that people might now have a save for a rainy day mindset. It's true that once the Great Depression was over, quite a lot of people lived for years after as if one might come again. They stuck bundles of cash under the bed waiting for the worst to happen. Nonetheless, we didn't have another Great Depression, and so we think the bounce back from COVID-19 will be bouncy. It's guesswork if we ask when COVID will finally end in terms of it killing large swaths of people, but even before the new vaccines were being tested, some experts predicted that normalcy would return to society in the spring of 21. People are going to be eating out more.
Eat out, help out.
Socializing more, and generally just enjoying their freedom. Just imagine the joy people will feel when all those social restrictions have been lifted. We're going to go out on a limb here and say that by May 2021, there's going to be a lot of happiness in the air and a lot of people being very friendly to each other.
Yo, this is gassing me up. This is gassing me up.
Dude, like festivals.
Oh, bro.
I've noticed that already anyway. Don't you think, like, if you go out on the street, people are nicer these days?
Maybe.
Maybe I've got a friendly face.
Yeah,
I don't know. People have like been more friendly, and like, if I speak to someone, they're much more like receptive.
I feel like next year you will see a lot more friendlier people. There's a lot of people who are just angry.
I mean, I'm not surprised people are angry. To be fair,
Online, there's way more like angry, like
true.
people like venting like all of their frustrations on like people like us. It's
like
mad.
we just get abused daily these days.
We just get
no matter what we do, we just get abused.
What you say.
I'd say next year definitely. Like, hopefully there'll be more people who are happy, less cancelled people online. Everything will just be blessed.
In an ideal world.
Nah, it'll be the best, man. I can't. Oh, bro.
The last time you watched this video, it was might be a bad year, and it was awful.
Yeah.
Which one is it going to be? Which one are we
going to
going
be
to
a
have?
bit of both. Bit of column A, bit of column
We got
B,
COVID-20 these days. Got this new strand in the southeastern London.
Built different. Built different.
We built different over in London.
Built different.
The rest of Europe had just locked us off. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, true. Shit. And yeah, Brexit as well. Oh my god.
This is for US as well. You're forgetting this is about the UK.
Give me more good things. Shut up. You're ruining it.
Sorry.
You're ruining it.
Regular life will seem like a blessing after the horror of 2020. For a while, you're going to feel a natural high every day. And then as the year passes, you can go back to being grumpy. We think masses of people will receive the vaccine in the spring and summer, and by the time September is here, herd immunity will be well on its way. The summer's going to be just great, possibly the best summer you've ever had. As Bill Gates said in an interview, COVID won't just completely disappear, but you can bet in 2021 your life will return to normal again.
You can bet. Bill
Yo,
Gates said that.
is
That's
that
Bill Gates'
Bill?
verified statement.
Is that you, Bill?
You know
Do you
what? I'm
believe
really
him?
scared. I'm really scared that in 8 months, someone's gonna clip this video and send it to us when we're still in the bin, and it's gonna be us smiling like, in mid 2020 you'll return to normal. And we're just there, just crying.
We're like, well, London's just moved into tier 5 restrictions now.
There are riots everywhere. North Korea released a nuke.
Okay.
I don't think they're doing that.
We've learned a lot of valuable lessons. The vast majority of people who got COVID-19 came out on the other side in one piece. That wasn't everyone, unfortunately, but most people survived without having any negative long-term health problems. One thing we know now is we should take care of our bodies, so we have stronger constitutions to help us through times of sickness. We believe that post-COVID, there will be a lot more people in the world that exercise and try to live a healthier lifestyle. We've had our warning. Now we're not going to ignore our health again. Trust us, gyms and parks are going to be packed full in 2021.
I definitely see that.
Yeah, that is a
Makes sense,
weird
yeah.
upside. Yeah. In the last few years, it's been a crazy uptake anyway. Since we all started actually exercising 5 years ago, I feel like the whole world has shifted around it.
Well, you just go on Instagram and you just see people
it's everywhere.
Fitness and lifestyle.
Yeah, man, and they're always happy, man, and there's a reason.
I mean, that's also because they're
That's
on
also Instagram.
That's how Instagram
Yeah,
works.
no, yeah.
I mean, if I smash on Instagram now, everyone's got a smile on their face. No one's there just crying on my Instagram feed. Everyone's just traveling around the world from last year, apparently.
Let's mix it up.
They're all
Let's mix it
smiling
up.
at me.
Let's do some sad boy Instagram posts.
Oh my god! But normally, if you are in shape and you feel good about yourself, then you are normally happy.
I think it's more the effects of working out would make you happier.
Well, yeah, it releases endorphins and all of that. It just,
Endorphins.
I like endorphins.
Endorphin. It releases dolphins.
It releases dolphins into the wild.
An article published in the British Medical Journal in 2020 explained that doctors in some areas saw something strange happen in 2020. Cases of flu amongst children were down significantly. One doctor said, sure, kids not mingling at school made a difference, but she also said people were much more serious about personal hygiene. She thinks that this is part of the new normal. People just washing their hands more and not sneezing into other people's faces. Maybe COVID has made humanity cleaner.
People did that?
Yeah, just on the tube. I don't know, spat on them.
Yo,
but
if
sneezing.
someone sneezed in my face, they're getting punched. I don't care. No, man.
I took that image of us on the tube and someone accidentally sneezing about to catch it in time. You just turn around and go, bang!
Bang! Dropped.
I think you might get arrested for that, lad.
Yeah, I probably will. But no. But if my man had COVID and he's sneezing on me,
I still don't think it justifies an uppercut. I think you'd end up in a cell, to be honest.
Maybe COVID has made humanity cleaner. With so much less activity in the world, the air got cleaner too. In 2020, NASA satellites showed that in many big cities around the world, air pollution was dramatically reduced. Okay, so when people have the freedom again to move around, maybe that'll go back to normal, but some experts think not. One environmental economist at Stanford University predicted that this cleaner air will save thousands of lives. Maybe when people understand this positive effect, they'll be a lot more responsible about burning oil. He said, in this respect, COVID has taught us to think about the future. Now, let's talk about goodwill. You might not know this, but during the crisis, a lot of very good people have been doing good things for others. In the UK, the government said it needed National Health Service volunteers. The number of people that said they'd like to help was more than 750,000. In lots of countries, people volunteered to go shopping for those who couldn't get out. We saw singing from balconies. We saw communities coming together. This can only be good for the future. You and your neighbors might be closer than you've ever been before. It's time to light up the barbecue in 2021 and invite all those helpful neighbors around for a beer and a burger. As for inside the house, okay, some folks were driven up the wall by their families during lockdowns, but many people reported getting closer to their families. When the virus is finally gone, maybe you'll find you have a better relationship with all those around you. Not only that, many people said during lockdown they learned to cook better. Others got into gardening, and some folks spent some time fixing up their house. If anything, your house is going to be a better place to live in 2021. In 2020, we struggled, but we learned to get along. In 2021, we'll see the fruits of our understanding and kindness. As for work, there was a hell of a lot of bad news in 2020. Lots of people lost their job during the pandemic.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to find out how work can be better next year.
Well,
I think it's created a lot of new.
There'll be new jobs.
It's new jobs, new industries now.
Like what?
I think a lot of online businesses will come through. You'll probably find a lot more like people making money like online PTs and stuff. Like just the people's openness to using stuff online or just
OnlyFans.
Nonetheless, some people were able to carry on working at home.
So that's working, look.
Maybe some of you like going to the office, but it can also get very expensive paying for gasoline or public transport. On top of that, there are those...
What's going on there then?
Are they fucking? Wait.
Don't make it mad, bro. The dog's just waking the guy up. Alright, chill.
Bro, no, bro. Like
chill,
the way they were moving, man.
Don't make it weird.
Bro,
man.
look at that. Bro, they're fucking.
Done now.
Fewer cars on the streets also means less pollution.
You got a dirty mind, lad.
We found reports that told us during the pandemic a lot of people started learning new skills so they could work from home. Forbes called this new trend more than fleeting, explaining that the number of people Googling phrases such as free online course and online courses has never been so high in the history of the internet. People are not lying down and accepting defeat. In 2020, they got online and started learning new things. In 2021, we imagine there will be a lot of people out there earning cash from their new skills. In the UK, one survey found that a whopping 24% of respondents were currently learning something new online.
I guess you could say drug dealers have profited.
What?
Why?
How has that come into your thought, though?
What?
If in your thought process, how do you come to that decision?
I'm just thinking, like, obviously there's a lot of people who are stressed out, so a lot more people would need, certain drugs to, take the edge off.
If anything, there's probably less. There's probably less because there's less.
Well, their supply chains all down the drain.
Oh, yeah,
and
very
there's
true,
less
yeah.
recreational use. Like people aren't going to just be popping pills with their family.
People aren't going to festivals, you know.
I'd imagine it's probably down.
Sit with their mum at dinner with their jaws swinging.
I don't think a lot of people would get away with that, to be honest.
Damn, so what? Even drug dealers are getting hit. Damn.
Yeah, probably.
One guy that Forbes interviewed said he learned website design and development, and it helped him to launch a second company. Not everyone locked down spent all their time watching Netflix and disaster news. From what we can see, lockdown helped a lot of people. The World Economic Forum 2018 Future of Jobs report told us 54% of all employees would need new skills by 2022. Well, it couldn't have predicted that many of those people were locked down in 2020 and they learned those new skills. Tech companies also have come up with new apps to help people work remotely and stay connected online. These tools are here to stay and will only get better in 2021. What this also means, of course, is that next year you might find yourself applying for a job in a city or a town far from where you live. Just look online at the moment and look at who's hiring for remote positions. It's very possible right now to work in expensive New York and live in a small community on the other side of the country. Some companies have been forced to do this, but they found that it actually works. It's likely that a lot of companies won't go back to how they did things pre-pandemic. The world, people, is now your oyster. Some people have said that this will have another benefit for many people. That is, if businesses are no longer using large office spaces, then property prices around those spaces might come down.
We hope, because London is too goddamn expensive.
High-paid employees often drive up prices when they move into town, but that will become less of a problem in the coming years. At the same time, if students spend less time on campus, perhaps educational institutions won't have to spend as much time on infrastructure. There's a good chance that formal online learning will bring the cost of education down.
So would that mean uni fees would be lower.
Probably not.
They need to be.
Because they'd be scamming. They'd be scamming.
I mean, yeah, $9,000.
If you paid $9,000 a year to go uni this year, I really feel for you.
That's daylight robbery.
And what if you don't feel like staying in your country? Well, there are a growing number of people in the world today that call themselves digital nomads. In the past, the option of working in another country might have been alien to you, but right now it's more of a possibility. Not only will 2021 be the year when we see more remote workers than ever before, but we expect more of those workers to work and travel at the same time. You might not have seen this, but quite a few countries now offer long-term visas for remote workers. One of the best things is some of those countries don't have a high cost of living.
Sidemen to Costa Rica.
I'm down, bro.
We can be digital nomads, you know, though. Like, we need to get that's the hard part, is getting visas everywhere. As long as I can take a PC somewhere, it's like I have to transport a PC and a microphone.
Imagine if we did like a world tour. We did like Sidemen, like go to like 7 different countries over 7 weeks and like vlogging all
7 weeks?
different videos. But we're doing videos.
I'm saying we could just go move to like some random town in like Portugal, and it'd be like, the cost of living be cheaper. We'd have more room to do stuff.
True.
Portugal and Mexico both make it fairly easy for someone to stay a while and work, and Croatia digital nomad visa. Imagine spending next year on a beach in a foreign country using your newly learned skills to support yourself. This doesn't have to be a dream. It's more possible than ever. Well, once borders open,
which are now closed.
Well, yeah, about that.
In August of 2020, the website Skyscanner said it was seeing a 368% increase in searches. Other surveys showed that lots of people were interested in traveling as 2020 crawled along, and many of those people had the first few months of 2021 in mind for a leaving date. That's you on vacation in 2021.
Come on,
that's not so
that's us,
bad,
look.
is it? Then there are all the activities you missed that are more than likely all coming back. You'll be able to go see a movie at a theater again. You'll be able to go watch your favorite sports team in a stadium. Festivals and concerts should come back. Festivals. Just imagine how good they'll feel after being banned for so long.
Big JB.
Justin Bieber concert will feel divine. June 2nd in San Diego. Mark it on your calendar.
Come on, the fellas.
2020 has been a great big wart on the history of mankind. So let's be glad that right now most of the world isn't at war. Let's remember that we've come a long way in terms of how we treat each other. Economic inequality is still a big problem, but a century ago things were much worse. You might now be thinking about learning a digital skill and moving to a European country with amazing beaches when a century ago, if you weren't born into the right family, your options were pretty dire. So there you go. In 2021, you might feel closer to your family. You might live in a world that cares more than ever about hygiene, health, and fitness. You might live in communities that are tighter than ever before. You might have learned new skills and are using them in 2021 to earn a living in a beautiful foreign country. Your skies might be cleaner and your roads might be less congested. What's not to like about 2021? And don't forget the big news we told you in the other less optimistic 2021 show. Keeping Up with the Kardashians will at last have its final season. What an amazing year it's gonna be.
Oh, for God's sake.
Guys got bands. Guys got bands.
He's got to get a little positive spin at the end, you know?
Yeah. No, you know what?
Hopefully he's right then. Hopefully this one is right. Hopefully the last one was wrong.
2021 will be a good year. It will
there we go. You know, let's manifest.
And let's leave it at that.
It's on us and it's on you guys. A good year.
We'll make it a great year.
Woo!
In a bit. Boom.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne.
No! I fuck this! Corruption! Wow!
That is scary though.
That's fucked! Ooh, today we're reacting to 5 unsolved murder mysteries that are creepy! Ooh!
Give you goosebumps.
Yeah, with Josh and Victor. You know they've normally got commentators that have funny voices.
I feel like you've done a better job.
I want him to speak like that the whole time.
No.
This woman was killed in her staircase. And,
I was doing the Harry face you was doing yours. You're talking of the Harry face.
She was killed on her staircase.
No, it's murder mystery, so it's going to be like, in her staircase.
There was a footstep in the blood. What's so funny, bro?
But it matched nobody's DNA.
Nobody could find the footstep of the.
I came here for the video, not for
Big
this
Star
shit.
is here, like, why am I recording with these people?
Big Star will be the victim of an unsolved murder.
Hey!
It's very creepy.
Hey!
Press play.
5 unsolved murder
Aw.
mysteries that are very creepy.
What?
Murders happen all around the world.
Murders
Some are
happen,
solved
yeah,
within
it's really
days or
great.
weeks, and sometimes it can take years. Unfortunately, though, in some
Give me the
instances, the killer has been known to get away with the crime. Such are the
He's not very
cases on
exciting
this
for
list.
murder one, is
I
it?
hope he gets
These are
better. This is just the
5
intro.
unsolved murder mysteries that are very creepy.
Oh, there we go.
Number 5, Jodine Seren.
Ooh, sound effects.
It was
Tracking.
Valentine's Day 2007. Jodine Seren was 39 years old, and despite being mentally
recognize that
disabled,
picture.
she was high functioning and lived in her own apartment
Private
in Carlsbad,
voice.
San Diego.
He's more bored.
To make sure she was
Early
okay,
film.
though, her parents made a visit to her every day. That evening, Jodine's parents checked in on their daughter like
Oh.
usual. They knocked on the door, the lights were on, but no one answered. After several tries and calls, Jodine's
That's
father,
his
Art,
theatrical
broke
This is what I was
down
about to
the
say.
door.
This is a dead person, isn't it?
Once inside,
Yeah.
they walked through her dark bedroom and were
Oh.
shocked to find their daughter having sex with an unknown man.
Oh,
Upset, but thinking
Right.
they walked in on an awkward
happened?
situation, Art
Get
told
bored.
the man to get dressed and leave, while both parents
Get
waited
out my
in the
house.
adjoining room.
My ass or house?
The man did as he was told
definitely
and
not.
left.
No one's in my
Minutes
ass.
passed and the parents
I
waited,
should hope
but
not.
Jodine never came out of her room.
Oh,
After asking for her to come out several times without a response, they
Times.
decided to go in. There, they were treated to an even more shocking sight than what they had just seen.
He just snapped.
Oh my goodness.
Jodine was lying in the nude, dead.
Oh.
She had been beaten and strangled to death.
So what? Did the Don?
It was later
Whoa.
clear that while her parents were waiting for this man to get dressed and leave, he was also killing their daughter at the very same time.
That's mental.
The man left without Jodine's parents knowing anything. With the amount of bruises she suffered, it was clear the sex between the two was not consensual, and her parents had witnessed her being
Oh, they
raped
walked in,
in
they could
front of
actually
them
stopped
without
it.
even realizing it. Police
that's
studied
mad.
the crime scene and collected DNA evidence, and although they tried to find a suspect, the case went cold.
How?
For 11 years, no one knew who raped or killed the woman. Over the years, as advances in technology arrived, investigators would run
Have
the
they got him?
suspect's DNA through various databases, but it was always a dead end.
Ah!
But then recently, they turned to phenotyping and forensic genealogy, hoping it
Oh.
would solve the mystery. Phenotyping recreates what the suspect may have looked like based on the DNA.
What?
Forensic genealogy, meanwhile, uses existing DNA from family trees freely submitted online to find familial matches.
It's getting impossible
This
to
was
commit
the same
crimes nowadays.
procedure
You know?
used to capture the Golden State
Yeah.
Killer.
Not that I want to.
When investigators used this technique on
You sound
Jodine's
upset by
case,
that.
one possible
I
name
did-
came
I-
up.
I realised my
David
tone sounded
Mabrito.
like-
Mabrito was a former Oceanside resident and was 38 years old at the time of the crime.
That moustache.
Once his name came
screams.
up, it was a matter
has
of
to go,
obtaining
blood.
his direct
It has to
DNA from another law enforcement agency. But as it turns out, his DNA was never entered into a system because he had passed away in 2011. Even though police say they are sure that he raped and killed
Imagine you
Seren,
die, right?
they still don't have answers on
And then-
motive or
and
whether
then-
Seren
you get
knew
killed
the
for
people think you killed
suspect
someone, you
at
didn't.
all.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you can't defend yourself.
Number
Yeah,
4,
true.
Terry Bevers. On April 18th, 2016, Terry Bevers, also known as Missy, arrived at Creekside Church in Midlothian, Texas
I
at
want him to
4
speed it
a.m.
up.
for an early morning fitness
He's quite a
class
slow
she was
reader, isn't he?
leading.
Yeah.
But minutes before her, church
Ah,
surveillance
this is what I
captured
like.
a
I like
figure dressed in what
CCTV
appeared
stuff.
to be full SWAT gear. This individual carried a hammer
yeah, it's not
and
actually
what
SWAT.
looked to be a small crowbar.
No.
Although it wasn't captured on camera, the intruder and Missy did encounter each other that morning.
People
When
have
one
got to
of
be so
Missy's
touched. You know?
students arrived at the church for class, police received a frantic 911 call stating that there was an unresponsive woman inside. Missy didn't survive the attack, and it was later revealed she had suffered multiple stab wounds to her head and chest.
With a crowbar?
3 years after the murder, the case still remains unsolved. Even though there was clear surveillance footage, police still have no suspects or concrete leads.
What's your favourite
During the initial
crime film on
phase of the
Netflix,
investigations,
I like The Staircase. I enjoyed that.
I was gonna say you like Staircase, don't you?
I did enjoy The Staircase.
I still like How to Be a Murderer.
How to Murder was goated too.
That was goated, and I'm waiting, bro, because that's
Season
still
3 is that?
It's still guaning, isn't it? Like everything's still guaning.
people then believe the murder may have been a robbery gone wrong and that Missy was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the idea of robbery seemed off as the intruder looked half-hearted in trying to pry open the doors or even steal anything from the church at all. The intruder also left Missy's diamond wedding ring on her finger. If robbery was the motive, then most likely that would be the first thing they took.
Yeah.
Investigators estimate the intruder to be around 5'2" to 5'7".
How tapped do you have to be to get a fake SWAT outfit and a crowbar out?
Yeah, and just go murder someone.
Bro, you gotta be so tapped.
It's also noted the killer had a very distinctive walking gait. Although the investigation still doesn't have any solid evidence of who the killer might be,
rob someone.
Internet sleuths are
pointing to someone.
But he might panic.
Brandon Bevers'
what kind of panic response is killing someone?
According to them,
he just went swinging. We had a crowbar.
A panic response. Bro, he stabbed him with it.
He was murdered.
9 times.
A bloodstained shirt to the cleaners.
That's a tapped
Randy
on.
said it was from a dog injury, which supposedly the vet confirmed. But footage of Randy walking, though, seems to match up with the height and weight of the intruder. Even more telling was that the distinctive gait also mirrored Randy's. After Missy's death, investigations revealed the couple had been having marital as well as financial difficulties.
Isn't that what they always say in murders? Like it's either husbands. What is it? There's like a list of people who
they
connected
to the relationship.
Yeah.
Randy
like
seems
husbands,
to have a
wives,
solid alibi.
Same as
said he was out traveling in California at the time of the murder. Even though until now there's no resolution to the case, the Bevers are still hopeful that one day they will find an answer as to who killed Missy.
You bastard.
Number 3, Nicole
I like
Smith.
the animation. They've done well with this bit, but
on June 7th, 1995,
Give me
it was
some
the start
epic,
of a normal day for 14-year-old Nicole Smith from Southwest Atlanta. She was walking from her Deerfield apartment complex with her sister and a friend.
American apartment
Midway, though,
so like,
Nicole realized she had forgotten to bring her book report. She told her sister and friend to go on without her.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
She was going to head back home to get it. She decided to take a shortcut through the woods, hoping to cut time.
Do you think I'm an idiot? Guys, I want honest answers.
Yes, you're an idiot.
Wait, do you think I'm an idiot?
Look,
imagine you played the new Watch Dogs and you've gone...
Went out today and looked around London and it's just like the new Watch Dogs. It's bizarre.
They're similar, it's really weird. Like, the building's all the same and stuff.
You have your moments, Steve. You have your moments.
Security guards in the area heard the gunshots and rushed towards them. They found Nicole's body and a school bag, which had her identification, but there was no sign of the killer. Years later, in June of 2004, another girl was viciously attacked the same way, 3 miles away at East Point. The 13-year-old was dragged into the woods, then raped. However, this time, the team was able to run away and inform police. She described the assailant as a black man, about 20 to 30 years old.
Do you reckon you could ever duppy someone?
Approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall.
Do you reckon you could ever duppy someone?
He had a medium complexion with a gap in his front teeth.
No, I don't want you to say
he was wearing
yes, but I'm just saying,
gold-framed
do you think
glasses
you could?
during the
I think anyone
could.
The DNA collected was later
you do
matched to
accidentally
the
as well,
same
so
man
that's
that
what I'm
attacked
saying.
and killed
I'm on
Nicole
my Lenny
Smith. Despite
You
this
definitely
link,
are.
though, the case remained unsolved, and even now, there's still
I've just
no
whacked it on
suspects.
for acting
Anyone
up,
with
and all of a sudden I've got a
information
case.
can submit
Fuck this.
anonymously to the Crime Stoppers Atlanta tip line at 404-577-TIPS.
What was that
It's
advert?
also possible to contact them via crimestoppersatlanta.org.
Did we just
Number
get
2, Candace Hill.
Look, it's Crime Stoppers, alright? We want to stop the crimes.
Considered a child prodigy, Candace Hiltz was already doing calculus by the time she was 11. She lived with her mother in Cannon City,
can you do that?
Colorado, but while still a teen, Candace found herself pregnant, and she gave birth to a daughter named Paige. One day, Fremont County Sheriff's Deputy Robert Dodd arrived at the Hiltz home looking for James, Candace's older brother. James suffered from such severe paranoia that he lived in the wooded area at the back of the family's home. The officer said he wanted to question James about a trespassing incident, Both Candace and her mother were
He lived
present
in the
during
woods
the
at the back of the
questioning,
garden.
and at some point,
I
Candace
assume
didn't
like in
the
like a cabin
officer's
or a
tone
tent
and
or
let her
something.
know
There's
about
a
it.
shed, yeah.
In the end, a shouting match ensued between the two. When the officer threatened the teen he would arrest her, she put up her wrists and dared him to. Then Candace said she had seen the officer accepting envelopes from known drug dealers in town and would gladly let his superiors know about it.
Corrupt police, mate.
Days after this incident, the family came home and realized their dog was missing. They thought it was odd, but figured the animal had wandered off or may have been attacked by a mountain lion since they lived in the forest. Candace went to the sheriff's office to report her dog missing, but got into another altercation while there. It's unsure whether she got into a fight with Officer Dodd or if it was others. Then on August 15, 2006, Candace's mother, Dolores...
I've just seen a suggested video in the top right. Jimmy Savile, the lies, the Jimmy Savile.
This is your attention, just gone.
realized something was
Yes,
off
yeah,
and called the neighbors to have them check on
You can have an
Candace,
example that you can
but
say
they
just
never
ban
did. Then when Dolores got home around 3:30 p.m., went inside the house to find her granddaughter Paige crying and screaming inside
Oh,
the
fuck this! I'm a fucking idiot.
She then found pools and spatters of blood, but still there were no signs of Candace.
On the Dexter shit.
She ran to the room to pick up Paige, but discovered something stuffed underneath the bed. It was wrapped
Dexter was
inside
such
a
a good
green
show.
comforter.
Oh no.
Dolores opened
Oh, no.
it and felt sick to her
no.
stomach when she found
Oh,
her
no.
daughter dead.
What?
She had so many gunshot wounds to her face that it nearly decapitated her. Dolores then called 911.
Bro!
The two officers tasked to lead the investigation was Deputy Driscoll and Deputy Dodd, the same officer Candace had an altercation with. According to the family, the investigation was shoddy at best. Despite being veteran officers, the two left behind a lot of evidence uncollected at the crime scene. The area wasn't taped off properly, and people
Dogs are
walked
fraud
in and
then,
out,
is what they're
contaminating
saying.
the crime scene.
So
Worse
how-
still
that's
is that
scary,
almost
murder, whatever,
immediately,
again.
the officers
In
pointed
it!
to James,
Making a-
Candace's
what's it-
mentally
making a
ill
murderer.
brother,
That's
as the
fine.
main suspect.
Yeah, that's it. Fucking
They organized a
planting
manhunt,
evidence
searching
and
the wooded
missing
area
it.
behind the home, stating they were looking
That's a
for
RAV4 on the
evidence.
right as well.
The family
It's out.
believed
Where's
it
the
was a
RAV4s?
ruse to find James. It was during this search the family dog was found. He had been tied to a tree and then butchered with an axe.
No!
People believe the dog
Hey,
was
fuck
taken to
this!
stop him from alerting anyone if an intruder went inside
And
the
you try and
home.
blame it on the brother, right?
Others say it was to taunt the family. Candace's
Fuck you,
murder
man.
became a cold case. Officers still pointed to James as a possible suspect, even though he denied it and had no history of violence whatsoever or even owned a gun.
It's man like Dodd,
What's
isn't it?
more is that it was clear from
If
the
that brother was really mad
investigation
paranoid,
Candace
he's
was shot by
gonna
3
be
different people
in the ropes now.
and suffered gunshot wounds from several different guns. Fast forward to 2017 when Rick
Dodd.
Ratzliff bought a storage unit for $50. Inside, he found police lights, police uniforms, and case files. Then he discovered a box marked evidence, and he knew he had found something that wasn't supposed to be there. When he inquired who had owned the unit prior to his purchase, it was none other than Deputy Officer Robert Dodd.
Oh my
Rick told police about what he found, and his wife reported the interaction. The conversation between the officers was threatening, and in fact, they forced him to keep his mouth shut about finding the evidence inside the locker. Dodd's
Hey,
family
Dodd!
also tried to buy back that locker.
You
from
look
him.
like a fucking nonce-Dodd.
Inside the
Hold
evidence
that.
box, they found the
Hold
axe
that.
used to kill Candace's
God.
dog, as well
Prick.
as the blood-stained rope.
Yeah, you got.
There
you
was
got caught,
also
you
bloody
pussy.
socks and a backpack containing Candace's bloody shirt.
It's unsolved though, so surely.
Then
But
at a
how do these
landfill
people get
outside
into
of Cannon
these
City,
jobs?
More evidence was found from a sexual assault case Dodd was involved in.
Oh
The
my
officer
days.
had thrown that out as well.
What?
Eventually, the word got out about the locker finding. The evidence was taken and held by the Colorado Bureau of Investigations.
Has he been done
They
it?
have pledged to look into the misconducts with the Fremont County Sheriff's Department. Dodd eventually faced trial in 2018 for abusing public records and 2 counts of second-degree official misconduct. When asked why he had kept the evidence,
What about the
he
murdering
simply
of the
said,
dogs?
No
And
comment.
the woman?
Many believe Dodd, as well as other officers, might have been involved with the case or at least botched it from the get-go, although
Dodd!
there's no concrete proof tying them to the murder.
This guy's a
Despite Dodd
pussy.
and the police's handling of the evidence, no one has been arrested in Candace Hiltz's death.
The fuck?
Corruption!
Seawin Murder Mysteries.
Wow!
That is scary though.
It was
That's
Pentecost
fucked.
weekend of 1976, but in a little house in Seawin, Switzerland, 5 people were brutally shot to death.
Right.
Using a Winchester rifle, 13 rounds were fired off. 11 of those shots were used to shoot the victims in the head. The
stock
last
images
2 were
that they
fired
use
into
are
their
always
bodies.
really
The
interesting.
victims killed were 62-year-old Elsa Segrist Sackinger, her 63-year-old husband Eugene, Eugene's sister Anna, who was 80, and her 2 sons, 52-year-old Emmanuel and Max Westhauser, who was 49. It's believed the killer had only intended to kill both Elsa and Eugene, but was shocked to find other people
what, did they
there, so
panic?
he decided to kill them as well.
We know what Josh would do now.
The crime
Josh
was
would
discovered
be
on
trying to
June
steal a
6,
Galaxy bar from Bossman and
1976
ended up
by a
killing him.
female passerby.
We know what Josh's
Police
panic
arrived
response
to find
is.
4 of the corpses
Bro,
inside
you'd
the
take
house.
like a hole
The
for
5th
someone's
one was
chest.
found wrapped in a carpet and placed on
You said it
a
all the time,
terrace.
so if you had a gun, you're going to put a hole for someone's
Despite heavy
chest.
questioning
No, I
and
didn't say that.
investigations,
I said I'll
police found
punch a
only
hole
2
through your
possible
chest.
You used to kick
suspects.
hole through my back.
The first was a man
Yeah, I
named
did, yeah,
Carl
because I'm on my
Dozer.
Iron Man shit.
In the fall of 1996, a Winchester rifle was discovered inside the kitchen hall of a house owned by a woman with the last name Dozer. It was discovered
Dozer.
the gun
You big
belonged to
Dozer.
Carl and was an imitation of an Italian Winchester with a short barrel. This was the same weapon used to kill all
Oh,
the
shit.
victims.
Little sword off thing.
Sort of.
Carl was interviewed by police about
Just
it,
guns,
but he
man.
said he bought the gun
In
at
it.
a flea
Spin 'em.
market.
Alright, who made the
Even
first
though
gun?
police were
They
suspicious
fucked
of him,
They fucked
could
it.
not find any motive and
Been
no
around for a long time,
evidence
to be
linking him to the victims.
Well,
Then there was
imagine
Adolf
if
Johnny
Wait, imagine
Segrist.
imagine if wards were
It was
just
hand-to-hand combat only.
Bro, it's just hand-to-hand combat, bro. Bro, it's just hand-to-hand.
Bro, they were.
I know. But imagine if they still imagine if they still were, bro, and Hitler's just getting banged in the face on the battlefield, bro. Hold that. SS what? Hold. Bow.
Imagine that. That's so
A relative of the victims.
Hand-to-hand combat.
A
Still to
business
this day.
acquaintance of Adolf, Hans Blaser, said that Adolf had something to do with the murder.
Oh, Adolf.
Because 3
Was that
weeks
coincidence
before
then?
the incident, Blaser
Fucking hell,
said
might be.
Adolf had
What did you
asked
say?
him for
Because
ammunition.
You heard
Oh, I
Adolf.
didn't.
He said he
I
needed
said
extra
Hitler's
heavy
getting
lead
banged up on the
bullets
battlefield.
and asked if it would fit in his Italian Winchester rifle. He also said he was getting it as a gift for someone else.
What?
Sus.
When police searched his
Like that.
apartment, there were styrofoam heads that had been shot through in his flat.
What?
Adolf was also described as being a man who was insecure about
Clearly.
his height and his
It's him.
It's him!
Who else but him?
It's believed he may have worked with Dozer to get revenge on
Dozer.
Eugene for belittling him. Although he was arrested
It's him!
temporarily, he was let go and died during the mid-1980s.
Oh.
The SIDEMEN murders continue to remain a mystery,
That is a little short thing, you
although
know.
there are strong suspects in both
Wait, dig
Dozer and Adolf. No
Whoa,
direct
bro.
evidence has linked them to the crime.
That was rude.
So there were 5 unsolved murder mysteries that are very
for that.
creepy.
There are 5 unsolved murder mysteries.
Yeah, you've
They are-
nearly said
They
what
all
you
were
said.
very
I'm not
creepy.
gonna lie, lads. That piece of content wasn't what I thought it was gonna be. And I have kept you here for 20 minutes at the end of that.
That's
why
Seeker's
my bad.
apology. But first, that's his pick today.
Yeah, because
Come back
the
tomorrow
title
for a
got-
potentially a better pick.
the title got me.
I enjoyed
And,
that. I enjoyed that. I thought it was alright.
Mate, you spoke to us about 3 times.
Yeah, I was watching
He's
the
soaking
video.
it in.
He just digested
Yeah.
it a bit. Give us an outlook on your viewpoints over watching that.
I thought it was very interesting, and it's interesting that you can almost know who's murdered someone, but if you don't have the evidence to tie it to them, you can't really do a lot. It's kind of like it's like
planning some murders then.
no, I just think, but I don't know. I was playing devil's advocate, and I was thinking like we're sat here convinced that like Dodds murdered these people,
Might
but
not.
what if Dodd's been stitched up, and everyone,
I've
loads
got-
of people think he's a murderer. It's interesting.
I've got a question for you guys and the audience to end the day. How
Question
many murderers and rapists and paedophiles do you think you've walked past in your life? How many do you reckon you've walked
Because
past?
probably a considerable amount.
It's probably a considerable amount, isn't it?
Especially if you live in London, you've been on the tube with people
Good
doing mad
handful,
stuff.
yeah.
So I hope you sleep well tonight, and goodbye. fucking shitty rock. It's a rock covered in bird poo.
Today we are going to be learning all about the 12 most dangerous islands that you never want to visit. But I don't know, I feel like one of them, you know, I feel like Harry's a bit of a daredevil. He might want to visit one of these, so we'll see.
Ah, man, I'm down.
Technically, the United Kingdom's a very dangerous island to visit at the minute.
You know what? It is actually
right now
the most dangerous island that you could visit in the world.
Right now, we're on one of the most dangerous.
Let's see if we made it. I doubt we
You
did.
laugh, otherwise you cry. That's you.
Laugh now, cry later.
12 most dangerous islands you never want to visit.
Dum dum dum.
Oh,
okay.
Number 12. Farallon Islands.
Okay.
20 miles west of San Francisco.
Okay.
Sits a series of islands that are so jagged, they have earned the moniker, the Devil's Teeth. But this may no longer be a name based only in appearance. Because of the island's potential dangers, humans have been banned from stepping foot on the islands.
Oh.
The waters around the islands are still a popular destination for whale watchers. And because humans can no longer interfere, the Farallons have become home to one of the largest seabird colonies in the United States.
Oh, okay.
Although you can still catch intrepid skin
thought
divers
it was an eagle
sneaking
there.
onto the islands, the government adamantly warns anyone that they do so at their own risk. While you might be able to avoid the dozens of great white sharks that roam the area, feeding off the Farallon's large population of elephant seals, the real danger is one you won't be able to punch in the nose.
The tides, right?
Throughout the middle of the 20th century,
Oh,
were used for the disposal
tides.
of radioactive materials.
Nope, it's
There are almost
nuclear
50,000 drums
radiation.
full of nuclear waste throughout the area.
Oh, wow.
And with numbers that high, leaks are an inevitable certainty.
There's like 3-eyed fish in there, bro. 100.
But mate, the fish got coming off that island, or the birds must be like mutated and all this kind of stuff. It's dodgy creatures.
West of the African island of Madagascar, in the Indian Ocean, sits Reunion Island,
This looks
a
beautiful.
small yet busy
Yeah.
island that is covered by rainforests, rivers, and breathtaking waterfalls. Though it is over 5,500
Making me wanna
miles
go there
away
now.
from France, the island is still governed by French law, and
Oh.
because it is less of a hassle than traveling to island destinations where passports may be required, it has become a popular vacation destination for French citizens.
Okay.
Because of this, the island is one of the most modern islands in terms of sanitation and transportation.
Well, I wanna go
It
there.
could be easy to get carried
Yeah.
away daydreaming about visiting Reunion
Yeah.
because of its beautiful villages and
Yeah.
relative isolation from the outside world.
Yeah.
It's all been good so
Tourists
far.
must be prepared for the terrifying realities of this pristine locale.
Okay.
First off,
I was gonna say,
it
I
is
look
home
like
to
a
one of the most
volcano.
active volcanoes in all of the world, which
Oh.
was a popular hiking destination for tourists until it was deemed too dangerous to traverse.
Wow.
I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk.
All right then.
Adds a bit
All
of
right.
spice to your hike.
500,000 likes on this bog goes up a volcano.
The next Sidemen bad holiday is just to a volcano. You can't decide it.
$10 volcano versus
Dormant volcano versus active volcano. Oh god.
You don't want to get the active volcano.
One of the leading islands in terms of annual rainfall in the entire world.
I'll just rain
and
away
is
the
often
lava,
the
it's
victim of
fine.
violent
I knew you were
tropical
gonna say
cyclones. Lastly, Reunion is known for having one of the largest and most vicious populations of sharks encircling it. The shark attacks have become so bad that the French government has forbidden surfing around the island.
Oh.
Despite this, there are still around half a dozen people who meet their demise every year from shark attacks.
Oh, wow.
Number 10.
Danger Island.
I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah, if there's one island you're not going to visit, it's Danger Island, surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
South of Maldives, in the western part of the Indian Ocean, lies the Chagos Archipelago, a series of coral islands long inhabited by the Chagos people. One of the smallest of these atolls is Danger Island, which is full of coconut trees
Lovely.
that used to
It's
act as
lovely.
reserve by the Chagos. In the event food supplies ran short, the island is full of wildlife. Most significantly, it is the home of two rare birds with fun names to say: brown noddies and red-footed boobies.
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 I just want to sit on the booby comment for a second. Let it marinate. Alright, let's go.
Let boobies marinate.
Seafarers found the coral reef and
Oh, not
rocky
a
shoals
turtle.
that surrounded it
Oh, God.
too treacherous to anchor their ships. Even with modern transportation, the island is incredibly difficult to get to and navigate without risking damage.
Okay.
If you were to end up grounded or wrecked
no.
near Danger Island, you would find yourself utterly isolated from the world and would be especially in trouble if you were allergic to coconuts.
I'll just phone someone. Send a text.
Number 9.
Tristan da Cunha. Almost 1,800 miles of South Africa is the British territory.
British territory.
British territory, come on. Rule Britannia.
Britannia
rules the way.
Visiting this grassy circle-shaped island that measures only 8 miles across can be incredibly daunting, as the only way to reach it is by traveling 7 days by boat.
7 days!
Because of this, it once had the distinction of being the most isolated, yet still inhabited place on Earth.
That's sick.
That was until the volcano that formed the island had enough of being a host to humans and erupted in 1961, causing widespread devastation. Luckily, because there were only a few inhabitants to begin with on Tristan da Cunha, the British were able to successfully relocate everyone to England before they'd be wiped out. Slowly, people have returned. The island is now home to 270 locals who live life off the grid and farm to make ends meet, all the while trying to forget that the volcano may evict them at a moment's notice.
See, that's kind of sick, you know? Like a little community, just like...
Sidemen buy the island. Let's buy a volcano.
I don't think you'd be able to buy it because no one owns it, right? The British, the British own it. It's a British.
Hey, Boris, Bozza,
lend us an island.
Bozza, get us a helicopter, lad.
I don't think a helicopter would make it.
A helicopter would make it, bro. It's so far in the middle of the... Is
Ah.
that it? St. Helena and Tristan... Bro, it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It is like, that's scarily far.
So what's the point in owning that then? Can we not auction it off or something for the British people? What good is it? What good is it? We own a volcano. Sick.
It's a world record, isn't it? Most remote island.
I think it's kind of cool, personally.
It's cool, but let someone else have it. No good for us.
Number 8.
Bikini Atoll.
That's out
The Marshall Islands are a series of atolls and islands that lie east of Guam.
Oh, Pia Mia's from Guam. That's the only thing I know about Guam.
In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the most famous of these islands is that of Bikini Atoll, which, although small, helped shape history, along the way becoming synonymous with the two-piece bathing suit and the atomic bomb. What was once a beautiful tropical locale is now a radioactive wasteland. As Bikini Atoll was one of the main sites at which the United States military tested nuclear weapons. Though the island had a small indigenous population, they were all relocated to a nearby island in 1946, before testing commenced. The island has remained abandoned to this day, aside from researchers studying the effects of radioactivity.
Number 7.
Hashima Island.
Okay, what's happened
If you
here?
head out to sea, traveling west from Nagasaki, Japan, you will come across what appears to be a floating fortress. This is the island of
that's
Hashima,
hide and seek there,
actually
boys.
known by the nickname Battleship Island. Hashima was once one of the main sources of fuel for the Japanese military during World War II. The island was home to a coal mine, and because of the sheer amount of workers, the majority of which being Korean and Chinese POWs and enslaved civilians, it was at one point the most densely populated place on Earth. However, a few years after the war, the Japanese eschewed coal for oil, and the mine was abandoned. Because there is no one to manage the giant housing buildings and other complexes,
That'd be
they have
sick to
fallen
go
into
there.
severe
Look at that.
disrepair, and nature is slowly taking back the island. This has made the island extremely dangerous to traverse.
Oh, okay.
Looks like The Last of Us. You remember Last of Us? When like the city's getting all grown over and stuff. That's what it looks like. It reminds me of Last of Us.
Number 6.
Bear Island.
Bear Island. Okay.
Between the Arctic island of Svalbard.
Oh, Svalbard! I know this place. I watched the Tom Scott video on it. Svalbard.
nice.
It's a banger. You have to take you have to have you have to take a gun with you because otherwise the bears are gonna get you.
Oh, really?
And mainland Norway lies Bear Island. The island, with an area just over 110 square miles, was once considered a vital position for naval reconnaissance, but now only hosts little more than a weather station and a few abandoned houses. The entire island has been declared a nature reserve by the Norwegian government, but there really isn't much nature to find, as it is largely devoid of plant and animal life, aside from moss, seabirds, and fish. It is believed that much of this is due to toxic contaminants that have found their way to the island
Well, maybe it's not this
via
place then,
air
because there's no
currents
bears there.
that waft pollution from industrial
Why is it called
countries
Bear
like
Island?
the
Yeah,
United
I
States
don't
and
know.
England, which bordered the Atlantic.
But
But the true danger of Bear Island comes from
Yeah.
another form of pollution.
Here we go.
In 1989, a Soviet nuclear submarine crashed just south of the island, resulting in much of the water surrounding the island having been possibly contaminated with radioactive waste.
Oh, that's not good.
Then, in 2009, a Russian transport carrying upwards of 15,000 gallons of oil rammed into the island, becoming
Russia.
lodged. Much of the oil leaked into the sea, causing large numbers of the island's
You
seabird
silly gooses.
population to perish.
You ruined it for
and
everyone.
only adding to the man-made
Ruining it.
destruction haunting the island.
Ruining
The pollution, combined with the desert-like terrain which averages nearly 0 inches of rainfall a year, and the steep, sharp cliffs that make up Bear Island, makes this one place you can cross off your list of potential vacation destinations.
Well, that's no fun.
I want to know where the place you're talking about is.
Why's that one called Bear Island if there's no bear?
Isn't it? Well, is it because it's bear oil? Bear radiation.
Number 5.
Saba.
Saba.
If you are willing
It's
to
the
brave the
lava,
rocky
dude.
but short
Saba.
12-minute
Saba.
plane ride from St. Martin to Saba,
Oh, wow.
the smallest island in the Dutch Antilles, you will be graced with a view like none other.
That's
a
sick.
place that looks
It's a
trapped in the
volcano.
ancient past. Upon arrival, you will find a village nestled upon a volcano that is full of vibrant atmosphere
These lot are
with
brave.
live music, family-owned restaurants featuring fresh-caught cuisine,
That's
But
sick.
they're
plenty of
all
outdoor activities
Hannibals.
like scuba diving and hiking. But all this comes at a cost. One might say that the locals have become such experts at having a good time because they know at any moment it could all be destroyed. Tourists have been known to call it the unspoiled Queen of the Caribbean.
Wait, so they're
but
actually
it could
living
be more
each day like
accurately
it's their last,
described
because
as
Yeah, I rate that, you
Hurricane
know.
Island.
That's sick.
Because of its location right in the Atlantic's Hurricane Alley, the
wait.
island has been noted for being hit by the most hurricanes of any island
Oh.
on Earth. Despite the
Maybe not
constant
so.
attacks that Mother Nature brings down upon Saba, its people still find a way to survive and rebuild time and time again.
Fair play.
Number 4.
Rockall.
Oh, it's close
The
to home.
tiny 80-foot
Oh.
wide island
Come
of
on.
Rockall,
Sidemen video.
which
Number
lies
4.
nearly 300 miles off of Scotland's
Sidemen
western
visit
shore,
most dangerous islands.
has such an imposing presence
But I'm
that it has
down.
made its way into Irish and Scottish
It's a rock,
culture,
bro.
It's a
as
rock.
well as
It's a
popular
rock.
culture through
It's
music,
a rock.
books, and television. People have long been
Sidemen
entranced
spend
with
24
simple
hours
yet
on a
powerful
rock.
structure, with some ancient myths going as far to name it the location where the apocalypse will begin. The
What?
real-life danger.
Bro, it's a fucking shitty rock. It's a rock covered in bird poo.
Oh man, that's the apocalypse
What
right
are you on
there.
about?
It's not an island, it's a rock.
Is it like loads of ships have crashed into it or something? Like, what? Okay, here we go.
Is essentially a large granite rock
Yeah.
sticking out of the ocean, the remnants of an extinct volcano.
What?
Because of its steep incline on all sides, there is really only one place for a person to stand: the peak, which you can only get to if you are a skilled rock climber. And even if you are, it isn't recommended that you try climbing the relatively short summit of 65 feet, as the island is smack dab in the part of the ocean which boasts waves reaching upwards of 100 feet, despite there being no natural value to
Those
the island,
penguins.
other than its looks.
Are those penguins? What are you talking about,
On the
mate?
top.
Oh my god, they
No,
might.
no.
I don't think they are.
No, they're puffins. I think. I think they're puffins.
Ah,
This is just off Scotland.
Yeah, but they're puffins. You have puffins around there.
Penguins, I was more
Penguins.
saying.
Oh.
Extremely important strategic location by the United Kingdom, who claimed the island in fear of it falling into the hands of the USSR and being used to house a missile silo. Britain's claim to the island also has
How
the
are they gonna hide a
historical
missile
distinction
on a rock?
of being their last modern-day territorial acquisition.
Oh, nice.
Number 3.
Grunard Island.
Okay, we can go here.
Grunard
All right,
Island
here we
is
go.
We're getting closer.
Scotland's treacherous isles, but it owes its place on our list for a man-made danger.
Better
This
be another
hauntingly
rock.
bleak-looking island was once home to some of the most extreme biological weapons testing
Oh
of the
god,
20th
but we can't go
century.
here either.
The British Army peppered and doused the islands hundreds of times with weapons like chlorine gas and anthrax. The
Why?
anthrax in
Anthrax?
particular had a permanent effect on Grunard, as it soured the soil and decimated the entire indigenous animal population.
Oh.
The island remains a wasteland, and only sanctioned government researchers are allowed to visit it. And they must wear hazmat suits from the moment they step on the island until they
You do hide and
leave.
seek in that.
Any attempt by non-military personnel to land on the island is strictly prohibited. And even if it wasn't, you probably shouldn't go there anyway, as you wouldn't survive very long.
Oh.
Number 2.
Miyake-jima.
Okay, I'm
The
all
Izu Island
ears.
chain that juts from Japan's southeastern coast is made up of a string of volcanoes,
Oh, no.
all of which
Oh, no.
are currently active. In
Oh,
the last
no.
century alone, nearly
Oh, no,
200
no,
people
no,
have
no.
perished due to major eruptions.
Oh, wow.
The most major of these was in 2000.
I'd love to see a volcanic eruption in real life. You know, that's one thing. Like, imagine that.
Bucket list. You know the thing in, where is it? In Iceland and stuff. They're like friendly volcanoes, the ones that spurt water.
Geysers. Or
Geysers, yeah. Geysers,
yeah.
geysers. They're like friendly volcanoes. Well, yeah, it's a lot safer than spurting the
Yeah, but I don't know if you can even class them as volcanoes.
No, it's a friendly version.
Fair enough.
Sure.
Mate.
Wasn't there one in Iceland that did erupt?
There was one recently. There was
Didn't
one
it
like
ground
Oh, the
all
one
the
that stopped
flights?
flights. Yeah, the one that stopped all the flights. Yeah, because there was dust all over the gaff.
That's the technical term.
Dust all over
the
the gaff.
scientific. The scientific.
2010.
Welcome to Ethan's science lesson. When volcanoes erupt, it gets dragged in the wind and there's dust all over the gaff.
Yeah, it was 2010. We had a school trip that went there during that time.
Oh shit.
You had a cool school. My school just took me to the fucking just to the coast.
Looms over several small villages, occupied by a few thousand people, spewed lava and lethal amounts of sulfuric gas upon the island for 4 straight years.
Oh my God.
While some decided to pack up and move, a vast majority of the population stayed.
Right,
Up until 2005, much of the island was restricted, and the people of Miyakajima were forced to stay inside with their doors sealed, only traveling outside in their gas masks if absolutely necessary.
Oh my.
Bro, that's just like us nowadays.
Me when I go to Sainsbury's.
And adapted to life next to this fiery giant by closely monitoring the gas levels and keeping gas masks handy in case the levels become excessive.
Here we go. Number one.
Number one.
Ramri Island. Just off the coast of Myanmar, in the Indian Ocean, is Ramri Island. At a distance, the island looks like the perfect place for a relaxing vacation. But if you were to travel inland, you'd most likely have an experience akin to a Jurassic nightmare.
Oh.
And probably end up in the belly of one of the world's oldest surviving species.
What?
Ramri is unique because it is home to the largest consolidated basque of saltwater crocodiles.
Okay.
In World War II, after being defeated by the British in a battle on the island, the Japanese army retreated through Ramri's swamplands, and over 400 soldiers were gobbled up by the nasty.
Oh my God, bro! Look at the size of that guy.
Thick.
That's a unit.
Bro,
thick crocodile, bro. He'd been eating good.
the fact they can fit an entire human in their body is crazy, you know.
In the form of these 2,000-pound reptiles, remains the event with the largest loss of human life due to animals.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Ooh.
If you had to choose one of these islands for your next vacation, which one would you choose?
Ooh.
The fucking rock. The fucking rock, mate. The fucking
What,
rock.
the rock?
Ethan
What,
with
the
a
rock
tent
of
just on
Scotland?
top of a rock.
Get me over to the rock, mate. Ladies and gentle dogs, welcome to Sidemnreacts. Today I'm joined by Mini Minter and Vicstar123, and today we are watching the top 10 people who survived the impossible.
Oh, Ethan, you could be on this list, mate.
To be fair, I should have a broken
When
neck.
you crawled into the end of a bowling alley and we lost the footage of it, and you got hit by
I've
the
nearly lost my
barrier.
neck many times, you know.
It actually annoys me so much they don't have that footage because I don't think anyone will ever understand when we say like, "Oh yeah, the thing hit him in the neck." Like
This top 5 moments, like,
It's ridiculous.
I don't know how it happened, but it did. I should have a broken neck by now. Anyway, we're starting off in a TV shop.
Things can happen when you're not careful. We know this from experience because we just made a video about the unluckiest people in the world, and man, can things go wrong fast. We're flipping the script today to look at people who survived the impossible. Please subscribe to join the Cool Cats Club, as only 12% of you watching are in it. We're super exclusive, you know. On to number 10. Some say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but 62-year-old Melvin Roberts begs to differ because he's been struck 11 different times in his lifetime. No, this isn't one of those terrible, spammy Facebook ad stories. He actually has medical records to prove it. After each strike, the doctors tending to him realize that it seems to actually be true. You could even see on his body where each lightning bolt struck. The effects of this are just as interesting, with Robert saying,
Well, it's
Sorry.
like being in a microwave.
why does he know what it's like?
Yeah, that's it. You do. Look,
Only
let's not
JTGF
debate.
knows that. Only
The guy's been
JTGF
through
knows that's fine.
True say. This guy's been through a lot.
11 times.
How unlucky do you have to be to be smited down?
What did he do? And how's he alive?
Didn't they just say that, like, they just did a video called The Most
Yeah.
Unlucky People or something like
Yeah,
that? Surely he should have been on this.
Yeah.
But they said it kills you from inside out.
Why are you laughing?
You ain't tasted anything for days and days.
COVID.
Tastes like sulfur.
Yeah.
Like burnt matches.
It's pretty crazy having to
Wait,
eat
did
any
she say it
food and it
tastes
all
like
tastes like burning candles. Pretty weird how lightning does that to you. I feel bad for the guy, but thankfully the effect is only temporary.
I'm laughing because he's still here, and he's still talking about it being in a microwave.
Here's my thing. So, okay, you get struck by lightning. Like, ow, that was really painful. I'm microwaved, I'm burning from the inside. Then you're out in another thunderstorm, and you get struck by lightning again. It's really painful. It feels like you're burning inside. So surely the third time there's a thunderstorm, you're just gonna go somewhere inside. You
said
think
the third time, bro.
Bro, it's happened
There's 11.
I know.
11.
Just why? How?
By the fifth, I would be like, I'm not going outside.
What if it's the world telling him he's a superhero and he's the chosen one to have electric powers? What if he is like Electabuzz of human form?
You just compared him to a Pokemon.
Okay.
To explain that for the most of these strikes, he was under different circumstances each time. Sometimes he was struck in sunlight, sometimes he was out mowing the lawn on a rainy day.
Sunlight.
The odds of being struck by lightning are so low that you have more
car.
chance of a plane crashing into your house, and that's just for one lightning strike. Roberts has been struck 11 times and yet has still survived what most of us would consider pretty impossible. Number 9. So it was just another day on the job for this blue-collar worker, Dante Attulo. He was performing routine construction as usual when his automatic nail gun recoiled unexpectedly into his head. Well, the nail actually got stuck inside his skull. The craziest part of all of this, though, is that he was completely oblivious to it happening. Yeah, he had no idea it happened. He just sucked it up, kept on working without thinking twice, all the while having a 3.5-inch nail embedded in his brain.
Bro.
Talk about toughing out a shift. He kept it like this for about a day and a half before beginning to feel nauseous and then eventually heading to the hospital. Astonishingly, the nail didn't seem to do any real damage, so it explains why he was able to just continue living life like—
Bro, what do you mean?
I'm actually like, I'm kind of speechless.
Bro, you got a nail in your head, bro.
A whole nail.
Imagine having 3 inches inside. Pause.
No, come on, bro.
I am truly amazed that he managed to not only live through this, but to even brush it off like a minor scrape. Look at the size of the nail on the x-ray. It does seem a little odd to want to have that as a trophy, but to be honest, if this happened to me, I'd probably want to show it off too. Rolling into number 8 kind of reminds me of the Polar Plunge Challenge, but taken to the most extreme level. Anna Bugenholm, at the age of 29, was skiing down the mountains along with friends in Narvik, Norway, when suddenly she plummeted headfirst into a patch of ice along a frozen stream.
It's not.
She was instantly trapped underneath the ice, and her friends struggled to get her out with no avail. Luckily, during this time, Anna found a small air pocket that kept her alive, but after 40 minutes, her heart wasn't able to pump anymore. By this point, her heart had stopped working and she became extremely pale, but an incredible timing had a rescue team smashing up the ice to rescue her. With how long she was down there, it's pretty surprising that she was able to survive this at all. Especially considering that the lowest temperature a human body is supposed to handle is 25 degrees Celsius, and Anna was far below that. She was essentially frozen in time, with her body suffering from major hypothermia and temperatures reading at an icy 13.7 degrees Celsius and 56.7 degrees Fahrenheit.
Or it was cryotherapy. Think about it.
Cryotherapy.
Cryotherapy. Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
I mean, we haven't learned how to do that properly yet.
Realistically, she's just had the best recovery of her life.
That might sound like a lot, but that is pretty much colder than anything you can imagine for the human body, and at the time was actually recorded as the record for the lowest body temperature of a living person. Miraculously, after 12 days of using a heart-lung machine to try to get her heart working on its own again, Anna actually managed to wake up and has made a full recovery in the years that followed that horrific incident. Number 7. Let me introduce you to Aaron Ralston, who was, well, quite literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. At the time, 27-year-old Ralston was enjoying the
film 127 hours. 120, is that what it's called? It's called 127 hours, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
127 or 172. It's one of them.
The narrow canyons of Utah, when out of nowhere a boulder became dislodged and fell onto him. His arm was stuck between the boulder and the canyon wall, and very quickly Aaron realized he was completely trapped. He was pinned without a cell phone or any other means of communication, and he had no hope of being saved. He did, however, have a camera, which became somewhat of a saving grace for him. With this camera, he recorded his last testament to the world. In an outpour of love for his family, he documented the whole thing, which thankfully gave him the strength to continue on. After somehow surviving for over 5 days and trying many different approaches to break free from the boulder, Ralston decided that he had only one option left to survive, to cut off his arm. So of course, with that being his only hope, he went through with it. Through sheer willpower and logical thought, he even managed to climb out of the canyon one-handed before being rescued by a helicopter search team sent by his family. It just goes to show that you can survive against all odds even when you hit rock bottom, literally. The story was so amazing that it was even turned into a movie directed by Danny Boyle called 127 Hours. James Franco played Aaron, which led to an Oscar nomination.
I've seen it.
Number 6. One of my biggest fears is being stuck in the middle of the deep sea with nothing around you for hundreds of miles. Here's the thing, this guy somehow managed to live through something maybe even more terrifying. Harrison O'Keene was sailing alongside his shipmates in a tugboat when it randomly capsized and sank 100 feet below the ocean's surface. Luckily, O'Keene found a tiny air pocket under the water, which was inside of a bathroom in the ship. He actually survived down there in that air pocket for 60 hours before a search team eventually came across him while checking the waters for the downed ship. Thankfully, they managed to rescue him before carbon monoxide poisoning set in or the oxygen in the air pocket ran out. Regardless of how he survived such a traumatic experience, we hope that O'Keene counts his lucky stars and keeps as far away from the ocean as he can. Heading into number 5, we have a group of survivors who beat all the odds after some truly horrific events following a plane crash in the Andes Mountains back in 1972. It was already a bad sign that they crashed on top of a mountain, but to go even further, they crashed with absolutely no food on board. This meant that their only option to survive in these unforgiving mountains was to resort to eating the deceased bodies of their families.
The thing is, you would, innit?
You got it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If we got a PJ somewhere and it crashed on a mountain.
Whoa! Don't bring me into this, man. Don't bring me
I didn't say I was bringing you into it. She
said we.
You did say we.
No,
I
said
we.
no. I'm in the Sidemen. I'm eating the biggest one.
In the Sidemen.
Yeah, but I'm eating the biggest one.
If we die, and you survive, you won't eat me because I'm pretty.
You might be useless. Yeah, you might be useless.
So I think you should give me a proper burial.
What, buried on a mountain?
It's almost unthinkable what these poor people had to endure, and no one should ever have to go through something like this. These guys even made agreements between each other that if one of them passed, they wanted the others to use their bodies, so at least someone had a chance to make it back to their family. Don't get me wrong, I'm not romanticizing the situation, but it's kind of beautiful that these guys had such tight bonds with each other even despite the circumstances. After dealing with the situation for 61 days, 2 of the boys journeyed off and found a Chilean farmer after 10 more days of searching. Helicopters arrived shortly after, and the remaining 14 survivors were saved. Number 4.
But sorry, 1 second. I've got questions. Why after 61 days did they realize they can walk to get help? They wanted to eat their mates, bro. They wanted to do it.
Maybe a bunch of them all walked off anyway.
Bro, there's 2 months of eating your powers, bro.
Yeah, but they don't know which way to go. Is the point?
To find anything that you want.
5 of them might have walked off east, and they've just disappeared now. They died because they walked off and there was nothing that way. So then they had to walk specifically like northwest, something, whatever.
I think they eyed him up on the plane, bro, and they said, "I'm eating you. You look tasty."
I don't know about that one.
Where we're just plummeting to the earth with no way of stopping ourselves before inevitably hitting the ground. But typically we wake up before we hit it. Unfortunately, in the case of 51-year-old Craig Stapleton, this was less of a dream and more of a living nightmare. After attempting to perform a flag release stunt, his parachute malfunctioned and he was left scrambling to save his own life.
I know someone
that's Craig Stapleton jumping with his parachuting partner Katie.
Part of
a practice run testing their new flag stunt.
No, but as in their parachute didn't open
American flag there, and you can hear them.
The reserve didn't either.
By their jump.
By the sounds of it, it seems he couldn't catch a break even when exiting the plane for the jump. After having done this same stunt multiple times and completing over 700 jumps, I can definitely understand his frustration here. But with the gravity of the situation changing from a botched jump to a life-threatening fall from the sky, his mentality did change rather quickly. With his life flashing before his eyes, he was all the more relieved when he had the most extremely lucky break of his entire life, literally. Stapleton had fortunately dropped into some shockingly soft, freshly plowed dirt that absorbed most of the fall.
Oh my God.
He did suffer from a dislocated shoulder along with some other minor injuries, but
Vic, you've become off more damage from a jump.
Yeah, I was about a meter off the ground. I'm kind of pissed.
Bro, this done.
This guy fell from a plane and he's firmed it.
You broke your shoulder, right?
Yeah, I broke my collarbone.
Collarbone.
Yeah.
He dislocated his shoulder.
I'm fuming. I would have taken a dislocation.
Oh, this Don's built different.
Price to pay to survive 8,000-foot drop.
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off.
If you've ever seen movies like Twister or The Wizard of Oz, then you're probably well aware of the massive damage a tornado can cause. In the good old Midwest, and more specifically Missouri, these windstorms happen constantly and have the capability to wreak havoc on rural communities.
See the people that just chase them.
Yeah. I was about to say, alright, so say hypothetically, fellas, you could get dragged up into a tornado and you were guaranteed to return safely and fine. Would you do it?
Obviously.
Yeah. Bro,
Why
I'd love
wouldn't
to
you?
do it, bro. I don't know why, but since a kid, I've wanted to be in a tornado, bro. And I think it's
Don't
Wizard
do
of
it.
Oz that's done it. I think it's Wizard of Oz that did it.
Yeah, it's the like.
And you see everything.
A very fake image of what's gonna happen to you. You think you're gonna literally just spin around and go,
I'm just spinning around,
come
bro.
down.
Be sick.
He claims to have survived one of the extremely dangerous natural disasters. 19-year-old Matthew Suter was taking some time off college to visit his grandma in Fordland, Missouri, when one of these windstorms began to form. He quickly began shutting windows in an attempt to protect his grandma until he was literally swept up by the winds of the cyclone itself. The worst part is, Matt was only in his underwear when he was thrown into the sky by a raging storm.
I don't know if
that
that's the worst
ragdolled him
part. I think the
through
worst part
air.
is being in a tornado.
As he was pulled higher into the sky, the air around him became too thin and he eventually passed out from lack of oxygen. Miraculously, he later woke up in an open field about 1,300 feet from where he left his grandmother's trailer. Even more amazingly, he only had a couple of cuts and bruises from his wild ride on nature's merry-go-round. Number 2. You know those commercials that speak out against drinking and driving?
Do you reckon he thought it was a
Carlos
dream, by the way?
Rodriguez and his horrific...
Maybe, he could have.
Whoa.
He's literally woken up in his underwear in a field.
Bro, one sec. Vic, I know when you said whoa here, bro. This guy's a head, fam.
Whoa.
Well, Carlos Rodriguez and his horrific experience is a living example of exactly why you should never do it. This incident happened when 14-year-old Carlos was drunk and got behind the wheel of a car. Unfortunately, this led to him crashing into a pole, going through the windshield and landing face first onto the pavement. The impact shattered half his skull and gave paramedics very little to work with, but he was ultimately able to pull through and change his life for the better because of it. For Carlos, he's done that by using his story as a means to sway kids away from using drugs and alcohol. And finally, at number 1, we have some amazing innovation on display from Emile Leray. He's a French electrician who was touring Morocco. He had gone there in hopes to trek across the Sahara Desert, but was stopped at a military outpost along the main road. He was told to turn back immediately, but it didn't dissuade the French tourist from sneaking back into the desert while off-roading in his car. Here's where things get sticky. The worst thing happened to him. His car broke down. Can you take a guess where? Yeah, so now he's left isolated in the desert, and Emile needed to figure out what was necessary to ensure his survival.
Well, this is Jumanji.
If this were me, I probably would have gone into full panic mode, but Mr. Leray managed to keep a calm head and started formulating a plan. After rationing his food and water consumption, he realized there was no possible way he could make it to civilization on foot, and that's when it dawned on him. After spending loads of time perfecting his new hybrid vehicle, he rode his motorbike across the desert and made it back to society.
What a G.
Now, sadly for him, he did face a pretty sizable fine when he did get back, as his vehicle didn't meet road safety standards, but I have a feeling he didn't really care. Click on screen right now to check out this video.
Yeah, fair dues. I rate that.
sick.
That's huge from him.
Just want to throw it out there. I'm impressed with all those people.
Me too.
Even though some of them didn't actually do anything.
Actually, toilet head. I'm impressed with the way you turn your life around, but not impressed with the fact that you got a toilet head. Because the fact you got a toilet head is punishment for being an idiot. So,
right, right then.
All right, thanks for watching. Peace.
I knew it. I knew it. Welcome back to Sidemnreacts with myself, Toby, and Josh, we are reacting to 11 optical illusions that will trick your eyes and our eyes, everyone's eyes. Let's see what we got. Let's find out.
Anyone's
Josh
eyes
is
can
mad
get it.
because illusions are just ill visions.
Hashtag ad, hashtag spawn.
I see what you did there, lad. Nice. Is that arcade? Just
Seeing is believing, or not. Get ready for 11 optical illusions that will trick your eyes.
Ooh. Run it.
Those who create optical illusions use combinations of colors, lights, or particular patterns that can really trick the brain.
Okay.
It's me too early for Vic. His eyes are going to be fucked.
I'm ready. This is fun
At the
challenge.
screen like what?
And don't forget to click the subscribe button and turn on notifications to join us on the bright side of life.
Basically that, but Simon reacts.
Got you. Yeah.
The first one is creepy.
Oh.
This is a famous drawing created in 1892 by Charles Allen Gilbert
That's
called
hard.
All is Vanity. And depending on what you see first, it can come off as a little creepy. Most people who look at it don't even realize that the drawing is much more than it seems. Have you noticed anything unusual about this picture? You have 10 seconds to figure it out.
You have 10 seconds to click subscribe.
You have 10 seconds to subscribe to the channel. That's it. 5, 4.
Notice either a woman sitting in front of the vanity mirror or a spooky-looking skull.
10 seconds.
I wouldn't say it's spooky, just like a skull.
If you've managed to
obviously you see both
right away,
No, but, like,
congratulations.
at the same
Your
time.
visual
You can switch
perception
between the
is
two.
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Now we know
Here's
what we're
another
looking for.
challenging image where
I
you
see
have
them.
to
They're
find
the bottom of the
something
tree.
that's
Look at each
hidden
other.
right in
They're all on
plain
the
sight.
branches
There's
as well.
loads. There's like
Now,
7
at first
faces,
glance,
no?
it might look way too easy.
1, 2, 3,
After
4,
all,
5,
everybody
6,
can
7,
clearly see at least
8.
4 faces in the tree branches.
1, 2, 3,
But
4,
like any optical illusion,
there's so
there's a
many.
There's
catch.
bare faces.
See how many more faces you can spot in the next 10
1, 2,
seconds.
3,
Bro, I spotted
4,
like 10 or
5,
11.
6, 7,
Oh, there's 11.
8.
5, 6, 7.
Wait, there's nothing there, 9.
Bro, this is mad.
Wait, 1,
There's
2,
there's
3,
loads
4.
of them on the very
faces
edge.
hidden among the
There's
branches.
loads.
Then you're an
here we
extremely
go.
observant
I want to
individual.
see if
We're
they're
gonna get
counting
more.
that
Some
top
say
one.
that these faces are
know.
I
actually
didn't
those
see
of
3.
famous
I didn't
public
see
Yeah, I've
figures.
seen them.
Can you recognize anybody?
The last one I saw
Share your
is going to
ideas
be
in the
number 10.
comments
It's the
below.
last one I saw. Oh, 9.
You
I
reckon
saw
that's
9
11?
last.
There's 10.
No.
A fair lady. This
I see it's a
gorgeous
4.
lady
Oh,
must
shit,
be a
which way is she
ballerina.
She goes left and right.
Otherwise,
Oh,
how
shit.
does she keep rotating
It's like the
like
world's
that
sickest
with
dance
that
move.
much grace? Like on her toes? But we're not here to discuss her
If you look at the bottom, it
artistic
actually is spinning
skills.
around the whole time.
Instead, can you tell if
Yeah.
she is moving in one or two directions?
Oh, you can change direction at the bottom as well. Wait,
Wait, can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can. Oh my gosh.
you can actually, you can make your brain change direction. Left.
How nuts.
Right.
Yo, that's
Left.
crazy.
So, what do you think?
Bro, you can literally just turn
Left,
around if you want.
Right, both.
Both.
The correct answer is she is moving in the right direction.
What?
Well,
Yeah, so if you stare like at her neck, you can see
Why are you
it.
staring
but-
at her neck for, you weirdo?
The
Trying
name
to
of
work
this
out
illusion
what
was
to do. Guesser.
inspired by the
Okay,
title
right.
of a cafe
Where are
in
we?
Bristol.
Alright, we got English.
Nah, but I will tell you
UK.
more for now.
Wait, what's the illusion there?
Look, you see the lines, they don't look like they're straight lines, even though they are.
Oh, yeah.
Look on the side. You know, it must be the angle. Because look, it looks like they're really slanted on the right, but not on the left.
Like Starbucks?
You see that?
What?
Nah.
It looks like
Give me an
straight
example.
lines
I'll
to
tell
me.
you no more for now.
Hey, look.
Can you
Shows you
tell
how.
if the dark lines are parallel to each other or inclined?
What?
You have 10 seconds
There's
to
no
some reason,
way
the-
they're
the-
parallel. There's no way.
Oh.
The top blue line is making it go wobbly for me, but they are all parallel. If you look at the sides, they're all parallel.
Oh, but they look so
How
messed
are they
up.
doing this?
It's those little
That's
boxes. There's little diagonal
crazy.
It
boxes.
seemed like an easy question.
Bro,
The
this
lines
hurts
are
my
so
eyes to look
obviously
at. Like,
inclined.
everything's moving.
It turns out that they're
My head
not.
is spinning.
Let us blur the image quite a bit.
But they're not.
More. Now that all the
Wait,
small
they
elements
are.
are
Yeah,
completely
what?
blurred, you can see the dark blue lines are actually parallel to each other.
Wait, that slight blur made them all go up.
That's
I
Oh,
know.
you made it go more blurry.
This
or
phenomenon
more
is known
curvy,
as
right?
the cafe wall illusion. It was first described more than 100 years ago, but got its name only in the 1970s, when a guy named Steve Simpson noticed a similar effect on the
Steve, you
wall
know.
of a cafe in Bristol. Little black and white bricks at the intersection of wide lines make this illusion possible. Curved elements inside the blue lines only make this effect stronger. The reason we see this distortion is that our retinal neurons and neurons in the visual cortex work together in quite a peculiar way.
He's not going to tell us what the way is.
Just like that one said.
Is there more script there? He just has to sit there awkwardly.
Impossible triangle.
Waiting for it.
Hey, look, it's Palace.
It's the impossible triangle. But wait, what makes it so impossible, you say? You have 10 seconds to figure it out before
That's actually
you
so
hear the
cold.
explanation.
But this design, yeah.
Because you can actually, and you can make it go both ways. Like there's a, it goes up or it goes down.
Yeah.
I'm just like spinning my head around so I can make it look different.
The impossible triangle, known as Penrose triangle, is so called because it can never exist in reality. If it did
See, I call it a
exist,
trifurc,
it would
to
be
be honest, 'cause
absolutely
it's Palace.
contrary to the rules of Euclidean geometry. What is so wrong with this figure? Well, if you follow the ball sliding on the surface of the triangle from the top point, you will see that the left side is extending away and the right side is leaning towards you. However,
I
they
don't
both
like.
seem to be on the same plane. Only an optical illusion makes it seemingly possible to the human eye.
Oh.
Ah.
Now, number 6,
That's sick.
bicycle.
What a name.
Okay, this one seems pretty plain. There is a bicycle and it's moving. Still, there is something wrong here.
Is it
Something
moving?
mysterious.
The chain's
Can
not
you
going
figure out
anywhere.
what the trick is? You have 10 seconds to do so.
I think you can change the way the wheels are spinning.
When it happens on
Backwards.
cars all the time, when you go past moving cars, the
Forwards.
rims look like they're spinning backwards, but the car's going forwards. It's weird.
What makes
See that
the
when you're,
bicycle
like,
move?
for racing cars.
Obviously, the fact that the spokes in its wheels are rotating. Nah, it can't be that easy when it comes to optical illusions. In fact, the spokes remain in place, and the colors that fill the wheels, those 50 shades of gray, that keeps changing. This illusory motion effect is created thanks to small, quick eye movements. Scientists are still working on figuring
so-
out how
that
this
wasn't what I said.
phenomenon works to understand the perception of motion.
So was it not
better.
moving? But our eyes make it feel like it's moving.
Yeah.
Ah, now I present to you Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't explain much, does he? He just
What
says
are
it.
these red and green and white lines all about? It looks like something familiar, but what exactly is it? If you need
Wait,
more
what?
time, just pause the video.
Sorry?
Hey, what was the
We're on
question?
about that.
Why is it? That's not a cube right now.
We are going to need a cylindrical mirror to get the right answer.
I don't know what the question was.
It's a Rubik's Cube. This
Yeah, of course it's
optical
Rubik's. You said it was a
illusion
Rubik's
is
Cube,
based
you
on
moron.
anamorphosis.
What do
Hey,
you-
I remember anamorphosis. She used to live down the street. Actually, it's a form of perspective. The idea of it is to
This one is dumb.
transform
I wanna skip
images
this
so
one.
distorted it is almost
That looks
impossible to
cool.
guess what they
That's very
are
sick.
into
That is
something that
cool.
makes sense using a cylindrical mirror. And it only makes sense
How many
if you
dons
do it
walking
from
around
one
with a
special
mirror
point.
like that?
So
But you
only
haven't got
one
one of those?
person can see it at a
Oh.
time.
I haven't,
You're
no.
living under a rock, boy.
It would be a great way to send hidden messages. It turns out this technique is not a 21st century 3D era invention. It
Yeah, I don't
actually
care about
dates
this one
back to
anymore.
late Renaissance, which was in the
frog.
16th century.
Say something
Why
more
does
though.
he
You keep
leave
pausing
these
really
little
awkwardly.
gaps? He's going to ask us what this is and give us 10 seconds to guess.
You can't play any chess with this board because it's moving all over the place. Or is it? You have 10 seconds
Josh, that
to do
was you
so,
last week.
and please try not
Oh,
to
so I was
get
looking at the lines.
hypnotized.
Dizzy, bro. Wait.
The lines are
Am I
rotating,
rotating?
question, mate? Mark?
rotating.
No, they're just the black cubes are just moving along
Yeah, go on,
in
tell
different
them, Josh.
speeds.
Big Josh has got your...
As
So the
hard
middle,
as
the
it
middle, and the
is
middle
to
one's
believe,
static. The middle one's
the eyes
static.
actually
speeds.
remain where they were.
Yeah,
You can
true.
see it if you focus on just one of them. If you stare at
that
one
looks like
point
it's moving
and
right
ignore
now.
the constant movement
Yeah.
of black and white dots, it
No, the
all
actual middle one
becomes
is
clear.
static.
Yeah, but
And
when
that's
right.
the way,
when they
huh?
highlighted it, it looks like it was moving.
I know.
No, that wasn't the middle one. That was the one below the middle.
Counting down
Okay.
from number 9,
Oh.
upside down, Steve Buscemi.
What? How particular is that?
Can you tell me what's wrong with Steve Buscemi? I mean,
Oh,
I
do
hope
they-
Steve
do
is
they
perfectly
flip
fine,
his-
but can you
They
tell me
flipped
what's
his
wrong
eyes-
with the second
his
picture?
eyes and mouth upside down. So when you flip him back over me, he's gonna look mad weird.
Oh shit! Yeah, his mouth doesn't
Yeah.
change.
Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it.
These pictures look the same to me. Hit thumbs up
Wait
if you
for it.
think so too.
Nah,
His mouth-
well,
Turn it
hit thumbs
upside
up
down.
anyway, guys. But we know they're
Oh
not.
no, this is way too scary. It seems like my eyes tricked me again. Here is another fun celebrity optical illusion. Herman grid illusion and scintillating grid illusion. Look at this black square crisscrossed with perpendicular white lines. The white dots situated at the intersections of the grid shift their color from white to gray and back. When you concentrate on a particular dot, you see that it's white. But as soon as your attention wanders, the dot turns gray. That's the Herman grid illusion. Amazing, isn't it?
Shit.
So are all these illusions just basically like,
We
this
can
is where
take
your
this
eyes are messing up?
illusion one step further by
what
positioning
seeing.
white dots at the intersections of gray lines, all placed on
this
top
one's
of the black
mad.
background.
Oh, this is jazzing my
Look
eyes.
at this
It's all
image
gone wrong.
attentively, and you'll notice black dots starting to pop up at the intersections of the
My
grid.
brain's glitching right now.
Doesn't it create
hang
a
on.
scintillating effect?
Are you throwing fireworks in there?
Another name for this illusion is a simultaneous light contrast illusion, as you perceive the dots as white at one moment, and then, almost immediately, you see them as black.
Everything is
How is
relative.
it going?
Nothing is
Have you
real.
managed to spot this effect yet? If not, take your time.
I see what you did
You
there.
can pause the
Spot it.
video and observe
Nice.
this illusion for a bit
Well,
longer.
I'm gonna sit here and eat my cookie.
You got a cookie?
So why do your senses let you down by making you see gray or black instead of white?
I love stock footage.
Actually, this illusion demonstrates one
my
of the
God, we should
most
make stock
important
footage for
principles
Sidemen
of
Sunday.
human perception. You don't always see things for what they really are. The thing is that the retinal cells in your eyes act as light receptors.
Okay.
When only one receptor gets illuminated, it perceives more light than when its colleagues are also illuminated. This
Okay.
prevents the firing of nearby receptors. As a result, the effect only gets transmitted laterally.
You're wearing contacts.
Let's see how it works with the Herman grid illusion. The white lines are arranged in such a way that there's more light around the intersections than along the lines themselves. Thus, the dots at the intersections are more inhibited, and
But
you
this
see
guy, like-
darker spots.
He likes this one, right? This guy really likes this
That's the only one
illusion.
that he's
Yeah.
explained.
Are you
Because this one he's
feeling
really
impressed yet? Well, the best is yet to come.
Because the others he's just gone,
Oh, hello. The
Rubik's
best is yet to
Cube.
come, you said.
Finally, consider this one. Boxes.
Okay.
what is this, guys?
It takes
Oh.
one large box and one little box and some magic to make this illusion possible. I leave some space to your imagination
Like a
here.
magician, bro.
Let's discuss it in the comment section. How is it possible for the little box to be outside, inside, and part of the large box at the same time?
What the
Because of the way
hell?
shadows work.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Different shading.
how
Oh,
many
Josh.
optical illusions did you manage to crack? Tell
All of
us
them.
in the comments below. Now, don't
Right in the
forget to
comments,
give this
guys, all
video
of
a
them.
like, share it with your friends, and click subscribe.
Hey guys, there's a really cool optical illusion. If you click the subscribe button, it changes. You would not believe what's going to happen when you click that button.
But it doesn't
Give a
actually
click.
change. Nothing actually changed, but it does.
Vic, you're a big brain.
Yeah.
If you look at it,
You're
if you
so
do it,
big.
it does. Same with the like button as well. If you click it, it changes colour. Does it go
Look,
blue,
look,
right?
look, look,
I'm pretty
look,
sure.
look.
Check it. Can you,
What a
can
mystery.
you check it for me?
What a mystery.
Does it go blue?
Do you know? You should find out.
Let us know in the comments.
Have you ever thought, guys, what's the world going to be like once this whole pandemic palaver's done? Well, find out today. I'm here with Tove Jizzle, Mini Minter, and Zerka HD, and we're going to see the 10 ways the world will change after COVID-19.
Oh.
Alright, let's get it started.
10 ways the world will change after COVID.
That's a voice I trust.
Number 10.
interaction.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna make a prediction. I saw it on Twitter. No, you can't blow on a birthday cake anymore.
Bro,
It makes sense, right? It makes sense.
It's disgusting that we actually ever did it.
Like our germs all over the whole cake, and then we all eat the cake together.
Well, I mean, you don't need to blow like down at the cake.
No, kids do. They go
travels, bro.
Oh yeah,
they
over
do.
it, bro.
Yeah, they do. You kiss other people, man. Allow it. Do what you want.
How many times do you kiss
Live
them?
life, innit? Nothing matters.
It's in the best vibes.
Interacting with others is probably the first thing the pandemic has changed. In just a few months, the simple act of meeting and engaging with people drastically changed. What's even more alarming than that is the fact that now, after a year, we're used to it. In fact, some think the way we'll approach others may have changed forever from now on. One of the best qualities of human beings is their quick adaptability to life-changing challenges. If you think about the experience of your past year, you'll find that's the case. Losing the ability to make physical contact with other humans wasn't easy, and it still isn't, but you did manage to do it. It's this universal capacity for change that led many experts, like psychology professor Robin Dunbar, to believe that once this nightmare is over, it won't be as easy to get back to where we left off. In fact, according to Dunbar, the psychological impact social distancing regulations might have had on our brains is so strong that in a post-vaccine world, we might feel actual discomfort doing social activities.
Oh no.
Number 9. Grocery shopping.
I thought this was going to be a good video.
Harry.
No, it's supposed
Sure,
to No, I have faith. I'm sure there'll be good stuff in there somewhere.
Shopping was an option and had even used it maybe a couple of times. But online services like this really kicked off with the advent of COVID-19. However, when the pandemic forced us all into our houses, the online shopping industry boomed. It was the fastest and safest way to avoid long lines of strangers and crazy shoppers fighting over toilet paper. Unfortunately, everyone soon realised the convenience of online shopping, and for a while, it became almost impossible to find delivery slots. But now that people have calmed down and the stores incremented their delivery services, the majority of shoppers now seem to prefer online shopping. Just consider that according to Forbes, about a year ago, 81% of consumers had never bought groceries online.
What?
Today,
What?
79% of shoppers
There's a
prefer
lot of
to order
boomers.
online instead. And even after COVID, it seems pretty clear now the world of grocery shopping will never be the same.
Good point, you know. What people now, old people have realised they don't have to go and trek it down to the shops.
It's good for them to go to shops though. It keeps them healthy.
Yeah.
I guess they can choose.
Not
to,
if they
like-
catch something when they're there.
True. What if there is no after COVID-19?
I was going to say, it's like it's going to.
What if it just carries on?
Why would you say that?
They said that this morning on the news.
We're living with it. We're not going to get past it. I know.
There's no such thing as COVID-0. Yeah.
So if it becomes normal, then surely we just go back to normal anyway, because we don't really care anymore.
Yeah, it'd just be a case of we'd have to have a lot more like vaccines and stuff throughout like every year or whatever, every 2 years.
I never got a flu vaccine anyway, so.
Toby.
Same.
Number 8. Travel and transport.
Oh, this will be fine, right?
Travelling. I don't know what that feels like. Personally,
No,
I
don't think any of them are
but
gonna be
maybe
fine.
you're one of those.
The whole
people
thing is it's not going to be fine.
travelling during the pandemic. If so, you will surely know that after a short period of total shutdown worldwide, airports soon reopened and adapted their services to these challenging times. Before I get any further into this, regulations and procedures may vary according to the countries, airports, even airlines. Still, there are some standard procedures applied more or less everywhere. For one, sanitising stations, social distancing floor stickers and nasal swabs are now basic routines.
Ugh.
This doesn't mean we'll have to take nasal swabs every time we travel in the future, I hope not. But like for many other fields, the travel industry has learned and improved on a lot of factors here. As reported by NBC News, industry experts believe some of the current protocols may outlast the pandemic. This is especially relevant to technologies developed and improved during the past year, like sanitising robots, restrooms that automatically alerts maintenance crews when cleaning is needed, and contactless check-ins.
That's
This
good.
stuff's all
That's all
like-
good.
That's handy.
Yeah.
That's handy. That's handy.
That's just good.
I think maybe like people would travel less initially, right? And if I think eventually you're just gonna start taking it for granted, just go back out to normal again, surely.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Because there was like an article. There's an article that said like, long distance travel won't come back to normality until like 2023, 2024, like long haul flights.
What?
Like,
Who said
so like
that?
America, Australia, and stuff. That was on like Sky News.
8-hour flights.
Yeah, there won't be normality for ages, apparently.
Okay, so we can still go like somewhere
Spain.
though.
We can go Benidorm still.
We can still go.
Yeah, we can go see Sticky Vicky whenever you want.
Sticky Vicky!
With the outbreak of the pandemic, production ceased, fashion retailers closed, and demand has plummeted. Not to mention the partial or in some cases total cancellation of fashion shows. It's been a tough time for the fashion industry. However, after this seemingly catastrophic effect, the pandemic also gave the world of fashion a chance to rethink and rearrange themselves to meet contemporary and more ethical standards. As a matter of fact, we could say an ethical revolution has finally taken place in the peaks of the industry. In May of 2020, Gucci announced that they would abandon the worn-out ritual of seasonality with their shows and will focus their efforts in trying to reduce the environmental impact of the industry. But they're not the only ones. As Vogue editor Anna Wintour pointed out, by the end of the pandemic, the values of fashion will have shifted permanently to a more ethical and sustainable system. Let's hope, like the non-profit global movement Fashion Revolution does.
Wait, is it ill vision? Is that okay?
No, don't worry, we're doing that.
We're both sustainability.
And development directly to the people who make our clothes. Will technology aid in the production line, in a similar way to how traditional fashion shows have instead migrated to online? We'll have to wait and see. Number 6. Masks. Before COVID-19, very few in Western countries ever considered wearing a mask on a daily basis. But these days, it's considered very important in public settings to wear one. But scientists and sociologists are suggesting people will keep wearing them even once the pandemic ends. In support of this theory, experts such as Emeritus Professor William Shao,
well, you guys
Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health.
You guys are going to carry on wearing masks.
It makes sense to it in certain situations, though. Like, right, if you're on the tube and stuff, it'd make more sense now.
Yeah, if I was feeling sick and I was going on the tube, maybe, but like.
And in certain seasons, like, for example,
Harry,
when flu comes round, you'd wear one surely.
Yeah.
And also, you're going to be like, our decision will be affected by everyone else around us. Like, if we go on the tube and you're the one Donny like there without a mask, everyone's like, beady-eyed looking at you, like, what the fuck are you doing?
You know what? I'll say it's good anyway because you can go incognito with a mask on. It's very handy. Put your
people recognise us with the masks, bro. It's actually long.
But yeah, not as much though, mate. Not like.
Yeah, with less bait. If we're together, it's a mess.
Oh yeah, still no.
The epidemic spread across East Asia, and before then, the citizens of that part of the world didn't really wear face masks. Afterwards, however, masks could be seen in public very frequently. In the same way, doctors and public health experts like Dr. Tom Frieden, the president of Global Health Initiative Resolve to Save Lives, believe the rest of the world could observe a fundamental shift to new hygiene practices. For example, people will be more inclined to wash their hands and wear masks whenever they don't feel well, stopping the spread of more traditional colds and flu. Number 5. AI will take over. When we talk about long-lasting improvements developed because of the pandemic, the artificial intelligence sector has reached thousands of innovations in this sense. To properly respond to the COVID emergency and lockdown measures, governments worldwide have mobilized machine learning in many ways. From contact tracing apps to telemedicine, we'll get there soon, to remote learning capabilities, there were many technological innovations that were rapidly developed. We've also already mentioned how automatization devices have proved vital in other fields, like travel and grocery shopping. But the growth of AI won't stop there. Paired with robotics, it can create autonomous systems capable of interacting with the physical world. This allows us to predict the spread of the virus, monitor conduct
at 3
contact
p.m.
tracing, and so on. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the pandemic has accelerated the overall pace of innovation in the AI field, to the point that by 2030, AI could comprise $15.7 trillion of the world economy.
Right.
Number 4. Cash-free. One of the more direct consequences of the growth of AI is the abandoning of cash.
Bitcoin!
In fact, part of AI development also involve a full automation of online banking and fast payments. Does this mean that COVID's not directly related to it? Not really. It makes sense that COVID is directly related to this acceleration. You see, cash is one of the dirtiest things in the world, not only figuratively, but literally. Coins and banknotes pass from hand to hand, carrying germs within each exchange.
It's true, though. Money's like one of the grubbiest things in the world. Like, if you got I got any cash in my wallet?
I've got some cash in my wallet.
What the hell is it? I got 10 dirhams. Where do they spend dirhams?
UAE.
Dubai.
I didn't go to Dubai during the pandemic, don't worry, boys.
And Morocco, right?
But this note is terrible, grotty.
It might have seen some shit as well. Like, it might have been all places.
It's been up someone's ass. Like,
what?
What?
As reported by the Financial Times, since the beginning of the pandemic, ATM transaction volumes fell significantly across the world. In the UK, for example, transactions dropped 62%, and in Spain, cash reached a 90% drop. As stated previously, COVID alone is not responsible for the digital payment shift, but it has very much made the process quicker. According to the World Economic Forum, this could lead to 50% of goods consumption primarily being done online by 2030. Number 3. Remote working. In the past year, companies have realised that most office work could be easily done remotely. In most cases, all you need is a laptop and semi-decent Wi-Fi connection. So why limit remote working to the current crisis when you could save money on the office rent, while the employees who work for you do the same job at home permanently?
Like 50%
in fact,
of
if we
people
put the
in
whole
Zoom
COVID
calls
situation
aren't wearing trousers.
Or are you wearing trousers right now?
Path, right? So comfort.
Yeah. You wear
Harry, you're wearing trousers right now.
Shirt with a tie or something, and then you just don't wear anything underneath.
Oh yeah, I definitely would do that. If you told me how to dress smart and I knew my top half was just showing, I don't even.
I've seen you stream on Twitch in your boxes.
In boxes, yeah.
Yeah, because my legs have to breathe, boys.
And
Like,
you
I
get
shorts
up and walk around.
Just wear shorts.
Yeah, but I forget.
He's not as bad as JJ on Insta Live, though. Remember that?
That one was bad.
That was mad.
One of the first perks is, of course, the flexibility of it. But workers have also noticed an increase in productivity, a healthier work-life balance, and general improved job satisfaction. Of course, one may argue that there's not really much to do right now anyway, so working at home actually helps pass the time. Still, the data looks convincing enough to hypothesize that in the immediate future we will see a switch to a more flexible work schedule. In fact, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, more than 35% of employers believe that 40% of their current remote workers will permanently work from home.
Permanently?
Number 2.
That'll save them so much peace. Think how much it costs to rent offices in like London and shit.
People have more free time. They could have to travel to work and back. Like, yeah.
Be more efficient, more productive.
One of the biggest industries in the world is facing a crisis. There's no need to say that movie theatres are not doing well at the moment. Streaming services, on the other hand, are booming. This has led many film studios, like Warner Brothers Pictures and Disney, to release their projects on streaming platforms in lieu of in theatres. From an audience point of view, that's great. Not only because, again, during the pandemic, we can't leave our houses, but because watching a new release on your TV can actually be cheaper. From a studio point of view, streaming releases can easily avoid all the long negotiations with theatre chains. For cinema lovers, though, this could mark the end of the movie experience as we know it for good. No. They are, in fact, worried that streaming releases will become the new normal,
no, I hate
stopping
it
theatres from reopening ever again.
Yeah,
Number 1. Healthcare. The pandemic has challenged some of the world's brightest scientific minds, and obviously governments are pushing for a quick recovery for the sake of economies. These two facts put together coincided with the general stronger focus on the healthcare system. As mentioned before, the enormous growth of AI and the technological side of healthcare brought up significant advancements to the sector. Telehealth, for example, has played a big role in the fight against COVID. It helped to mitigate the risk of spreading the virus by reducing unnecessary hospital visits. This gives telehealth high chances to last even after the emergency. In fact, a report by McKinsey...
I've used this kind of thing before. I had tonsillitis. I just FaceTimed the doctor. He looked in my mouth and told me what I needed, and I went and got picked up from Boots.
When he prescribed it on the
you
call.
had to, did you just describe, or did you lift your camera?
No, I sent him photos and everything. I sent him photos of my mouth, and he looked at it. He's like, "How are you feeling?" I was explaining the feeling. It was
makes sense, I guess. Especially if you're ill, it ain't contagious, ain't you going out?
Yeah,
when you're ill and you got like a really bad flu or something, and you go to the doctor, and it's like, okay, we'll just spread it.
You've cut the entire waiting room now.
Yeah.
But apart from that, there's been a general acceleration of policies, changes to health promotion, and more support for vulnerable people in communities in Europe. Particular attention has been given to mental health services too, with specific apps and video call sessions for those struggling. So those are 10 ways the world will change
basically,
after COVID.
Life's still going to kind of suck after.
It's going to be different.
Hey, that's not the attitude.
No, it'll be amazing because
really
we'll
good.
appreciate life more afterwards.
Yeah, it'll be grand.
None of that was really good, was it?
You can see what will change is you can see your friends when instead of working.
What was good about travel?
You can do it again.
The toilets that alert you when they need cleaning, that was good.
The fact that people around you will be washing their hands.
Are going to be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
That is the change that benefits us.
But at least you can go to the airport and travel.
Changes.
Nah, but we're talking about from before, Josh. Post-COVID to pre-COVID.
Telemedicine is an improvement.
People's hygiene, personal hygiene is improving.
The online doctor, that's kind of cool.
AI is pretty good.
You've been doing that for time though, Harry.
But they added more of it. They accelerated it. Cash being gone is good.
If anyone get any cash they don't want, I'll take it. Well, there we go. Always look on the bright side of life. It's gonna be all right in the end. We hope. We pray.
Yep.